So I've finally returned. A rift in space tore open above Konoha village and a single foot stepped out from within. In the cultivation world, Qin Feng had painstakingly cultivated for 500 years, finally attaining the Nascent Soul realm. Eager beyond restraint, he forged the void-shattering sword, all for the sake of shattering the void, returning to earth where the ties of his heart still lingered. 500 years of cultivation, 500 years spent hiding in the shadows, and at long last he had returned. As the void-shattering sword broke the void, it too was shattered to pieces. The protective treasure robes on his body were tattered and torn, yet fortunately he had lost neither arm nor leg. The 10 spatial rings on his fingers were all intact. His cultivation realm had not fallen in the slightest. He actually felt rather satisfied. He changed into 1,000 illusion treasure robe, transforming its appearance into ordinary modern casual clothes. Yet when he raised his eyes to the two-dimensional style buildings before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity stirred in his heart. On a distant mountainside, several colossal heads were carved into the rock. Were those not the Hokage faces? Qin Feng was stunned. Had he arrived in the world of Naruto? He had no particular obsession with Naruto at all. What on earth was he doing here? Lord Hokage, the village barrier just fluctuated. In the Hokage's office, the blonde Namikaze Minato frowned slightly as an Umbu ninja reported before him. He himself had sensed it as well, that overwhelming pressure descending upon the village. Who could it possibly be? In a single flicker of motion he vanished from the office. While Qin Feng was still mulling over his predicament, a handsome man with golden hair draped in a Hokage cloak appeared before him. Who might you be, and for what purpose have you come to our village? The fourth Hokage slightly furrowed his brows, watching the man before him with a guarded expression. Qin Feng still had not fully recovered from his surprise. This Naruto world seemed rather small. Ninjutsu was but a petty path in his eyes. In this world the only things that might be worthy of his attention were the tailed beasts, the divine tree, and the fruit of the divine tree. Otherwise should he simply refine this entire realm and take it away in one piece? Qin Feng pondered in place. It was a pity that his void-shattering sword had crumbled, otherwise he could tear open the void once more and slip away from this world. He himself did not command any spatial arts, and he had no idea whether this world possessed any spatial treasures. Ah! Qin Feng lifted his head and saw the fourth Hokage standing before him. The corner of his mouth curled up. The fourth, his childhood idol. Was this not the man famed for his mastery of spacetime ninjutsu? Perhaps he could borrow that power for study. Ha ha ha, my idol, I mean fourth Hokage-sama. I am a sword immortal from another realm who has inadvertently stepped into your esteemed land bearing no ill intent. Qin Feng joked on the surface, yet in his mind he was already evaluating the fourth Hokage's combat strength. At best he estimated the man was at the peak of the chi refining stage. Perhaps if he surpassed his limits he might reach the early foundation establishment stage. To the present him such power was nothing but trash. Oh. Then may I ask what your purpose is, honored guest? Seeing that Qin Feng showed no hostility, the fourth Hokage relaxed a fraction. I have no great purpose, merely wish to borrow the Flying Thunder God technique for a brief look. Qin Feng replied calmly, as though requesting something utterly trivial. In an instant the fourth Hokage's brows furrowed deeply as he sternly refused. Impossible. That is a forbidden technique of the village. It absolutely cannot be transmitted to outsiders. Hey, don't be so hasty to refuse. I never said I would look for free. From your aura I see dark clouds pressing over your head, disaster looms on the horizon. I can help you resolve it in exchange for a glimpse of the technique. How about it? Impossible. This immortal has just calculated that your wife is about to give birth, is she not? That is a calamity of home destroyed and family slain. Hokage-sama, you would do well to consider carefully. Qin Feng said with a solemn expression, though he was merely bluffing. Are you threatening me? Hey, if you don't wish to rebuild the village from ruins, then come with me. Qin Feng found it all rather amusing. Some of the technical knowledge inside that technique he might still need to discuss with the fourth Hokage later, and he did not wish to seize it by force. If he truly chose to act, who in this world could possibly stop him? In the end he would have to bare his fangs a little. With a flash he flew out of the village and came to a flat stretch of open land. "Do not follow us," the fourth Hokage instructed. Several guards then flickered after him. Qin Feng folded his arms across his chest and stood there, the breeze stirring his robes, embodying the air of a reclusive master from beyond the mortal world. Opposite him stood the fourth Hokage, his face solemn. He only knew that the man before him was immensely powerful, but how strong he truly was and what kind of techniques he used he had no idea. Gripping the sword of benevolence and love, the Hokage shifted into a battle stance. "To show my respect." Qin Feng also drew a long sword from his storage ring. The sword itself was quite ordinary, his first weapon upon entering a sect back in the cultivation world, but in the Naruto world it belonged among the finest of blades. "You use a blade, so I'll use a blade as well." "Fair enough, right?" The fourth Hokage glanced at his own kunai, then at the other's treasure sword, speechless. Yet just now the opponent had produced a sword from nothing without using any scrolls. What kind of ninjutsu was that? A space-type technique perhaps? "Then let us begin." Qin Feng formed a seal of opposition with a serious expression. Swoosh! The moment the words fell, a yellow blur lunged toward his side, worthy indeed of the yellow flash. Yet Qin Feng's five senses coupled with his divine sense operated on an entirely different level. Movements that ordinary people's eyes could no longer follow appeared to him as slow as a crawling snail. He merely extended his sword lightly forward, effortlessly piercing through the fourth Hokage's heart and out his back. The fourth Hokage's face was filled with shock, his movements had been read so easily. Poof! A cloud of smoke burst forth, it had only been a shadow clone. This method suited the fourth Hokage perfectly, using a clone first to probe the opponent's strength. A friendly reminder: if you lose your village and your unborn child will vanish without a trace. Qin Feng wore a playful smile, yet the words that left his lips were cruel. "Why?" the fourth Hokage demanded through gritted teeth. Flying thunder god markers scattered through the air, landing across the battlefield. A flying thunder god kunai shot straight toward Qin Feng's face, the fourth Hokage molding chakra into a sphere as he followed close behind. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curved upward. The scene was all too familiar. He tilted his head slightly, letting the kunai whistle past. The fourth Hokage charging straight at him suddenly vanished, classic flying thunder god second stage. Qin Feng's divine sense, far surpassing any Byakugan, picked up the Hokage's position at once. He lifted a leg backward and kicked straight out his heel, slamming into the fourth Hokage's face. Poof! The Hokage flew far into the distance before landing, only to burst into smoke once more. "Interesting," Qin Feng murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. "A taijutsu-type ninja then." Incredible taijutsu and terrifying perception, the fourth Hokage secretly judged. "In that case, Kuchios no Jutsu." He slammed both hands to the ground and a massive toad, Gamabunta, crashed down from the sky. "Minato, this guy is really strong," Gamabunta rumbled around, a smoking pipe, short blade in hand. "Go." The fourth Hokage stood atop the toad's head. Rasengan Flash Super will dance howl third style. A dazzling Rasengan hurtled toward Qin Feng, while at the same time the giant toad spat a massive fireball. Fire release toad oil flame bullet. The fourth Hokage thought that if taijutsu could not keep pace, he might as well try ninjutsu to break the stalemate. The Rasengan Flash Super will dance howl third style could disrupt the opponent's vision, while the toad oil flame bullet delivered a searing blaze. Ha! Qin Feng remained calmly where he stood, swinging his sword in a single arc that cleaved the oil flame blast apart. Water release iron cannonball. Gamabunta spat out a cluster of water orbs that fell into the flames. Whoosh! A vast cloud of steam billowed into the air. Now! The fourth Hokage vanished once more, reappearing at Qin Feng's side in an instant as a streak of silver light slashed toward him. Clang! Qin Feng blocked it steadily. One had to admit the fourth Hokage's battle sense was extraordinary. The first feint had failed, but in the instant the shadow clone was dispelled, the fourth Hokage had already left a flying thunder god mark on Qin Feng's body. Had it been any other ninja, this sequence of attacks would have surely landed. Unfortunately, up to this very moment Qin Feng had not even taken a single step. Next the fourth Hokage steeled himself and directly entered Sage mode. His speed surged as he coordinated with the flying thunder god marks scattered across the battlefield, launching a ferocious assault on Qin Feng. Yet no matter the angle or speed of his attacks, Qin Feng blocked them all flawlessly, not suffering the slightest scratch. With a dull thud, the fourth Hokage was sent flying by a single kick. This time it was not a clone but his true body. During the brief clash just now, Qin Feng had carefully sensed the technique. The flying thunder god was indeed profound and worth studying. It relied on inscribed marks to achieve spatial teleportation. As long as he could fully unravel the mysteries of the flying thunder god, he believed he could then probe the very laws of space and ultimately shatter the void itself. Speaking of space, Qin Feng thought of another person from the world of Hokage, Uchiha Obito. Those eyes of his were also an exceedingly rare spatial ability. On the side of the battlefield, the fourth Hokage was gasping heavily, chest heaving. The man standing before him was like an insurmountable peak. Even after exhausting every tactic he knew, he still could not compete in the slightest. With a soft pop, Gamabunta was released from the summoning and vanished from the field. If things are like this, I have no choice but to use that jutsu. The fourth Hokage's expression turned resolute as he prepared to unleash the dead demon-consuming seal. His hands clapped together with a sharp smack. Fourth, are you really going to use that move? Qin Feng of course knew this jutsu. As much as he wanted to witness it, he currently did not have absolute confidence that the fourth Hokage would survive it. Better to wait for that bug-abusing fellow to use it someday and observe it then. The fourth Hokage spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but before he could complete the technique, Qin Feng had no intention of giving him the chance and simply sent him flying with another kick. Hey fourth Hokage, has your brain gone dull? You actually think that kind of ninjutsu can defeat me? Enough, allow me to show you what true immortal arts are. Qin Feng raised his long sword and pointed it toward the heavens, shouting in a booming voice, thunder descend. The once clear sky darkened as dense black clouds surged in. The oppressive canopy of storm clouds seemed on the verge of collapsing, while enormous thunder dragons writhed within, straining to break free and plunge down from the heavens. With a deafening boom, Qin Feng swung his sharp sword and a bolt of lightning burst forth, obliterating a small mountain in the distance and leveling it to flat ground. Qin Feng deftly twirled his sword into a flourishing arc and nodded in satisfaction. The spiritual energy of this world was still fairly abundant, though it could not compare to the cultivation realms. The fourth Hokage's jaw had long since dropped, stunned on the spot. So this was this man's true strength. It was his first time witnessing Qin Feng make a move, and it had been such a casual strike at that. Well then, how many strikes like that do you think your village can endure? Qin Feng asked in a teasing tone. The fourth Hokage's expression was one of utter shock and unease. With an attack like that, how many times could the village withstand it? One blow might be enough to turn it completely to dust. I will ask once more, the flying thunder god technique, will you hand it over or not? Qin Feng spoke lightly. He had already tested the overall strength of the ninja here. If they still refused, he did not mind taking it by force. Honored sir, please return to the village with me. The fourth Hokage knew he could no longer refuse. The other party truly possessed the power to annihilate the village. Staggering to his feet in a somewhat disheveled state, he began walking back toward the village. Now that's more like it. I already told you I'm not taking it for nothing. Qin Feng sheathed his sword and followed with a carefree grin. That sword art just now, did it catch your eye? If you like it, I can trade that sword art in exchange. Qin Feng directly walked up to the fourth Hokage's side, slinging an arm around his shoulder as though they were old friends who had known each other for years. The fourth Hokage stared at Qin Feng in shock once again. He had just been fighting this man for his life, and now the other was walking arm in arm with him. What stunned him even more was what Qin Feng had said, that sword art from earlier. Sword commanding divine thunder. A technique like that would surely be classified above strength. Even a tailed beast bomb did not possess such destructive power. If only he had said so earlier. If this big brother had proposed trading that kind of technique from the start, would he ever have refused? In that case he had taken a beating for nothing. Well then, your silence means you agree, right? Don't go back on your word. I despise people who don't keep their promises. Qin Feng pulled out a sword manual titled Divine Sword commanding Thunder Art and with a flick of his fingers sent a pill flying straight into the Fourth Hokage's open mouth. The pill melted the instant it entered his mouth and the Fourth Hokage immediately felt a warm current coursing through his entire body. His injuries vanished in an instant and his nearly depleted chakra reserves were suddenly replenished. This man had given him far too many shocks. You may only read it, you cannot take it away. Back in the village the Fourth Hokage retrieved the forbidden technique scroll and handed it to Qin Feng. All right. Qin Feng took out a blank jade slip and swept it once across the scroll. The entirety of the scroll's contents was instantly copied into the jade. Minato, you must not give him the scroll. The third Hokage and Danzō arrived together but unfortunately they were a little too late. Oh. The third Hokage and the legendary pot shadow, Qin Feng said with a cheerful smile. He looked at the two of them with an easy grin. In Qin Feng's eyes neither of them could be considered truly good men. Then again in an era of war notions of good and evil were never so simple. Lord Third, this was my decision, the Fourth Hokage replied. Minato, how can the village's forbidden techniques be handed over to an outsider? Danzō questioned him with a dark expression even as he thought to himself that Root had never even gotten to thoroughly study those techniques. Qin Feng could not be bothered to argue with the two of them. With a sweep of his long sleeve a surge of oppressive pressure crashed down on them and both men instantly lost their footing and fell heavily to the ground. Only then did they truly realize how powerful this stranger was. Noisy. Keep prattling on and I'll make sure you never stand up again, Qin Feng said with a cold snort. Press this jade slip to your brow. Qin Feng tossed a jade slip to Minato as he spoke. Following his instructions, Minato placed the jade slip against his forehead. His eyes suddenly widened as a complete cultivation method surfaced directly in his mind as if carved into his very consciousness. All right, our transaction is complete. Until we meet again. Qin Feng's figure flickered and then vanished without a trace. A jade talisman fell into Minato's hand as Qin Feng's voice echoed in his mind, your brow is clouded with misfortune, calamity looms. If you face dire peril, crush the jade slip and it will preserve your life. Sigh. Since he was already here he might as well save who he could, if he could not then that was their fate. At Ichiraku Ramen, Qin Feng held a bowl of tonkatsu ramen slurping the noodles as he ate. The taste in truth was rather ordinary. For Naruto, who ate instant cup noodles every day, it was naturally a delicacy. But for Qin Feng, accustomed to feasting on spiritual meat and spirit fruits, the flavor was indeed mediocre. While slurping his noodles, Qin Feng pondered what he should do next. Forget it. Since he was here he might as well settle in for now, wander around, take a look at everything, then find a place to study the Flying Thunder God technique in depth. If he could grasp the laws of space through it he might yet find a way home. Otherwise the knot in his heart would never fully loosen. The streets of Konohagakure are vibrant and full of life. Here crowds bustle as people come and go with a tapestry of sounds and scents intertwining in the air. On either side of the street stand various buildings including ninja academies, shops, restaurants and residences. The architectural styles are unique, some embodying traditional Japanese designs while others integrate modern elements. Shop signs and banners flutter in the wind, attracting the attention of passers-by. Ninjas weave through the streets clad in their iconic attire, each carrying their own tasks and objectives. Bystanders cast gazes of awe and envy towards them. Along the roadside various stalls offer a plethora of goods from ninja tools to snacks catering to all desires. At the center of Konohagakure is a plaza, a gathering place for the community. Children play here, ninjas converse and elders bask in the sun. In the plaza stands a massive Hokage monument engraved with the likenesses of past Hokages, symbolizing the glory and legacy of the village. The streets of Konohagakure are bustling and lively, witnessing the changes and growth of the ninja world, serving as a backdrop for the lives and development of countless ninjas. Qin Feng strolled along the streets of Konohagakure, a skewer of meatballs in hand. Observing the busy street his previously restless heart began to calm. The warmth of human life is truly comforting to the heart. Wow! Qin Feng suddenly exclaimed. Not far ahead was a woman dressed in a netted outfit wrapped in bandages. She had a slender figure and moved with grace. Her black hair danced like flames and her red eyes conveyed both determination and gentleness. No illustrations can be provided. Readers are encouraged to search for her. It was Yugao Yuzuki. Qin Feng recalled this ninja. The sensory experience of seeing her in anime versus in reality was entirely different. The bandages, the netting, the crimson eyes and the wild long hair all exuded allure. Some might argue whether she could compare to the beauties of the immortal realm. Let's put it this way, everyone enjoys scrolling through short videos, right? Can the beauties in those videos truly be appreciated? With all those heavy beautifying filters or digital avatars, they appear stunning and flawless, yet there's no real connection. The beauties of the immortal world are quite similar. They may look beautiful, but aren't they all centuries-old women? With their icy skin and jade bones, they seem untouched by the mortal world, completely devoid of femininity. If you ever get the chance to transcend into the immortal realm, you will understand. Compared to women in the modern world, there's an added beauty of strength and wildness. Holding the skewer of meatballs, Qin Feng felt his mouth water, appearing quite captivated. 500 years. Who knows how he spent those years just to return to Earth? On Earth he hadn't even touched a girl's hand, and in the immortal realm he was just trying to survive with no time to seek a Dao partner. Speaking of which, did Yugao end up marrying Asuma? He wondered if they had tied the knot at this point in time. If they did, a married woman. The skewer of meatballs no longer seemed appealing and he tossed it aside. After surviving 500 years in the immortal realm, he shouldn't be unable to think clearly here. If cultivation doesn't allow him to do as he wishes, what's the point of cultivating? If he couldn't achieve this, how could he have clarity of thought? Hello, beautiful. Qin Feng approached Yugao, striking what he thought was a handsome pose. Who are you? Yugao furrowed her brows, eyeing the lewd man before her. Ha ha ha, I am Qin Feng, an immortal from beyond the realms. Hello there, miss. I don't know you, please step aside. Yugao replied coldly. Hey, let's share a meal and chat, we can get to know each other slowly, haha. No need. Qin Feng watched Yugao walk away, poking his chin, thinking she was quite spicy, huh? Meanwhile he couldn't help but roast himself internally. As a nascent soul powerhouse, how did he end up like this? Was he destined to be a born simp? Just as Qin Feng shook his head in sigh, another woman approached, catching his eye. She wore a netted outfit, a short skirt and a long coat with her short hair styled high. Was that Mitarashi Anko? It seemed she was into snakes. Forget it, too high maintenance. There were plenty of beauties around, he needed to find a way to get closer to them. How about seeking the Fourth Hokage to arrange a mission? Teaming up with beautiful kunoichis isn't just for eye candy, it's to understand this world and study ninjutsu. Yes, precisely that. Just as he thought of seeking the Fourth Hokage, he spotted him with his golden hair. Yo, Fourth. How's it going? Qin Feng greeted the Fourth Hokage with a smile. Ha ha ha, Qin, how are you finding the village? Fourth, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Could you help me join the village's ninja ranks and take on some missions? Qin Feng walked up to the Fourth Hokage, casually draping an arm over his shoulders, appearing quite friendly. That might be a bit difficult. The Fourth Hokage looked troubled. Every ninja in the village was thoroughly vetted and rigorously assessed. Allowing him straight into the ninja team would require careful consideration, as there were many secrets that outsiders must not know. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot. I gave you the technique but haven't given you the celestial sword yet. Suddenly a celestial sword appeared in Qin Feng's hand. In the immortal realm it would be considered an ordinary artifact, but in the world of ninjas it was undoubtedly a divine weapon. The Kusanagi sword here was simply nothing. The Fourth Hokage's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the celestial sword. With such a divine weapon, who would still use shuriken? Shuriken were only used for conserving steel. A peerless master like Qin, our village's ninja team is in dire need of such talent. You would surely be a jonin. The Fourth's gaze remained fixated on the sword, hardly glancing at Qin Feng. Ha ha ha, then thank you very much, Fourth. A genin would suffice, a genin would suffice. By the way, could I be arranged on the same team as Yugao? This might be a bit tricky. The Fourth furrowed his brows, looking worried. I have a storage pouch here with just a thought items can be stored and retrieved at will. Originally I was thinking of gifting it to you Fourth. Qin Feng sighed. Qin, the team with Yugao is too weak. We really need a strong ninja like you. Tomorrow I'll personally handle your paperwork. The Fourth Hokage snatched the storage pouch, trying to place the sword inside and take it out like a child discovering a new toy. A man remains a boy at heart. Look, a person who could become Hokage couldn't possibly just be a simple sunny boy. Ha ha ha, many thanks. By the way, I still don't have a place to stay in the village. Yugao, take Mr. Qin to the empty house in the east of the village. As soon as the fourth finished speaking, a masked ninja appeared in an instant, carrying a long sword with flowing purple hair and a red tattoo on his arm. Hi. Mitarashi Enko bowed respectfully. This girl isn't bad, just has poor taste. She's with that tuberculosis patient who looks like a short-lived person. Thank you very much, Fourth. Qin Feng followed Mitarashi Enko as they left. Enko, do you have a boyfriend? On the street, Qin Feng asked Mitarashi. At this point he wondered if she had gotten together with the night guy. Qin, I'm Mitarashi Enko. As for whether I have a boyfriend, that question doesn't pertain to work, so I refuse to answer. Mitarashi Enko displayed an air of aloofness. The man before her was someone she couldn't provoke, and now that she couldn't escape, she could only maintain a polite distance. Mr. Qin, this is where you will be staying for now. Ye Xian led Qin Feng to the residence and promptly turned to leave. Are all ninja sisters this aloof? Wait, wasn't it supposed to be fiery enthusiasm like in the anime? Sigh. No use overthinking it. He pushed the door open. The room was simply furnished, yet every daily necessity was present, clearly prepared for a guest. Having long grown accustomed to subsisting on wind and dew, this dwelling suited him well enough. His divine scent spread outward, enveloping the entire village, hidden in the leaves. Several small rodents near the room. Were they spying on him? Root division, or the Hokage Zumbu? In a flash he seized several masked shinobi midair. Umbu, or root. With a casual flick of his wrist he tossed them onto the floor, then wove a barrier around the room. Smiling faintly, Qin Feng regarded the stunned figures before him. Silence reigned among the shinobi. If they refused to speak, they held no further value. With a single sweep of his hand they levitated helplessly, writhing in vain. A sharp twist, and their necks snapped, life extinguished. Ah, how careless. Root operatives bore cursed seals, divulging intelligence was forbidden. My apologies. Very well, I'll assume root. After all, their leader was called the Fourth Hokage. He stowed the corpses into his spatial ring. It was time to pay the Fourth Hokage a visit. His divine sense had already pinpointed Danzō's location. In an instant Qin Feng materialized within Root's clandestine headquarters. In the oppressive gloom of the chamber, Danzō sat upon his elevated seat, issuing orders to his subordinates. Well well, little Danzō. Working diligently are we. Qin Feng's sudden appearance shattered the darkness. Who are you? How did you breach this place? Given Root's formidable defenses, this intruder had entered without sound or trace. Danzō felt a tremor of fear. There is something I require you to explain. Qin Feng flung the shinobi corpses before Danzō. This. I dispatched these men to protect you. Danzō declared, eyes wide. Slap. Qin Feng struck Danzō across the face, without touching him. Let me give you one chance, rephrase that properly. You insolent Qin. You appeared unannounced in our village, your intentions can only be sinister. As Danzō of the Shimura clan, I shall watch you without respite, for the sake of Konoha. Never before had Danzō endured such humiliation, and he would not endure it now. Wind release vacuum wave. Danzō drew a deep breath and unleashed the technique. Qin Feng stood motionless, not even stirring. Such force could not so much as scratch his 1,000 phantom armor. The wind dissipated instantly. I advise you not to act rashly. I have no wish to kill you, Qin Feng remarked coolly. He was soon to become a shinobi himself, to play the shinobi game, and eliminating Danzō prematurely would prove inconvenient. There remained much to accomplish, and Danzō would bear the blame. Qin Feng radiated overwhelming pressure, pinning Danzō immobile. For Konoha, for the eradication of threats like you, I fear death not at all. Gnashing his teeth, Danzō recalled the few humiliations of his life, the moment he'd lacked courage. This time he would stand firm. Oh ho, sturdy bones indeed. I admire that. He raised a thumb in approval. I possess a technique, refining heaven, refining earth, refining even the soul. Let me grant you a taste. He seized Danzō's skull. The Chaos Refinement Art, Soul Refinement Chapter. Af. Danzō screamed, a raw soul-rending shriek, muffled by the barrier sealing the chamber. 5 seconds later Danzō wept uncontrollably, his eyes rolled back, bowels and bladder emptied. This soul refinement surpassed even Tsukuyomi in sheer torment. TSK, so fragile after all. Qin Feng dropped him onto the floor, wary of overexertion. From this day forth root shall never oppose you, Lord. 10 minutes later Danzō staggered upright, bowing deeply before Qin Feng. I've implanted something within your mind, akin to your tongue-controlling seal. A single thought from me and you perish. Ah! Danzō cried out again. Observe, I can kill you in agony, or in bliss. What do you desire, Lord? Danzō was utterly broken. Address me as Lord, Qin Feng corrected. Lord. Kneel, and sing your surrender. Ah, never mind. Thud. Danzō collapsed before him, no longer willing to endure soul-deep agony. That's more like it. Life is hard for us all, why resort to violence? Right. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng spread his hands, grinning. For now I ask nothing of you, except that you refrain from reckless provocation. Ah, I recall someone. A brilliant scientist. Do you currently collaborate with Orochimaru? Qin Feng asked. At this juncture Orochimaru had yet to defect, merely conducting covert research. We maintain limited cooperation with Orochimaru. Maintain it well, Qin Feng replied, and vanished in a blur. Huff. Danzō slumped onto the floor, his robes drenched as if dragged from water. Summon my attendants, he bellowed, once more the towering authority. Yes, Lord Danzō. Several root shinobi knelt before him. Prepare a bath, no 2 baths. Yes, Lord. He proved even more terrifying than the accursed Uchiha. Qin Feng returned to his quarters, peaceful, undisturbed. He withdrew the scroll of ninjutsu acquired that day and began studying its techniques. He'd somehow obtained the entire forbidden scroll, quite the windfall. Qin Feng examined the fundamentals of ninjutsu, how chakra was cultivated and refined. Compared to cultivation arts the differences were profound, yet points of convergence existed. Ninjutsu possessed both low thresholds and low ceilings. Even those lacking innate talent could become shinobi, but mastery rarely exceeded the rank of Kage, barring extraordinary exceptions. Ninjutsu relied not only on internal power but also on external forces channeled through techniques, though to Qin Feng such methods appeared crude and unsophisticated. Cultivation arts demanded far greater aptitude, and offered vastly higher potential. Yet chakra bore resemblance to spiritual energy. Many cultivation techniques likewise drew upon natural forces of heaven and earth. Qin Feng studied the Flying Thunder God technique, the logic underpinning its execution. Seals were indispensable. At first glance the seal design struck him as familiar. Were these not the inscriptions of the cultivation world? Spatial inscriptions. Alas, he had never delved into inscription arts in the cultivation realm. This seal was etched with chakra. He resolved to attempt it using his own spiritual energy instead. He inscribed the seal onto a blank jade slip, then followed the ninjutsu method to attune to it. Pau, it succeeded. So simple. Spiritual energy worked too. Though the displacement was minute, it marked a monumental leap for Qin Feng, his first true grasp of spatial force. Then, an epiphany: what if he inscribed the seal with his divine sense? What effect would that yield? Concentrating his divine sense, he inscribed the seal outside the room. The moment it formed, he teleported there, and the seal vanished. Qin Feng could not help but marvel. The second Hokage who devised the flying thunder god was truly a genius. Had he been born into the cultivation world, what transcendent figure might he have become? Indeed, birthplace shapes destiny. The next day in the Hokage's office. Mr. Qin, here are your ninja uniform, forehead protector and weapons. The fourth Hokage handed the gear to Qin Feng. This, a jonin. Indeed. Your abilities more than suffice. Wait, I object. The third Hokage and Danzō arrived together, accompanied by the Hokage advisors Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane. The third Hiruzen Sarutobi had just voiced his objection. Danzō broke into a cold sweat, halted mid-step, and instinctively widened the distance between himself and the third. He had no desire to court death by provoking this fearsome figure again. Fourth Hokage, you cannot appoint an outsider of unknown origin as a shinobi of our village, let alone as a jonin. The third declared, his face flushed with anger. Exactly. Hamura and Koharu nodded in unison. Danzō remained silently in the shadows. After all, a shadow thrives where it is unseen. Qin Feng stood with arms crossed, amused, watching the spectacle unfold. This is my decision, the fourth said calmly. What fool would turn away a master of such caliber? To push him away outright. This man must be unhinged. You cannot do this, it will endanger the village. I am the Hokage. You will regret this. The third swept his sleeve and strode out. Danzō murmured inwardly, someone just stole my line. Did anyone else notice? Danzō, normally so domineering, remained utterly silent this time, arriving quietly and slipping away just as quietly beside the third. Mr. Qin, please accept your equipment. The fourth smiled warmly at Qin Feng, his composure unruffled, as if no dispute had ever occurred. Isn't jonin rank a bit excessive? After all, Konoha's jonin fatality rate is rather high. Though I'm practically immortal here, the symbolism feels illumined. I seek longevity after all. Look, I've only just arrived in the village, haven't even undergone evaluation. A genin rank would suit me perfectly. If that is your wish, then begin as a genin. Kurenai, Asuma, Might Guy and Yugugo Yuzuki. The fourth called out several names. Yes, sir. In a blur of motion, the shinobi appeared in the Hokage's office. Your mission to Wave Country, to eliminate bandits, is now assigned. Asuma will lead the team, accompanied by Qin Feng. Depart immediately. Qin Feng froze, stunned as if struck by lightning. What on earth am I doing there? Eating dog food, or double portions? In the real world I'd remained single for nearly 30 years, in the cultivation realm another 5 centuries, 500 years, of solitude. Who knows how I endured them? I've barely stirred a mortal longing since arriving, and this is the result. The fourth winked repeatedly at Qin Feng, flashing a wide grin, nearly raising a thumbs up. As if saying, look, see how brilliantly I've arranged this. Praise me. Who would have guessed this sunlit youth harbored such cunning? No wonder you look so honest, with those thick eyebrows and clear eyes. You truly deserved being slain by Tsuchikage. Yes, sir. They accepted the assignment and departed. I trust you'll complete this mission flawlessly. It is ranked above class. Qin Feng left with a grimace of constipation. Yugugo Yuzuki, I claim her too. Humph. The wind wails mournfully over the E River, the valiant departs, and never returns. Young Qin, you're undertaking your first mission, aren't you? Don't worry, we'll watch over you. Asuma said cheerfully as they exited Konoha. Cultivation had preserved Qin Feng's appearance at 18. Asuma, visibly older, assumed seniority, and adopted the warm protective demeanor of an elder brother. At this juncture Asuma and Kurenai had not yet formally acknowledged their romance, yet they were childhood friends. Was that bond truly unshakable? Yugugo Yuzuki and Might Guy had only recently met, yet Guy hovered like a devoted suitor, showering her with unwavering attention. Should he pursue her? Enough. Let fate unfold naturally, explore, observe and wait. Forcing matters or groveling would only obstruct the clarity of his Tao heart. Ha! I Qin Feng, a man of stature and honor, require no protection. The others exchanged blank stares. A mere genin, and already so arrogant. None had witnessed Qin Feng's true capabilities, assuming instead he merely craved prestige. They set off leaping through the forest, arms trailing behind, a quintessentially shinobi pace. Qin Feng felt no inclination to mimic their antics, merely observing their energetic, almost absurd exertions. Time to test the Flying Thunder God technique's mobility. He extended his divine sense, currently spanning 200 kilometers. At the farthest edge of perception he inscribed a Flying Thunder God mark. The moment it solidified he vanished, reappearing instantly. The greater the distance the longer the inscription required. Is there a way to imprint it instantaneously? He waited, while the four shinobi rushed onward, still far from his location. Finding a comfortable spot he reclined to rest. Shinobi travel is painfully slow. He probed further with his divine sense. Something stirs. Ahead, ambush. Intriguing. For Jonin 5 Chunin and 1 sensory-type shinobi, 10 in total. Their attire suggested Ronin, but this was no random band. Their composition was opulent, deliberate, clearly targeting Konoha. An ambush along the relief route. These were no mere wanderers, they operated with coordination and intent. Given the terrain and timing they could only be from Kyomogakure. Insignificant insects. Still let Asuma and his team stumble first. Let the drama unfold. And if they fall, so much the better. After a long wait Asuma's team finally arrived, Qin Feng nearly dozed off. Oh, here come the ant-stomping quartet at last. Qin Feng grinned impishly. Yugugo Yuzuki, Might Guy and Kurenai stared in silence. Exhausted, they had no energy for banter. Remarkable, your speed on the road is unmatched. In battle we won't need to shield you, though your escape velocity should prove impressive. Asuma scowled, biting back sarcasm. I'm the captain, yet he steals the spotlight. What am I supposed to do now? Ha! Then you'll have to cover our rear when the time comes. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. Let's rest here a while, Asuma muttered, face tight with discomfort. This fellow has astonishing nerve, where did he even come from? Everyone rest in place, Qin Feng, stand guard. Asuma commanded. Guard. Guard against what? Within 100 kilometers not even a fly could evade Qin Feng's divine sense. The enemy shinobi were lying in ambush over 100 kilometers away. Hong, try this bento I specially prepared for you, with love. Asuma grinned with a sly teasing smile as he presented his homemade lunchbox to Hong. Though they all carried ration pills, who would willingly eat those when real food was available. Thank you, Asuma. Yugugo Hong accepted the bento with a gentle, warm smile. Are you truly here on a mission? This Tomo must be on vacation. She and Asuma had grown up together since childhood, yet at this point their relationship remained unspoken. No matter your name, horse or otherwise, once little brother Ma arrives he'll surely dig up this corner. Try this grilled meat. I selected only the finest beef tenderloin, succulent, richly marbled yet lean, absolutely delicious. Asuma lifted a slice of grilled meat with his chopsticks and brought it close to Hong's lips. Asuma, let me serve myself. Hong felt a quiet embarrassment. After all, they were no longer children, nor had they yet declared themselves lovers. She gently picked up her chopsticks, took a small piece of grilled meat and placed it delicately into her mouth. Her movements were graceful and unhurried, each subtle gesture radiating a singular captivating charm. Her lips parted softly as she chewed, vivid as flame, undeniably alluring. At that moment Asuma gazed at her like a lovesick fool. He turned his head, and saw Tsukimi Hayate spreading a blanket over a flat stone, beckoning Yugugo, Yugao, sit here. Clearly theirs was not yet a romantic bond. Yugao wore her mask with cool, aloof composure, yet she ultimately settled onto the blanket prepared by her devoted admirer, accepting his quiet devotion. Yugao, I brought bento too, please try some. Qin Feng, damn it. Is this really how you show courtesy? Feeding me dog food like this? He couldn't allow these two kunoichi to become widows, so he'd have to sacrifice himself. Ah, mere mundane fare. But I carry spirit meat and spirit fruits, do join me in tasting them. Qin Feng intervened, this lingering tension had to be broken. He produced several spirit fruits and portions of expertly cooked spirit beast meat. Elder sister Hong, please try this, it enhances beauty and nourishes vitality. Qin Feng offered the fruit to her. Though barely 17 or 18, he appeared every bit the youthful boy. Hong, unable to refuse, politely accepted with a gentle nod. She parted her lips slightly and took a delicate bite. The fruit burst with rich fragrant juice. As soon as she swallowed, a pure potent energy surged from her abdomen, coursing through her limbs and meridians, her chakra visibly strengthened. Her eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. This was undoubtedly extraordinary. Asuma's grilled meat instantly lost its appeal. I never imagined my younger brother possessed such rare treasures. Hong smiled warmly, her impression of him had finally begun to shift. Ha, ha. I have far more such treasures. Take this youth-preserving pill for instance, that is the true treasure. Qin Feng held up a pill. Even from afar its exquisite medicinal aroma wafted toward them, each of their bodies instinctively yearned for it. Swallow this pill and youth shall remain yours forever, eternally unchanging. Alas, what a pity. Qin Feng pinched the pill between his fingers, wearing an expression of genuine regret. What a pity. I intended it for the one I hold dear, but never found the chance to give it. Isn't that tragic? Qin Feng sighed deeply. Hong watched him quietly, his melancholy expression held an unexpected quiet magnetism. Qin Feng then offered a portion of spirit fruit and spirit meat to Yugao. Thank you. Yugao's voice remained cool and reserved. Asuma and Heiate stared longingly. What about us? Are we left out? From Hong's expression alone it was clear the spirit fruit and meat were exquisite, faintly pulsing with latent energy. What a pity, my younger brother is still so young. Hong finished the fruit and savored the meat, its flavor was exceptional, unmistakably transcendent. Ah, elder sister Hong, age is no barrier. I prefer men who are stronger. I am strong, I can protect you. Hehehe. Hong laughed light and unrestrained, treating his words as nothing more than playful banter. Asuma sat nearby, face darkened, chewing his bento with constipated silence. Is he really trying to steal her right before my eyes? If a fight breaks out later I won't lift a finger to help. Humph. You all continue eating, I'll scout ahead. Qin Feng sprinted forward, then immediately summoned his flying sword and soared skyward, utterly unable to endure the shinobi's ground-bound running posture. Soon after the group resumed their journey. As they neared the ambush site, Qin Feng halted. Something's ahead, he announced as the others caught up. Nightfall approached swiftly. If he allowed them to advance blindly they'd be annihilated outright. You sensed something ahead. Asuma frowned, assuming Qin Feng was a sensory-type shinobi. Heiate, you go investigate ahead. Heiate possessed the transparent body technique, a jutsu said to render its user invisible. Many adolescent boys once dreamed of mastering such a power, and imagined all they might do with it. Transparent body, invisibility technique. Heiate activated the jutsu, his form gradually faded from sight. Qin Feng swept his divine sense across the area, though visually imperceptible Heiate remained clearly detectable to spiritual perception. This secret art likely held untapped potential, perhaps worth studying further. Heiate crept forward stealthily. Even through his mask Yugao's quiet concern was palpable, whether born of mission urgency, loyalty to her comrades, or unease over her devoted admirer remained unclear. Asuma and Hong stood vigilant, eyes locked ahead, holding their breath. No sound dared escape them. The air grew thick with tension. Qin Feng however remained utterly composed, so much so that he nearly whistled. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence. A figure hurtled toward them at blinding speed. Ambush! 3 Jonin and 5 Genin, rogue shinobi. There are explosive tags ahead. Heiate rapidly relayed the intelligence he'd gathered. Incorrect. For Jonin 5 Chunin, and 1 sensory-type shinobi most likely a special Jonin. Qin Feng corrected calmly. Hey 8 blinked baffled, I just gathered that intel on site, what nonsense is he spouting? Look around you, Qin Feng said pointing. They were already encircled, 10 figures closing in from all sides. Who are you? Asuma demanded. Hehehe, Leaf Shinobi. Kill them. Their leader wasted no words gesturing sharply for his subordinates to attack. The enemy was formidable, their sole mission to intercept and eliminate the Konoha team en route to the land of hot springs. Their own side numbered only 3 Jonin 1 Genin, outmatched in sheer strength and numbers. Asuma assessed the situation swiftly, brow furrowed in thought. Scatter, fight separately. He signaled sharply. Clustering together made defense easier, but also invited concentrated enemy fire. The enemy deployed 4 Jonin, perfectly matched against their 4 strongest 2 Chunin High 8 and Yugao 1 elite Jonin Asuma and 1 Jonin Hong. Raiden False Darkness. 2 opposing Jonin sprang at a Sima with a lightning jutsu. Twin bolts streaked toward a Sima. They planned a swift strike before turning to aid their comrades. Qin Feng watched the lightning ninjutsu with quiet contemplation. Ninjutsu and sorcery, he mused, share a certain kinship. Ninjutsu by forming hand seals one channel's personal chakra to resonate with the world's energies and shape a technique. Sorcery incantations, talismans or seals that invoke the momentum of heaven and earth to produce a spell. Guided by that thought, Qin Feng concentrated his spiritual sense, studying how the enemy shaped their jutsu and wondering if he might do the same. He knew lightning arts as well, but his method drew down heavenly thunder, immensely powerful yet lacking in subtlety. Lightning techniques could be fashioned into myriad forms for more inventive effects. He recalled Zhuo Zhu's clash with Di De La when lightning assumed the form of fine needles. A Sima vanished in an instant to avoid the incoming bolts and hurled several shuriken toward the 2 lightning ninjas. Clang, both men easily parried the blades. Katan ash accumulation burn. A Sima formed seals in an instant and expelled a choking cloud that swallowed the 2. The lightning ninjas retreated rapidly, sensing the danger in that smoke. Sudden mist concealment technique, another ninja called retreating as he cast a mist that clouded sight and cloaked his movements. Against a Sima's techniques, the water mist proved an effective counter. A Sima roared, but where there should have been an eruption the jutsu fell strangely still, his move had been undone. The opponent was no fool. A Sima drew his chakra blade and slid it over his hand, suffusing it with chakra that leapt like blue flames. It was time for close quarters combat. While a Sima dealt with 2 Jonin, Shiri Hong faced a water-style ninja. Illusionary tree binding kill, she unleashed her signature technique intent on a single decisive blow. Her form blurred and a tree sprang up behind the ninja. Vines ensnared his body and tightened slowly. Terror contorted his face. It's over. Shiri Hong emerged from the tree, kunai poised at his throat. A puff of smoke and the man became a wooden log, a substitution jutsu. "Ha, fine illusion, nearly had me," the enemy said coolly. "Now try this Sutton water dragon bullet technique." He formed seals in rapid succession and a water dragon lunged at Shiri Hong, spouting spheres of spray. Shiri Hong and a Sima were locked in a fierce contest, matching their foes blow for blow. Elsewhere the fight went against them. Mao Yu Shiyan and Yu Guang Ji Feng were still only Chunin, their strength middling, 1 against 2 Chunin with 2 Jonin watching hungrily from the side. The pressure was immense. "Hey Tai Lang, don't hurt the little sister, there'll be time to toy with her later," 1 Jonin leered at the battlefield, certain of victory. "Ha ha ha, such a cute little sister, of course we won't hurt her," Tai Lang replied, even as his motions grew more brutal. After only a few exchanges, several of them bore marks from battle. Shiri Hong was soaked through. Finish this quickly." The order came from the apparent leader. "Hey boss, don't you find this amusing?" Laughed playfully. The leader shot him a withering glance. All right, he'll take care of it." Grinned and vanished into the fray. With a few swift kicks and without using jutsu, he rendered Yu Guang Ji Feng and Mao Yu Shiyan unable to fight. He blinked back into a Sima's skirmish. Raiden Earth Walk. Asima, his chakra nearly spent, was struck by lightning. Smoke rose from his body as he collapsed. Kunai were tossed casually toward Shirihong. She was already occupied resisting her opponent and could not notice the blades approaching from behind. By the time she sensed them, evasion was impossible. She knew she was done for. Many kunai were laced with venom. Those struck would be grievously wounded if not killed. Watch out! Qin Feng knew his moment had come. In a flash he moved behind Shirihong and took several kunai into his chest. He wore the Qian Huan treasure robe. Such crude weapons could not pierce its defense. Qin Feng continued to feign injury, lying down and even using the garment to simulate blood. Feng, are you alright? Shirihong drove back her opponent and turned to hold Qin Feng. I'm sorry. I'm too weak. Qin Feng lay in Shirihong's arms. The soft embrace wrapped him perfectly, a private delight, yet outwardly he still pretended to be on the verge of collapse. No, Feng, you were splendid. Shirihong comforted him earnestly. She knew his time might be short. She suspected correctly that the kunai were poisoned. I just feel it's a pity. I haven't found a wife yet and I haven't given this rejuvenation pill to anyone. Qin Feng produced a small pill, his face full of regret. Feng, give it to me. Shirihong paused, then smiled. Time was limited. Without reinforcements their squad's destruction was only a matter of time. Let it be a comfort before death to ease his regret. Besides, he would die for her. Hong, would you truly be my wife? Qin Feng's eyes brightened and he gripped her hand tightly. Yes, I will. Shirihong nodded with a smile. Now take the rejuvenation pill. Qin Feng brought the pill to her lips. Without hesitation she swallowed it. The pill melted on her tongue and a warm current coursed through her, banishing the recent pain and even mending old hidden injuries. Her body brimmed with strength like never before. What kind of pill was this? See? You promised, no backing out or you're a pup. Qin Feng sprang to his feet, several kunai falling from him as he laughed. What? Everyone froze in astonishment. Was this man meant to die? The most shocked was Yi. He knew better than anyone how lethal the poison on his kunai was. A single cut could be fatal. After all that talk, to suddenly leap up alive, surely a fleeting revival, they thought. Konoha Genin. Qin Feng reporting in. Little ones across, don't cry, okay? Qin Feng looked mockingly at the enemies. Feng, go, take the intelligence and live. Asima strained his voice from behind. He did not want their squad annihilated, though Qin Feng's chance of escape remained slim. Asima gritted his teeth and rose. Feng, are you truly unharmed? If so, go, bring the intelligence back. Do not make a needless sacrifice. Shirihong also stood, placing a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. Wife, rest easy. Take a breather, leave the next part to me. Qin Feng smiled and patted her hand to reassure her. Shirihong's cheeks flushed at his words. Hey! Bastard, who are you really? Damn, flirting openly before the enemy as if he had no care for their comrades. Humph, Konoha Genin. Qin Feng reporting. Qin Feng stood at the center, shielding his teammates behind him, posture erect and gaze cold and resolute. Though 10,000 stood before him, he would press on. He slowly raised his right hand and flicked dust from his sleeve as if to show that these foes were mere ants beneath his notice. A faint contemptuous smile curved his lips. He thought the ninja world suited him. His performance had landed perfectly. Shirihong watched his back, her heart trembling. Being protected felt wonderfully comforting. Yet she could not help worrying. She had not yet seen the full extent of Qin Feng's methods. Suddenly he stepped forward and, voice booming, proclaimed, "Today I will show you what true strength truly is." When he finished, a powerful aura radiated from him, stunning everyone present. Qin Feng raised a hand and pointed skyward, commanding the thunder to come. The once clear heavens darkened in an instant as storm clouds amassed, and within them a dragon of lightning writhed and roared. With a downward sweep of his finger, Qin Feng intoned an incantation, and a colossal thunderdrake as if summoned tore from the clouds and plunged earthward. Cries erupted, anguished shouts pleading for mercy. Someone wailed pleading for their mother while another cried, "Mother, you need not worry about my studies anymore." Screams rent the air. The lightning split and multiplied, 1 became 2, 2 became 10, and 10 bolts struck 10 enemy shinobi with unerring precision, reducing them to ash in an instant. Yuanfei Asuma Yueguang Jifeng Maoyue Shiyan and Shiri Hong gaped with mouths agape, swallowing hard. Was that a genjutsu? A chorus of swallowed breaths filled the stunned air. The band that had been oppressing them had been utterly annihilated, not a scrap remaining. They had all thought Qin Feng the weakest of the squad and had planned to protect him. Qin Feng strolled over to Shiri Hong and pinched her cheek with a grin. "Wife, how is it? I avenged you, ha ha ha." Shiri Hong at last recovered, blooming from shock into bashful embarrassment. She pushed Qin Feng's hand away, half indignant, half relieved. She had thought she was done for. Asuma shook himself free of paralysis and gave Qin Feng a resentful look. The man had been so powerful, if he had acted sooner they would not have been beaten. Yueguang Jifeng and Maoyue Shiyan stared at Qin Feng with gratitude. That was close. Qin Feng, do you still have that pill of yours? Despite the awkwardness, their eyes begged for the medicine. Seeing Shiri Hong unhurt and even more spirited than before, Asuma realized the pill must be a miraculous healing elixir and asked Qin Feng about it. Qin Feng hesitated. "I do have some." They urged, "Can you give us one each?" He answered with a rueful smile, "This is meant for my wife." Qin Feng looked torn. Asuma glanced at Shiri Hong, her cheeks flushed and she seemed more beautiful than before. A pang struck Asuma, as if something precious had been taken from him and his future had vanished. Shiri Hong stepped forward and urged, "Feng, if you have extras, give them to them." Having taken the Zhuyan Dan before Shiri Hong knew its value. Though reluctant, she pleaded with Qin Feng on behalf of the seriously wounded Yueguang Jifeng and Maoyue Shiyan. Relenting in the name of his wife, Qin Feng produced a vial and poured out several pills. "Fine, for my wife's sake. These are Huishue Dan specifically for healing, 1 each." In the cultivation world the Zhuyan Dan was hardly rare. Qin Feng had planned to bring the pills back to Earth for friends and profit. Now stranded in the world of Mai, he chose to spend them on the woman beside him. Naive Shiri Hong believed she was Qin Feng's only lover, unaware of the man's more ambitious appetites. The pills melted on the tongue and worked like a miracle, wounds closed and pain ebbed. The group marveled. Yueguang Jifeng, long afflicted, suddenly felt restored. Tangji country resembled a place of indulgence like Macau, a realm of dining, drinking and pleasure. Untouched by the scourge of war, its people lived peacefully with contented smiles. It all came down to money. Those who came to enjoy themselves here were wealthy, and wealth makes pleasure everywhere, the same Qin Feng reflected. The squad had come to Tangji to hand over the commission to their client. The bandits had been the very ones Qin Feng had eliminated, and the robbed caravans belonged to Mai. By this time the mission was effectively complete, the ambushers had been dealt with on the road. What remained uncertain was whether others lurked behind the scenes. They suspected the hand behind it might be Yunin village. After a day in Tangji they prepared to return to Mai. Asuma, Yueguang Jifeng and Maoyue Shiyan would go back first. Qin Feng and Shiri Hong planned to linger and sightsee for 2 more days. One cannot visit Tangji without soaking in its baths. Qin Feng and Shiri Hong entered a steaming hot springhouse, the air thick with the sharp scent of sulfur. They changed into swimwear and stepped into the pools. As warm water embraced him, Qin Feng felt his weariness dissolve. He glanced at Shiri Hong and a soft warmth rose in his chest. Shiri Hong closed her eyes, luxuriating in the comfort. The hot water left her skin dewy and smooth, her features carved like jade, suffused with a delicate flush. Qin Feng could not resist and reached out to brush her cheek. She shivered slightly but did not pull away. She opened her eyes and called softly, "Feng." Tenderness and affection shone in her gaze. Qin Feng smiled and drew Shiri Hong into his arms, their bodies close. For a timeless moment they forgot everything but each other's breath and heartbeat. Qin Feng leaned in and captured her lips, and Shiri Hong responded with equal ardor. His hands roamed and she murmured between breaths, "Feng, be gentle." Qin Feng wove a simple barrier around them, cutting off sight and sound. Outside the barrier nothing could be seen or heard, only the hot spring water lapped in steady waves. At the same time in a casino in Tangji country a blonde buxom woman was dominating at the gaming table, or being slaughtered by luck depending on how one looked at it. This was Gangsho, one of the legendary 3 Sannin of my affectionately nicknamed Little Fat Sheep. War had left her bereft of lover and brother and she had fallen into degenerate gambling. At her side the young Jingyin, still a little girl, clutched a piglet. Gangsho bawled and cursed at the dealer, throwing herself loudly into the fray. "I will win it back this time," she roared without decorum. Qin Feng lay comfortable in the hot spring with the beauty in his arms, thinking that this was the very essence of bliss. He remembered his former life in the cultivation world, sleeping under the stars, dancing on the edge of blades, and wondered at those harsh days. Habitually he extended his spiritual sense and swept Tangji with it. A grin crept across Qin Feng's lips as he detected a familiar figure, Gangsho. After settling Shirihong at the inn he strode straight for the gambling den. Amid smoke and haze the casino interior reeked of vice, yet Qin Feng shone like a firefly in the night the moment he stepped in. His posture was erect, his gait unhurried, every step brimming with confidence and allure. His features were sharply carved, eyes glittering like distant stars. A high nose and a mouth lifted at the corner revealed a roguish smile. Dressed in exquisitely distinct male attire he seemed to have stepped from an ancient painting. The patrons glanced his way and then returned to their games. Qin Feng spied Gangsho and smiling sauntered over with easy charm. "Sister, you are stunning. Mind if I join your table?" Gangsho waved him off impatiently. "Pick any empty seat, just don't block my view," she snapped without so much as a proper look. Qin Feng took a seat and said with a playful bow, "Sister, I rushed out in such haste I have no coin on me. Could you lend me a sum? I will repay you double if I win," he promised. A burly man sneered and barked at him to leave, mistaking him for another mark and finding instead only a pauper. Gangsho tossed a hefty pile of coins his way. "I do not have more than this 10,000 taels." "Take it," she said, generous and brazen. Qin Feng smiled his thanks. The table played with 3 dice, betting on big or small. He pushed the entire sum onto big. Gangsho frowned at his audacity. "You are too casual," she scolded. Qin Feng waved her off with a laugh. "Trust me." The dealer rattled the cup and revealed the dice 4, 5, 6, big. Gangsho's eyes widened. "Not bad, young man," she admitted, surprised by his luck. Emboldened, Qin Feng doubled down, pushing every coin again onto big. For him this sort of gamble was nothing but free money. The next roll came 5, 5, 6, again big. The other players' gazes shifted, admiration, astonishment, even envy. The dealer swallowed hard and hands trembling tossed the dice once more. They came up big again. In the span of a little while Qin Feng's 10,000 taels had swelled to 80,000. Gangsho's eyes lit like blossoms. "Not bad at all, little brother," she laughed, feeling as though she had won herself by association. She had not felt such delight at the tables in a long time, and besides the lad was decidedly handsome. After winning several rounds in a row Qin Feng found himself with a substantial amount of money, transforming it from a lump into a pile. Qin Feng stood up, preparing to leave. A multitude of disdainful glances fell upon him, questioning whether he was even speaking human language. Especially Tsunade, who had been losing continuously, felt particularly displeased. "Sister, I'll give you all this money." Qin Feng pushed all the money beside him towards Tsunade. "Ha ha ha, my brother is truly generous." Tsunade laughed, her eyes sparkling with images of money. Holding the money in one hand and Qin Feng in the other, Qin Feng's face pressed against something soft, such fair milky skin nearly made him nosebleed. "Let's go, see you again." Qin Feng laughed, preparing to leave. "Wait. What?" Qin Feng turned his head back. "Can you teach me your gambling skills?" "Sure." Qin Feng smiled, sizing up Tsunade, and said, "Have you ever heard a saying?" "What is it?" "To learn well you must first sleep with the master." "You little rascal." Tsunade blushed from the teasing, her forehead veins standing out. Clenching her fist she wished she could punch the rascal in front of her. "Ha ha ha, see you again." Qin Feng waved his hand and happily left. As for Tsunade, she seemed to be single as well, and he thought how nice it would be to give her a home. Women are drawn to the strong with stars in their eyes as they look at the man before them. At this moment Qin Feng flew through the air on his sword with Hong following behind. "Fengkuan, you're amazing." Hong greatly enjoyed the feeling of flying on the sword, roaming freely through the heavens. "Ha ha ha, I have even greater things." Qin Feng teased. "What?" Hong asked with a puzzled expression. "Once you become my woman you will know, ha ha ha." "How annoying." Hong blushed, tightly hugging the man in front of her. So powerful, so reassuring, she felt completely safe. "Here, put this on." Qin Feng took out a pendant and handed it to Hong. This was a talisman carved from a red crystal, and although Hong had lived to the end there could still be some butterfly effect from his arrival. "What is this?" "It's so beautiful." "It's a talisman, even if attacked by a shadow-level powerhouse it can keep you safe." "So powerful. Then I must wear it close to me." The flying sword swept past, scattering a bit of dog food. In the dark department Qin Feng sat high in a chair observing the subservient Danzō below. "Lord Feng." Danzō appeared before Qin Feng wearing a flattering expression. "So have you contacted Orochimaru?" "Yes, I have come to meet you tonight, Lord Feng." "Good, tell him I have something he wants and won't mistreat him." Qin Feng smiled, wondering what Orochimaru desired. Naturally it was immortality. Qin Feng also wished for immortality. At this moment Qin Feng thought of another person, one said to be a god whom he had yet to meet. He asked, "Did you kill Uchiha Shisui?" "Huh? No. I've just been observing him from the shadows." Danzō felt anxious. How did he know he planned to take action against Shisui? As expected of Lord Feng. "Danzō, let me remind you, without my orders do not act against the Uchiha, understand?" Qin Feng naturally knew that Danzō wanted Uchiha's eyes to carry out the second Hokage's ideology to eliminate the evil Uchiha clan. This Danzō the Shadow really is quite useful. Coming to the Hokage world I must meet Orochimaru, this scientific genius of the ninja world. Especially the forbidden technique of reanimation he developed. The improved version of the filthy reanimation is quite impressive. During this time Qin Feng researched the shadow clone technique, combining it with his cultivation skills, and had a bold idea. In the quiet night of Konoha, Orochimaru gently swayed his tail. Orochimaru arrived as promised, and as a former major boss he still carried an air of authority. Entering a secret base in the roots, Orochimaru walked into the room boldly as if nothing could intimidate him. He was always the one who instilled fear in others. "Yo! Orochimaru, you're here." Qin Feng greeted familiarly while secretly thinking of Orochimaru as either Uncle Snake or Aunt Snake. In this dark, dimly lit room he seemed somewhat out of place. Orochimaru frowned slightly, looking at the young man before him, sensing no chakra but instinctively knowing this person was dangerous. With a pair of cold snake eyes he stared intently at the other. "You summoned me here, for what purpose?" Orochimaru's voice was indeed cold, sending shivers down one's spine. "Ha ha ha, let's sit and chat, don't be shy," Qin Feng said warmly, taking his place at the head of the table. Orochimaru sat directly opposite him. "Come have some tea. This is spiritual tea, rare and beneficial for you, please." Qin Feng poured Orochimaru a cup of tea which he had brought back from the cultivation world, known to strengthen the body, prolong life and solidify the soul. Orochimaru finally noticed the tea on the table. The aroma was refreshing. He wasn't afraid of poison and lifted it to drink in one go. As the hot tea went down he felt invigorated, all his pores relaxed. "This tea is truly a good thing." Qin Feng observed Orochimaru's changing complexion and smiled, refilling his cup. "I brought you here to discuss a deal." "Oh. What deal?" "The technique of reanimation." Boom. As soon as Qin Feng uttered the words, Orochimaru launched an attack with a sneak strike from the shadow snake hand. The fact that the opponent could know his trump card made Orochimaru's first instinct to eliminate him. Hey, don't be so agitated, Orochimaru." Qin Feng waved his hand gently and blocked the attack effortlessly. Orochimaru's face darkened. This person was very strong. Indeed, if he weren't strong, would he dare to meet him alone? The technique of reanimation is very extraordinary. Aren't you curious what I have to offer in exchange? Qin Feng smiled. What are you planning to offer in exchange? Immortality. Qin Feng knew exactly what Orochimaru was most interested in, which he could leverage. He had thought of treating Orochimaru like Danzō, but that would discourage his work enthusiasm. It was better to guide his interests and harness his initiative. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle Snake, no need to be so surprised. Take a guess at how old I am. Orochimaru fell silent. Could this person before him also possess techniques like reanimation? He looked no older than 20. To be honest, I am already over 500 years old. What? There's nothing to be surprised about. Now back to our earlier question, are you willing to cooperate? He. This is interesting. Of course I want to cooperate. Orochimaru regained his composure from the shock. Immortality had always been his pursuit, and whether this person could fulfill it was worth a try. Orochimaru didn't hesitate. He pulled out a scroll from his mouth and said, "This is the technique of reanimation." Looking at the saliva-covered scroll, Qin Feng felt a chill. Orochimaru was truly disgusting. With a wave of his hand, a cleansing technique made the scroll spotless. He took out a blank jade tablet, imprinted the ninjutsu, and returned the scroll. Indeed, Uncle Snake is quick to the point. Here, this is for you. Qin Feng handed Orochimaru a jade tablet which belonged to the common foundational knowledge in the cultivation world. Orochimaru took the jade tablet, looking confused. Stick it to your forehead. Orochimaru pressed the jade tablet to his forehead, and a wave of knowledge not belonging to him flooded into his mind, making his snake-like eyes widen. This is cultivation, achieving enlightenment, gaining immortality. This is the true path to immortality. How about it? Are you satisfied? Ha ha ha. Orochimaru finally calmed down and began to laugh maniacally, tears streaming down his face as he realized that after so much research he had finally found what he sought today. You're happy for what? This is just the basic introduction. To achieve immortality you need talent, cultivation techniques and resources. Qin Feng observed this early boss laughing malevolently, unable to resist the urge to mock. No problem, having a path to immortality is great. Exploring this path on my own would be too lonely. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Not seeing the ancients before me nor the future after me. In the vastness of the universe I weep alone. Qin Feng recalled this poem, feeling a surge of emotions. Orochimaru, as long as you cooperate well, I will guide you to immortality. Ha ha ha, then I thank my friend. I am not alone on this path. Hey handsome, all alone. At the barbecue restaurant, Qin Feng had arranged to dine with Jiraiya today. Before Jiraiya arrived, a stunningly attractive young lady approached Qin Feng's table, leaning over with her long hair swaying, exuding confidence and allure. Qin Feng was quite entertained internally, though he feigned indifference on the surface as he instantly recognized that it was Jiraiya who was playing tricks with illusions. Sorry, I'm waiting for my wife. Oh. Don't you think I'm pretty? Let me be your wife. Jiraiya leaned in close, almost pressing against him, enticing Qin Feng. You little temptress, come here. Qin Feng pulled her in, wrapping his arms around Jiraiya's waist. Ah, you naughty boy. Jiraiya laughed sweetly, yet felt a twinge of annoyance realizing that Feng Jun was rather flirtatious. Hong still being mischievous here, hm. Qin Feng gave Jiraiya a playful slap on her backside. Ah, she gasped, her heart racing. You're so annoying. Hong simply lay in his arms, delighted to know that Feng Jun had recognized her all along. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Hey, this is the aloof teacher Jiraiya, now acting all delicate. His hands kept caressing and kneading. Indeed, women are made of water, soft and tender. The barbecue is ready. If you don't eat soon it'll get burnt. Qin Feng joked. You feed me. Jiraiya was reluctant to get up, wanting to stay in Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng smiled, picking up a piece of meat to feed Jiraiya, who had a cherry-like mouth and he wanted to taste it too. Whether Qin Feng and the two of them enjoyed the meal, who knows, but the others probably felt stuffed with dog food. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Qin Feng took Shi Hong to the training ground. Now that she was his woman, she naturally shouldn't be idly practicing ninja arts. Life is truly fleeting. Hong, do you want to become stronger? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Stronger? Like you? Yes, but it's not just about strength, it's also about extending one's lifespan. Qin Feng elaborated, taking out a jade slip similar to the one from Orochimaru, introducing the basics of cultivation to understand the world of cultivation. Place it on your forehead. Qin Feng handed the jade slip to Shi Hong. Oh. Following his instructions, she placed it on her forehead, gradually widening her beautiful eyes in surprise. So you're a cultivator? Shi Hong exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, in fact I'm already over 500 years old. So do you wish to cultivate alongside me? Qin Feng paused before asking. Actually, when I was very young I dreamed of world peace and just wanted to grow up quietly. Shi Hong said softly. Then marry a good husband, have children and grow old slowly with my loved one. Just like that I feel so happy. But Feng Jun, fate brought me to you, breaking the calm. You've shown me how vast this world is. If I can't roam the world with you, how dull would life be? If I cannot achieve immortality with you, how lonely you would be. Qin Feng couldn't help but pull Shi Hong into his embrace. Indeed, living alone for eternity would be a profoundly lonely affair. Why do I strive to return to my own world? Isn't it because of loneliness? That's where my family and friends are. Hong, you're truly wonderful. Qin Feng leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. He took out a detection artifact, wanting to check Shi Hong's cultivation aptitude. Even someone as strong as Qin Feng could sense without the artifact that Shi Hong was capable of cultivation. However, to determine her spiritual root grade and physique using the artifact would yield more accurate results. Put your hand here. The detection artifact resembled a crystal ball. Shi Hong gently placed her hand on it and it immediately emitted a blue light, glowing layer by layer. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have a top-quality water spiritual root. Qin Feng laughed. How is it? Shi Hong looked puzzled. Pretty good, excellent cultivation aptitude. Upon hearing this, Shi Hong was overjoyed. Suddenly a red light burst forth from the center of the artifact. Is that an innate charm physique? Haha, not bad. No wonder you've captivated me so completely. Qin Feng laughed heartily. With such a physique, it's no wonder her illusions were so strong. Qin Feng pondered what cultivation technique to pass on to Shi Hong. In the cultivation realm he was part of the Tianjian sect, a sect of sword cultivators. Sword cultivators are among the most powerful attackers, often embodying the characteristics of a sword, straightforward and righteous. Unfortunately his sect was ultimately destroyed, and thinking of this made Qin Feng feel lost. Here's the, by Shui Ju, you should cultivate this technique. Qin Feng took out a jade slip and handed it to Shi Hong. This technique suits water spiritual roots, is a low-tier technique, easy to learn and can help you break through to foundation establishment. When you reach foundation establishment I'll teach you other techniques. Thank you, brother Feng. Shi Hong said happily, knowing Qin Feng was older than her, calling him brother without feeling awkward. This is a storage bag. It contains cultivation resources that should support you until foundation establishment. Qin Feng took out another storage bag filled with spirit stones and medicinal pills. Brother Feng, you're so good to me. Shi Hong exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the storage bag and hugged Qin Feng tightly. After playing with the storage bag for a while she added, this little storage bag can hold so many things. Silly girl, you're my woman. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? Qin Feng ruffled her hair. Shi Hong began her cultivation while Qin Feng beside her started to study the recently acquired technique of corpse reincarnation. Uncle Snake was able to evade death multiple times because of this technique. It allows one's soul to transfer to another body, similar to the soul possession and rebirth in the cultivation realm. However, the method of possession has many drawbacks and strict conditions. The bloodline must be the same or similar, the techniques must share the same origin, the physique must be similar, and the person must be alive. The key is that this possession is not without limits. Orochimaru's technique seems to have no limits as long as the soul is strong enough and it's not restricted by species. If there's a mark, distance is not an issue. As long as the mark exists, doesn't that mean one is effectively immortal? Having experienced the darkness and cruelty of the cultivation realm, Qin Feng thought to himself that he must get this for himself. Then there's the external incarnation. Previously he had acquired the multiple shadow clone technique and he wondered if he could create an external incarnation. Unfortunately he hadn't obtained the technique for external incarnation in the cultivation realm. Never mind, without a technique he could always create one himself. Tonight he just happened to see Orochimaru again, they could discuss it together. As night fell after parting from Shiri Hong, Qin Feng made his way to Orochimaru's laboratory alone. With a sweep of his divine sense he pinpointed the location and instantly appeared. This flying thunder god technique is truly useful. Orochimaru was conducting an experiment when Qin Feng suddenly appeared, startling him completely. He could not fathom how Qin Feng had materialized without a trace. The unknown, the untraceable, was the most terrifying of all. What if this man were a treacherous schemer, waiting until I fell asleep then slitting my throat? Fortunately he was no enemy. Could you please refrain from appearing so ghost-like? Orochimaru stood beside the surgical table immersed in his work. Heh heh heh. So the legendary Orochimaru, one of Konoha's 3 Sannin, can actually be startled by an obscure nobody like me. Qin Feng burst into laughter, then added, well, was I not dazzling enough to leave you breathless? Hold on, I'll be finished in just a moment. Orochimaru sighed wordlessly, his hands never pausing their meticulous labor. Qin Feng, deciding not to disturb him further, began idly wandering about the laboratory. The lab was modest in size and its experiments, though unconventional, had not yet descended into madness. After all, they were still within Konoha village, excess had to be restrained. Besides, suitable biological materials were scarce at present. Please Mr. Qin, have a seat. Orochimaru announced, having completed his task and removed his gloves with formal courtesy. So, have you given my proposal serious thought? Qin Feng settled into a chair with a warm smile. The previous night he had shared foundational cultivation knowledge with Orochimaru, who had responded with palpable excitement and fascination. Yet Qin Feng's cultivation arts and resources were not freely bestowed. He had proposed several collaborative ventures. Orochimaru would conduct research and produce results, in return Qin Feng would supply refined techniques and essential resources. I've already made up my mind. Which project shall we begin with? Orochimaru's serpentine eyes widened greedily. I have many proposals, but here are the primary ones. First, the materialization of shadow clones, whether as genetic clones or through alternative means. Second, the origin and metaphysical significance of the Shinigami and the netherworld within this world. Third, the impure world reincarnation technique. Fourth, the origins of the 3 sacred realms. There are numerous possibilities, we'll proceed one by one. I am prepared to collaborate directly on these studies, and should you require anything further I will do my utmost to accommodate. As for cultivation resources, you'll never lack for them. Qin Feng listed over a dozen viable joint projects. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Qin, you truly are a genius. Every single one fascinates me. With each new proposal Orochimaru's eyes gleamed brighter, until by the end they shimmered with unrestrained fervor. Ha ha ha. May our partnership prove mutually enriching, and profoundly rewarding. With that Qin Feng produced a jade slip and a vial of pills. These are for you. Orochimaru accepted them with trembling hands. Which project shall we commence first? Orochimaru asked, still exhilarated. Any of those I proposed will suffice. The selection was guided solely by what aligns best with your current expertise and available resources. Then let us begin with the first. I've previously conducted preliminary research on cloning, and still retain some viable specimens. Orochimaru smiled. Indeed, he had once created Yamato, now known as Tenzo, through such experimentation. Come Mr. Qin, I'll show you my specimens. I trust you'll find them most intriguing. Orochimaru rose and led the way out of the laboratory, and beyond the village to a secluded hillside where tall grass concealed a narrow cave entrance. A rather ideal place for disposing of bodies, Qin Feng mused aloud. Were anyone else to follow Orochimaru here unsuspecting and unguarded, they might well perish before ever understanding how, or why. Merely jesting, Mr. Qin, please go ahead. Qin Feng smiled faintly and strode confidently inside. The passage was tight at first, then after some 20 paces it opened into a vast brilliantly lit chamber. Rows of laboratory benches lined the space laden with sophisticated instruments and countless glass vessels of varying shapes and sizes. 3 towering glass tanks dominated the center, each brimming with an opaque viscous fluid. Inside floated 3 naked hairless human forms, occasionally releasing slow silent bubbles. These specimens were recovered from the battlefield during the last Great War. Not bad at all, you never disappoint, Orochimaru. Qin Feng smiled faintly and extended his divine sense. Each body possessed chakra reserves equivalent to a Jonin's, but none bore bloodline limits or other distinguishing traits. They're somewhat weak though. Tell me, do you still possess Hashirama's cells? Qin Feng fixed Orochimaru with a steady gaze. Ah, you're surprisingly well-informed, Mr. Qin. Orochimaru admitted, somewhat taken aback. I do, but they remain unstable. Cultivating them for safe integration into my own body is extraordinarily difficult. Hashirama's cells consume host tissue, they ultimately destroy the host entirely. So they behave like cancerous cells. Cancerous cells. Orochimaru blinked, utterly bewildered. Are these subjects already deceased? Their bodies persist, but their souls have long since departed. Vital signs remain, yet functionally, they are dead. May I examine one specimen now? Certainly, they are merely materials after all. Orochimaru approached the nearest tank, drained its fluid and slowly unlatched its seal. A glistening naked figure emerged, dripping and lifeless. Step back please, I'd like to test something, Qin Feng instructed. Orochimaru withdrew, silently puzzled. Qin Feng raised his hand, cleansing the corpse with a wave of energy, then gathered spiritual energy, preparing to deploy a refined variant of the shadow clone technique, projecting his clone directly into the vacant body. With a soft poof of white smoke the body crumpled, irreparably damaged. This approach clearly fails, Qin Feng reflected inwardly. Mr. Qin, you intended to implant a shadow clone directly into this cadaver. Orochimaru pondered deeply before finally grasping Qin Feng's intent. Precisely, though it failed. Qin Feng shook his head. Truly a genius, Mr. Qin. Your ideas ignite revelation wherever they land. The scientific world desperately needs minds like yours. Ha ha ha. Well then, Orochimaru, you've grasped my objective. Any insights? Directly transplanting your clone into another vessel is fundamentally impossible. If it worked, combatants could simply cast it upon enemies mid-battle, instantly assuming their forms. Even into a soulless, inert body, successful integration demands perfect resonance between the clone's chakra, and thus spiritual energy, and the host's physiological structure. The specimen's collapse likely resulted from your spiritual energy overwhelming its capacity, a testament to your power yet also its fragility. Indeed, here stood a consummate scientist, a relentless seeker of truth who instantly pierced to the heart of the problem. So, what now? First, demonstrate the standard shadow clone technique. Without hesitation, Qin Feng gathered spiritual energy, poof. And a flawless double stood beside him. Its chakra flow is indeed excessive, and structurally unsound, Orochimaru observed. Might you reduce the output of spiritual energy? Naturally. Qin Feng performed the technique again, this time modulating his spiritual energy to its absolute minimum threshold. Poof. Another identical Qin Feng appeared. This amount of spiritual energy should suffice. Orochimaru sensed the newly created clone. Should we give it another try? Alright. Orochimaru turned around, emptied another container of cultivation liquid and opened the jar, revealing another body. This body belonged to a middle-aged man with a chiseled face, sharp and defined, adorned with a hint of stubble that added to his rugged appearance. His muscles were well-defined with strong lines, each muscle bursting with power. His abdomen was solid with 8 neatly arranged abs like a sculpted work of art. Various scars marked his body, suggesting he was a battle-hardened warrior in life. Even in death his fierce aura lingered. Qin Feng looked at the body before him, feeling a strange familiarity but couldn't quite place it. Whatever, let's just proceed. Hoping this guy would be reliable. Mystical art shadow clone technique. Qin Feng once again performed the cloning technique, channeling the spell into this body. With a bang, white smoke erupted from the body, thankfully undamaged. Feeling the spiritual energy flowing through, the heart began to beat, the body heaved and breathing resumed. Qin Feng's sensation was peculiar. He could feel this body as if it were a part of himself, like his own fingers. Yet it felt like an independent entity possessing its own thoughts and soul. This indescribable feeling would be understood when one had their own external avatar. He controlled the body, slowly opening his eyes, looking at himself. Damn, Qin Feng finally remembered who this person is. Isn't he Musashi Miyamoto from the game? Without clothes he almost didn't recognize him. Indeed, it was that person, his visage identical. Ha ha ha, from now on he shall be called Musashi Miyamoto. Qin Feng felt the strength of this body. It still had potential, though it bore many hidden injuries. As for ninjutsu and techniques, those would need to be tested in the training ground. He pulled out a cleansing pill and handed it to himself. Musashi Miyamoto swallowed it whole, and astonishingly his scars began to heal. The meridians were unblocked, toxins expelled, filling the room with a foul odor. Is there a place to bathe here? Musashi Miyamoto asked. Ah, yes yes. Orochimaru, still in shock, snapped back to reality, overwhelmed by the astonishing events. Is Musashi Miyamoto also you? Orochimaru asked Qin Feng. Yes, of course. Qin Feng smiled. Qin Jun, what was that pill Musashi took? The one Musashi took. Cleansing pill. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Well then, Qin Jun, look at tonight, I've provided 2 materials, ha ha ha. Orochimaru chuckled, rubbing his hands. Orochimaru had this side to him. Was this still the early game boss? Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Here, do me a favor and you'll be well rewarded. Qin Feng tossed Orochimaru a storage bag containing several cleansing pills. After teaching Orochimaru how to use them, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled. This bag would be super convenient for storing experimental equipment and materials. When Musashi returned, he appeared rejuvenated, shedding his previous weariness, exuding a transcendent aura. Qin Feng threw him a piece of clothing, the phantom robe, transforming into Musashi's outfit from the game. Finally, this felt right. Orochimaru, do you want to test the strength of this body? Musashi Miyamoto inquired. This body lacked spiritual roots, could not practice magic, and seemed devoid of chakra, so he could only pursue the martial path. Oh. Sure. Orochimaru revealed a wicked smile. Qin Feng's imposing presence was overwhelming. This new clone could be considered Qin Feng, and he felt capable of taking him on. They exited the cave to find a flat area. Musashi Miyamoto and Orochimaru stood facing each other, each wielding a wooden sword, assuming a standoff posture. With the sword in hand, Musashi Miyamoto's entire aura shifted, transforming him into a sharp blade. He struck first, his form like lightning, the wooden sword slicing through the air, aiming directly at Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru remained unfazed, twisting his body in an uncanny manner, evading the attack like a serpent while simultaneously swinging a counterattack towards Musashi's waist. Musashi Miyamoto shifted his footwork and vanished from his original spot, appearing behind Orochimaru in the next moment, delivering a downward strike with his wooden sword. Orochimaru sensed a sudden gust behind him and lunged forward, rolling on the ground before swiftly turning to counterattack. The two exchanged blows, the wooden swords clashing with crisp sound, sending wooden splinters flying. Musashi Miyamoto grew more vigorous as the fight progressed, his swordsmanship was flawless, each move infused with formidable strength. Orochimaru gradually found it challenging, secretly astonished at the power of this body. At that moment Musashi Miyamoto let out a fierce roar, his entire aura suddenly surging as he charged towards Orochimaru, his speed increased several-fold from before. Orochimaru was caught off guard and was struck in the chest by the wooden sword, sending him flying backward. Musashi Miyamoto halted standing with a cold and determined gaze. Orochimaru got back up looking at Musashi Miyamoto with lingering fear, realizing he had underestimated his strength. Both ceased their attacks, assuming a gesture of reconciliation. I didn't expect you to be so strong right after creating a clone. I'm no match for you. Orochimaru laughed. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, you're being too modest. You know how many tricks you still have up your sleeve. Qin Feng chuckled. Orochimaru did not deny it, being an early game boss who played the long game until the end certainly wouldn't reveal all his cards, especially in front of Qin Feng. He had only gauged Musashi Miyamoto's strength through physical techniques, and indeed this person was exceptionally strong. Ha ha ha, let's go back to the lab, there's still work to do. In the laboratory, Qin Feng and Orochimaru worked intensely through the night. Even the mad Orochimaru found it somewhat unbearable. Musashi Miyamoto was merely a casual experimental subject devoid of any special abilities or bloodline limits. They would need to apply improved techniques of the impure world reincarnation on him and inscribed seals. After sensing with his divine sense, there seemed to be no issues, though this body appeared to still harbor its own lingering attachments from life. Orochimaru, how long would it take to clone a complete person using Hashirama's cells? Qin Feng planned to create a normal person, and the strongest available in this world should be Hashirama. If all goes well, a month. If not, it could take several months. I have tasks in the village and many other matters are delaying me. Orochimaru frowned. No wonder Orochimaru would later defect from the village. There were other mundane tasks and many experiments couldn't be carried out freely. At that moment Orochimaru surely thought how great it would be to create his own external avatar, essentially adding another person. If you learned the shadow clone technique, wouldn't that speed things up significantly? Qin Feng asked curiously. Shadow clone? Is that a forbidden technique? It's said to require immense chakra to sustain. Give it a try, I'll find you two reliable assistants later. Qin Feng pointed at Orochimaru's forehead, imparting the forbidden technique of the shadow clone to him. Thank you. Do you have any Sharingan? Qin Feng inquired. Orochimaru hadn't expected Qin Feng to know about such matters. He had always wanted to acquire some Sharingan but hadn't succeeded yet. If you don't have any, I'll get some for you later. Qin Feng said, as though he were offering to bring back 2 cabbages from the market. Alright, let Musashi Miyamoto stay in the lab, he'll be leaving now. Qin Feng waved his hand and left with flair. After he departed, it was as if he hadn't left. Musashi Miyamoto was essentially him now. Orochimaru looked at the laboratory, chuckling bitterly as he rubbed his forehead, feeling like he was being treated as a mere worker. The day had brightened and Qin Feng had arranged to have breakfast with Shi Rihong. Brother Feng, cultivation is so difficult. Upon meeting, Shi Rihong clung to Qin Feng's arm, her soft form wrapping around it as she playfully said. Speak properly. Qin Feng gently tapped her head, bemused by how this once aloof elder sister had transformed into a cute little girl. He didn't you say that men like women like this? Shi Rihong chuckled. Ha ha ha, nonsense. As long as it's you, I like you no matter how you are. Your words are so sweet, brother. How has your cultivation been going? I've just started to feel the chi. Shi Rihong replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. That's already quite good. It shows that your talent for cultivation is decent. Thinking back to his own cultivation days, it took him many days to feel the chi and over a month to draw it into his body. After all, the spiritual energy in this world is too sparse. However, he could set up a spirit gathering array which should speed up the cultivation process. This place in the land of fire is somewhat unsuitable. It seems he needs to find a better location. Later Orochimaru could also use it for experiments. Resources must be properly planned. Cultivation isn't something that can be achieved in a day or two. Take your time. After we eat, let's go to the training ground together. You feed me. Shi Rihong said, acting cute. Qin Feng wondered if all women transformed like this after being with the man they liked. She had clearly been a cool and aloof elder sister, yet now she had become a dependent little girl. Alright, Qin Feng complied, embracing Shi Rihong and feeding her, feeling as though he had gained a daughter. This scene happened to be witnessed by Asuma. He felt full even before finishing breakfast. No, he couldn't let things continue like this, his Tao heart would shatter. Perhaps he should heed his family's arrangements and mingle within the elite guards, distancing himself from this place of heartbreak. Qin Feng naturally saw Asuma, but he did not conceal himself in the slightest. Asuma, am saving you from Shiri Hong, whom you cannot handle. If you ever find yourself in danger, I Qin Feng can step in. After breakfast they arrived at the training ground. First follow the cultivation technique and try to draw the qi into your body. Qin Feng instructed Shiri Hong. Although he could assist her, it was best if she managed on her own at the start. Shiri Hong complied, circulating the technique, but the sparse spiritual energy was evident. Qin Feng took out a few spirit stones and set up a simple spirit gathering array, causing the spiritual energy to surge instantly. I did it. I successfully drew the qi into my body. Before long, Shiri Hong exclaimed excitedly. Qin Feng affectionately stroked her head, reflecting on how high talent indeed made cultivation twice as effective. Stay humble and keep working hard. Shiri Hong continued her cultivation while Qin Feng stood by, feeling somewhat bored. In the distance outside another training ground, a blonde figure stood watching, dressed in the Hokage robes, none other than the Fourth Hokage. Inside that training ground a white-haired boy was wildly throwing kunai, venting his inner frustrations, none other than a young Kakashi. At this point Kakashi had lost his father and would soon lose two more companions. Yo, Fourth Hokage. Qin Feng floated over. Ha ha ha, Qin Jun, how are you settling in the village? The Fourth Hokage greeted with a smile, internally marveling at Qin Feng's strength, having sensed nothing of his arrival. It's quite good, eating well and sleeping well. Qin Feng glanced at Kakashi in the training ground and asked, who is that? Sigh, my disciple Hatake Kakashi. The fourth sighed softly and recounted Kakashi's plight to Qin Feng. Indeed, a pitiful child. But he's also a strong child, he's already a jonin. The fourth spoke with a hint of pride. For some reason at this moment Qin Feng felt a dislike for this ninja world, beginning to understand why Madara would create the infinite Tsukuyami and why Nagato would attack Konoha. Kakashi has a new mission, can you accompany him? The fourth inquired, fully aware of Qin Feng's actual strength despite his nominal rank as a genin. If Qin Feng were to accompany him, Kakashi would be very safe. Ha ha ha, it's just a bit of a boring ninja game. But since you asked, I'll tag along. If it were any other team Qin Feng might not be interested, but this was Kakashi and he was very intrigued. Kakashi had a Sharingan after all, and even one with space abilities. If he could get his hands on Obito's two eyes, perhaps he could research space ninjutsu, break open this world and return home. Kakashi. The fourth entered the training ground, calling out to Kakashi, who looked aloof and distant. For this mission Qin Feng will accompany you. Oh, him. Kakashi turned his gaze towards Qin Feng. Hello Kakashi. Qin Feng greeted him. With his aura repressed, the thousand illusions robe concealed all his presence, making him appear like an ordinary person. Taking this person on a mission. Kakashi looked at the fourth and asked, are you sure you want to bring him along? Kakashi, although Qin Feng is a genin, he is still very strong. This time is just right for you to take him out to gain experience. The fourth said. But this mission is in rank. Kakashi expressed some concern. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, don't worry, my strength is quite formidable and I won't hold you back. Qin Feng said with a smile. Alright, let's meet at the village gate at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Kakashi said, somewhat helplessly, feeling that Qin Feng was a burden, hoping he wouldn't die. Kakashi turned and continued his training, not wanting to engage. See you tomorrow. Qin Feng waved goodbye, his mind secretly plotting whether to snatch the Sharingan directly or negotiate a transaction. As the day gradually darkened, Shiri Hong was still at the training ground. Drawing the qi into her body, she aimed to open her dantian, reaching the first level of qi refinement. Feng, am I amazing? The two walked side by side, with Shiri Hong happily laughing as if she were a child who had just topped the class, seeking praise from her parents. Hong, you're truly wonderful. Qin Feng praised. The bright moon hung high and the stars twinkled. Qin Feng took Shiri Hong's hand and said softly, Hong, you are truly beautiful. Shi Hong's face turned slightly red as she leaned against Qin Feng's shoulder. The surroundings were extremely quiet with only their footsteps echoing on the stone path. The dim streetlights elongated their shadows. Even after experiencing 500 years of trials, Qin Feng's calm heart rippled with emotions. Feng, do you think we will always be like this in the future? Shi Hong looked up and asked. Of course, no matter what happens I will always be by your side. Qin Feng said firmly, realizing that this woman before him was the first in his life. Passing through a sea of flowers, Shi Hong joyfully ran over, plucking a small flower to place in her hair, twirling around to ask Qin Feng if she looked good. Qin Feng smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with affection. I have a mission tomorrow, I will be out for a few days. Qin Feng said casually. Then you must be careful. How powerful I am others may not know, but you should. Qin Feng said with a smile. Rest assured I will return quickly, don't slack off in your cultivation. The moonlight poured down gently on the path home as if blessing this pair of lovers. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. And the wind tonight is very gentle. After sending the sunset red home, Qin Feng through Miyamoto Musashi's perspective saw Orochimaru still busy in the laboratory. Qin Feng flashed to the base of the route where Danzō was also a workaholic. Lord Feng. Danzō rushed over with a respectful expression upon seeing Qin Feng's sudden arrival. Yo, little Danzō, still working overtime. Hahaha, there are many matters to handle in the village. With the recent battles having just ceased, there were indeed quite a few things to deal with. Not bad, not bad. You have potential, maybe you can become Hokage in the future. Qin Feng smiled. Speaking of which, this fellow Danzō had indeed once been Hokage, but unfortunately it didn't last long before he was removed. Hahaha, thank you for the kind words, my lord. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Danzō's heart surged with excitement. If this esteemed person could support him, perhaps he could really succeed. You guys aren't planning to make a move against the Fourth Hokage, are you? Qin Feng asked casually, knowing that none of these people were soft-hearted, their hearts and hands as dark as the bottom of a pot. No, Danzō awkwardly smiled. Qin Feng could tell from his reaction that they were indeed not innocent. Alright, I'm not here to discuss that, I have other matters. Do you have any Sharingan with you? Qin Feng waved his hand and continued. This, Danzō hesitated. How did this person know he had Sharingan in his possession? He had collected some on the battlefield and didn't dare to hide it, promptly responding, I have some but not many. Give me one. Qin Feng said. What's wrong? Can't bear to part with it. If you give me one now, I can give you countless in the future. You must broaden your perspective. Right. Danzō, the old schemer, hurried off to fetch the Sharingan. Unfortunately, the person who could clone the Sharingan had not yet emerged, so they would first take one for Orochimaru to test if it could be cloned. Even if it couldn't be cloned, they could study it first to see how a normal Sharingan could be scientifically transformed into a Mangekyo. Lord Feng. Danzō presented a small glass vial containing a Sharingan with both hands. Well done. Qin Feng patted Danzō and smiled. Danzō felt like he was being treated like a dog, but serving this lord was not something just anyone could do. Thinking of this made him feel much better inside. By the way, do you have a child named Yakushi Kabuto here, around 10 years old? Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly thought of this person, Yakushi Kabuto. He had previously been oppressed by Danzō for some time in the orphanage, so he casually asked. There are too many people below, it's a bit hard to remember. Does he have any other distinguishing features? White hair came from the orphanage. The director is Yakushi Nono. He might wear glasses. Yes, he seems to have just arrived at our route. Bring him here. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect him to really be here. Soon Danzō's subordinates brought over a small boy who was indeed Yakushi Kabuto. He looked a bit nervous standing there with his head down. Qin Feng sized him up, thinking that this was the character who would later walk a fine line between good and evil. Raise your head, Qin Feng said softly. Yakushi Kabuto slowly lifted his head, a hint of confusion and wariness in his eyes. You've learned quite a bit from Director Nono, haven't you? Qin Feng asked. Yakushi Kabuto was slightly taken aback then nodded. From today on you won't have to stay in this oppressive place of the root anymore. Qin Feng's words startled Danzō, who was about to say something but was stopped by a glance from Qin Feng. Why? My lord, I can be of service to the root. Yakushi Kabuto mustered up the courage to say. Your abilities are not limited to this, I will take you to a place more suitable for you to learn medical ninjutsu and ninjutsu. Qin Feng said with a smile. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes, he could feel a unique aura emanating from Qin Feng as if filled with endless possibilities. Thank you my lord. Yakushi Kabuto respectfully bowed. After that Qin Feng took Yakushi Kabuto away from the root base while Danzō could only watch helplessly, feeling reluctant yet not daring to oppose Qin Feng's decision. Whoosh! Qin Feng appeared in Orochimaru's laboratory, placing Yakushi Kabuto down. Yakushi Kabuto still looked shocked, unable to collect himself. Qin-kun, you're here. The curse mark on Miyamoto has been successfully inscribed. After an all-nighter, Orochimaru's spirits were still quite good. Oh really? Quite efficient. Qin Feng gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. Through the technique Qin Feng felt that his connection with Miyamoto Musashi had become smoother. If he were to die in the future he could be reborn through Miyamoto Musashi, although the likelihood of that was very low. At this moment Miyamoto Musashi was sitting quietly beside him, eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. Qin Feng knew that it was an obsession that still lingered in his heart, not yet dissipated. As the first experimental subject he would be released after confirming there were no issues after some time. Qin Feng handed the small glass vial containing the Sharingan to Orochimaru. This is the Sharingan, please study whether it can be cloned or transformed into a Mangekyo. Orochimaru took the vial and his eyes sparkled. Interesting, very interesting. Qin Feng turned to Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto, from now on you will follow Orochimaru to learn, he is a top researcher in the ninja world. Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly bowed, yes my lord. Orochimaru circled around Yakushi Kabuto, he seems to be a promising talent. Qin Feng continued, I need to go out on a mission. During this time I will entrust you to teach him well and research the Sharingan. Additionally, for this mission I will be setting out with Kakashi. I'm contemplating whether to take his Sharingan. Orochimaru licked his lips. Kakashi, huh? That Sharingan of his is indeed tempting. Wait for your research results, there's no rush. A regular Sharingan is not very useful, it must grow into a Mangekyo. Qin Feng took one last look at the two before disappearing. Orochimaru looked at Yakushi Kabuto with a strange smile, little brat, from today on you will undergo devilish training. Yakushi Kabuto clenched his fists, his eyes firm, I will definitely work hard. Then Orochimaru turned and walked to the experimental table, carefully examining the Sharingan. The laboratory was filled with a mysterious and tense atmosphere. Returning to his room, Qin Feng spent the entire night cultivating, but unfortunately the effect was poor due to the thin spiritual energy. The next morning sunlight streamed through the window onto Qin Feng's face. He slowly opened his eyes to see Sunset Red outside holding a breakfast bento, warming his heart. Qin Feng, you're awake, Sunset Red said softly, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Qin Feng took the bento from her hand, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Red. Sunset Red looked at Qin Feng, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Qin Feng, are you leaving? Qin Feng nodded, yes. Sunset Red bit her lip, then you must be careful, I will wait for your return. Qin Feng stood up and gently embraced Sunset Red. Red, I will definitely return. The two hugged for a moment before reluctantly parting. Qin Feng held the bento, glanced back at Sunset Red, then turned and left. Sunset Red stood at the door watching Qin Feng's silhouette disappear into the distance, silently praying in her heart for his safe return. At the entrance of Konohagakure, Qin Feng finally reunited with Kakashi. However, to his surprise, Yuzuki Yugao was also following behind Kakashi. It's you! Yuzuki Yugao exclaimed in astonishment as she looked at Qin Feng. Kakashi had mentioned that another genin would accompany them, and she had been curious about which genin would take on such an rank mission, not expecting it to be this formidable figure. With him here, this mission was basically secured. What's the matter? Not welcoming me? Then I'll leave, Qin Feng teased. No. We're very welcoming. Yuzuki Yugao quickly waved her hands. Let's go. Kakashi standing nearby chose not to say much and simply turned to leave. The sky was clear and the gentle breeze made it perfect for flying with a sword, enjoying the picturesque scenery of lakes and mountains. However, at this moment Qin Feng silently followed behind Kakashi. This mission is shrank. After walking for a while, the silent Kakashi suddenly spoke. Kakashi turned to look at Qin Feng as if suggesting that such a difficult task was not suitable for him, he should be doing some cat-catching or dog-finding missions. Qin Feng smiled, he was being looked down upon. I don't understand why Lord Minato would assign you this mission, Kakashi said arrogantly as he continued walking. I just hope my companions don't have to sacrifice anymore. He murmured this last sentence softly, almost as if to himself, and it was soon carried away by the wind. Then while on the move, Kakashi explained the mission. It was quite simple: go to the land of Earth and rescue villagers captured in the war. It involved two crucial individuals, both from the Uchiha clan, whose lives were paramount and must be brought back. The mission was straightforward, but the difficulty was exceedingly high. Minato truly knew how to utilize people, turning himself into Minato's errand boy. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. Without some planning and means, how could one become Hokage? But there's no need to worry too much, Lord Jiraiya will support us. Kakashi thought Qin Feng was scared. Jiraiya, another white-haired figure, he wondered if he had started his writing yet. The group moved swiftly. Within a day they had reached the borders of the land of grass. The land of grass, true to its name, was like a wall of grass subservient to the strong of the land of earth, and when the land of fire came they also acted like dogs for the land of fire. This was the sorrow of small nations, if the lack of diplomacy was vividly displayed here. In the land of fire, passing through various villages, there was little sensation. Despite harsh conditions, people could still survive. Upon comparing with the land of grass, one could directly feel the cruelty of war and the sorrow of small nations. There was hardly a soul in sight, only a scene of devastation. Once prosperous villages were now reduced to ruins, charred earth resembling scars from severe wounds with no knowledge of when they might heal. Occasionally encountering a few living souls, they were all ragged and emaciated, mostly elders, children and women, such vulnerable beings. There was no light in their eyes, they simply lived numbly. They struggled to survive on this broken land, yearning for peace and tranquility, longing for the day they could rebuild their homes. However, the shadow of war still loomed over them and the road ahead was filled with uncertainty. During the Third Great Ninja War, many battles between the land of fire and the land of earth occurred in the land of grass. It was no wonder Nagato wanted the great nations to feel the pain. Without fully experiencing it, they wouldn't understand how precious peace truly is. AB frequently described the sunny side, while this dark and rotting aspect was seldom mentioned. Ah! In the distance a piercing scream echoed. It was a small village being raided by rogue ninjas. The village, already baptized by war, was suffering a terrible disaster. A group of rogue ninjas stormed in like hungry wolves, their faces twisted with malice, brandishing sharp weapons and wantonly plundering and destroying everything. The villagers were terrified, fleeing in all directions with cries and screams echoing. Children clung tightly to their parents, trembling. The elders staggered, trying to find a safe hiding place. But those vicious rogue ninjas showed no mercy, slashing at anyone they saw and grabbing anything they could find. The entire village was instantly thrown into chaos and bloodshed. Houses were set ablaze, roaring flames shot into the sky and thick smoke obscured the heavens. The crops in the fields were not spared, trampled beyond recognition. The screams of women echoed in the air as they watched helplessly as their hard-earned possessions were taken away, filled with despair and helplessness. Qin Feng did not move, he simply followed behind Kakashi, wanting to see what Kakashi would do. Kakashi also saw the smoke in the distance and heard the shouts. Yet his steps did not stop as he continued forward, burdened by an important mission with no time to spare. Kakashi, should we go take a look? Yuzuki Yugao could not help but ask. She still retained the demeanor of a girl, having not experienced much hardship and still holding on to a measure of kindness. The mission is paramount, Kakashi replied solemnly. This world is cruel, there are too many things beyond one's control. Kakashi, as the captain, felt somewhat helpless. Even if they intervened to save people, how many could they truly save? I need to take care of something, you all go ahead. Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. Hurry and don't let those rogue ninjas get you. Kakashi was speechless. Did this genin really think he could rush in to save people? What a joke. Let him go. If he died it would just mean one less hindrance. Those who break the rules are trash. He suddenly thought of his short-lived father. Ha ha ha, I'll be back soon. Qin Feng laughed. Yuzuki Yugao's eyes sparkled. If this formidable figure intervened everything would be fine. Who would have thought he was still so kind-hearted? Qin Feng quickly ran to a patch of grass using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru, who was conducting an experiment, was holding a test tube and was startled, causing him to tremble, veins popping on his forehead. Could you please give me a heads up next time you come? Sure, I'll let you know next time. Qin Feng pulled Miyamoto Musashi along and vanished, leaving behind the words, I'll go get your experimental base. Only the awestruck Kabuto and the breathless Orochimaru remained. Qin Feng certainly wouldn't do it himself. If Miyamoto Musashi had been cooped up for so long, it was time for him to stretch his legs. Miyamoto Musashi could not cultivate and could only pursue martial arts. Currently his martial arts skills were not high, but in the Naruto world he probably had few rivals. Qin Feng brought Miyamoto Musashi over and didn't look back, catching up with Kakashi. Kakashi, wearing his fox mask, looked puzzled. Had it really been resolved so quickly? Or did he really just take care of something? Yuzuki Yugao on the other hand felt delighted internally, unexpectedly finding the formidable figure had finished so quickly. Over at Miyamoto Musashi he wielded two Japanese long swords, one white named Qixing and one bloodred named Shuyue, both brought from the cultivation world by Qin Feng. Standing at the edge of the village, the rogue ninjas stared at him in shock as if they had seen a ghost. Who are you to block our way? Shouted one who appeared to be the leader of the rogue ninjas. You are not worthy to know my name. Miyamoto Musashi replied coldly. Without further words he flickered like a gust of wind, charging toward the group of ninjas. Only a flash of white and red light intertwined as Qixing and Shuyue cut through the air with a fierce trajectory. In an instant the sound of screams filled the air. Those rogue ninjas did not even have time to mount an effective resistance before they fell one by one. Blood splattered on the crumbling walls and the scorched earth. The villagers in the village were initially stunned, then erupted into cheers. They gathered around wanting to thank this savior. At this moment Qin Feng and the others had already walked some distance. Kakashi turned back to glance at the direction of the village, deep in thought. Miyamoto Musashi. Musashi had just resolved the village's crisis and was preparing to depart when a clear feminine voice called out from behind him. His heart surged violently, as if a long-dead soul had suddenly awakened, slowly turning around. Before him stood a woman in a vibrant orange kimono, her eyes and brows radiating a familiar tenderness, none other than Otsu, the very woman he had yearned for day and night. Musashi's lips trembled faintly, yet no words emerged. His heartbeat thundered louder still. Was this the lingering attachment of this body? Alas, the soul now dwelling within this frame was Qin Feng, not Musashi, and knew nothing of the woman before him. Otsu, he ventured cautiously, recalling her as Musashi's beloved in the game Honor of Kings. Indeed, upon closer inspection it was unmistakably her. Tears shimmered in Otsu's eyes as she hurried forward. It truly is you. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. Only then did Musashi snap back to himself, gently brushing away a tear from Otsu's cheek. Otsu, how did you come to be here? His voice held both delight and quiet bewilderment. Otsu smiled softly. After you left I wandered far and wide, by sheer serendipity I settled here. Today, sensing a familiar aura, I dared not believe my own heart, until it was truly you. Musashi clasped Otsu's hand tightly. Otsu, in days past I pursued the way of the sword with single-minded devotion, and failed you deeply. Now all I wish is to stand by your side. Leaning her head against his shoulder, Otsu whispered, let the past remain buried, the joy of our reunion is enough. Sunlight bathed them in golden warmth, casting their entwined figures like a serene timeless painting. Within Musashi's heart that deep-seated attachment began to dissolve. In the distance Qin Feng shook his head with a faint smile. This was the inevitable consequence of inhabiting another's body, bearing another's karma. As night fell the group pressed on urgently, finally arriving at a sprawling metropolis. This is the capital city of the grass country, we'll rest here tonight, Kakashi announced. Capital. This. Not even a wall enclosed it, nor any visible sentries. Along the main road leading into the city sprawled countless ragged refugees, some seated, some lying prostrate, their eyes hollow, lifeless, stripped of all hope. Please, just one bite. My child is starving to death. Farther off, a gaunt half-naked woman clutched a frail infant kneeling desperately beside a lavishly robed man. The man was grotesquely obese, his eyes squinted to slits, a portrait of corrupt privilege. Get lost, you stinking beggar. With a contemptuous kick, the bloated man sent the woman sprawling onto the ground. Her child tumbled from her arms, silent, motionless, perhaps asleep, perhaps already gone. Despair more often than not wears the mask of silence. Come, let's see over there. The corpulent man waved dismissively, striding toward another cluster of refugees with his lackeys in tow as though hunting for someone. Sir, here's one. One lackey shouted moments later. Let me see. The rotund man bounced forward like an inflated ball. Yamtekir, let me go. A woman of modest beauty was dragged forth by several men. She thrashed wildly, knowing full well what awaited her in their grasp. Like a fish flung gasping onto dry land, her struggles changed nothing. Scum. Yugugo Yamanaka watched fury flickering in her gaze. Let's go. Kakashi turned away, unwilling to intervene, unwilling to let his team become entangled in such affairs. The mission came first. Qin Feng remained impassive, unmoved. Such suffering was too vast to alleviate. Save one, save none. He would not act, but Musashi could. A sly, knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips. As the group entered the city gates, they were abruptly blocked by a gang of thugs. That little beauty, seize her. Their leader, a leering young nobleman, ogled Yugugo Yamanaka. Move aside. Kakashi snapped, irritated, already wary of complications, yet fate offered none but fools. Brat, do you know who I am? The man sneered with arrogant disdain. Step aside, now. I'm the son of a minister of the grass country. And do you know who I am? Kakashi's voice dropped icy and sharp. I don't care who you are. I am a Jonin of the land of fire. Do you wish to ignite war between our nations? Ah, my deepest apologies. The man instantly bowed 90 degrees, trembling. Make way, immediately, for these honored guests, he barked at his stunned henchmen. Humph. Yugugo shot him a venomous glare. As Qin Feng passed, he merely offered a faint detached smile, a nameless minor antagonist so brazen, would he even see tomorrow's sun? Inside the city, lanterns glowed everywhere, taverns and eateries bustled, the air thick with the savory scent of roasted meat and rich wine. The group hurried through, replenishing supplies before vanishing once more into the night. The Grass Kingdom, a small nation located between the Fire Nation and the Earth Nation, has long suffered from the ravages of war due to its unique geographical position. Qin Feng's avatar, Miyamoto Musashi, witnessed the chaos and decay of the Grass Kingdom firsthand. With the people living in misery and bandits rampant, is there still a need for such a nation to exist? Miyamoto Musashi stood atop a high cliff overlooking the dilapidated village below, his heart igniting with a surge of anger. Originally he was merely passing through, intending to head to the Earth Nation in search of a rare mineral, but what lay before him changed his mind. Perhaps I can do something. A glint of resolve flashed in Miyamoto Musashi's eyes as he decided to stay and alter the fate of this nation. In the capital city of the Grass Kingdom, the lord of the domain was drunkenly embracing a songstress, reveling in a life of luxury. My lord, it's bad. A guard rushed in, panic-stricken. How dare you enter here? The lord of the Grass Kingdom was infuriated at the interruption. MMY lord, there's been a rebellion. The guard knelt trembling as he spoke. Rebellion? Who dares to rebel? The lord was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Though my Grass Kingdom is weak, we are not to be bullied by any mere rabble. It is a warrior named Miyamoto Musashi who is leading a group of farmers and has already captured 3 cities. As soon as the guard finished speaking, the smile faded from the lord's face. What? 3 cities? He suddenly stood up, sobering up from the alcohol. Quick! Assemble all the troops and eliminate these rebels. However, the army of the Grass Kingdom was already decayed and could not withstand the assault of the peasant army led by Miyamoto Musashi. With his exceptional swordsmanship and formidable strength, Miyamoto Musashi advanced with unstoppable momentum, quickly reaching the capital of the Grass Kingdom. Surrender, you have no chance of victory now. Miyamoto Musashi stood atop the city wall, looking down at the trembling lord of the Grass Kingdom. Who are you? The lord of the Grass Kingdom sat on the ground, a look of terror on his face. Me? I am just a passing warrior. Miyamoto Musashi replied calmly, however, from now on I am the new master of this country. The Grass Kingdom changed hands, with Miyamoto Musashi becoming the new ruler. He implemented a series of reform measures, abolishing heavy taxes, rectifying governance, and developing agriculture, swiftly revitalizing the Grass Kingdom. Lord Miyamoto, you are truly our savior. Lord Miyamoto, we will always support you. The people of the Grass Kingdom were grateful to Miyamoto Musashi, revering him as a deity. Yet Miyamoto Musashi did not become complacent as a result. This is merely the beginning. I aim to establish a truly peaceful and prosperous nation. He stood on the newly constructed city wall, gazing into the distance, his heart filled with ambition. Meanwhile, the news of the change in the Grass Kingdom spread throughout the entire shinobi world. Miyamoto Musashi, a warrior capable of overthrowing a nation, is truly intriguing. It seems the shinobi world is about to be stirred by a wave of bloodshed. All major ninja villages became intensely interested in Miyamoto Musashi, sending ninjas to the Grass Kingdom to gather information. However, they were unaware that this warrior named Miyamoto Musashi was merely an avatar of Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng's true intentions were far beyond this. A new era was about to begin in the Grass Kingdom. In the distance, Qin Feng smiled faintly as the windmill began to turn. Beneath the placid surface of my village, where both Feng Shuimen serves as Hokage, hidden currents churn with quiet menace. Qin Feng, Kakashi and Maui Shien were entrusted with an exceedingly secret and perilous mission, to journey to Two Country and recover a ninja body endowed with extraordinary abilities. Should that body fall into the hands of those with ill intent, it could spark vast upheaval across the ninja realm. The three dared not relax for a single moment and promptly set off for Two Country. Kakashi kept his hands habitually in his pockets, the Sharingan scanning their surroundings with razor vigilance for any hint of threat. Maui Shien gripped her weapon tightly poised and lithe, constantly ready for combat, and Qin Feng presented the same innocuous air as ever, a gentle smile on his face as if on a carefree journey. None suspected that beneath that guise he concealed unmatched cultivation prowess. When they crossed into Two Countries' border, the tense atmosphere instantly put them on alert. The grass and trees seemed to watch warily, as if the land itself resisted intruders. Suddenly a band of Two Country ninjas burst from the shadows, encircling them. The leader sneered, "People of my, how dare you come marauding into Two Country? Today none of you will leave alive." Kakashi formed the hand sign in an instant. Raikiri. A dazzling streak of lightning flashed as he surged toward the enemy like a black bolt. Maui Shien refused to be outdone. She swung her weapon into close-quarters combat, while Qin Feng appeared to dodge the assaults casually, occasionally feigning a clumsy fall as he observed the unfolding battle from the shadows. Yet the attackers kept coming in an unending tide. Just then a familiar voice rang out, "Ha, it seems you folk from I will fall here today." They turned to see Didala and Huang Tu approaching slowly. Didala stood with his arms folded, wearing his signature maniacal grin. Huang Tu looked stern, his eyes radiating formidable confidence. "Didala, Huang Tu didn't expect to meet you here," Kakashi said, his gaze growing heavier as the Sharingan spun rapidly. "Kakashi, today is the day you die." Didala cackled, forming seals with haste. Art is an explosion. Countless clay bombs flew from his hands toward the three. Kakashi yanked Maui Shien aside and shouted, "Careful, those bombs are tremendously powerful." Yet Qin Feng remained unhurried. At the instant the bombs were about to strike, he raised a hand and a barrier of spiritual force blossomed, holding the explosions at bay. "What?" Didala and Huang Tu both showed looks of astonishment. Kakashi and Maui Shien gaped at Qin Feng, their minds filled with shock. They had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary comrade would possess such tremendous power. It seems you conceal deep depths, Qin Feng. Kakashi said, surprise softened by a trace of relief. Qin Feng smiled, spiritual energy beginning to ripple about him. Sorry I never told you. But now it is time to get serious. Huang Tu snorted coldly. No matter what skills you have in my two country, you will not leave easily. He pressed both hands to the earth. Earth release, great rock collapse. Massive boulders erupted from beneath the ground, hurtling toward the trio. Qin Feng flashed, appearing above the rocks, his hands formed seals. Spiritual force shatter. A powerful surge of spiritual force crashed down and pulverized the towering stones. Seeing this, Daedalus launched another assault. C3, no. 18. A gigantic clay puppet materialized and detonated in an instant, producing a towering mushroom cloud. Such power. Maoyue Xian's face went pale, fear welling within her. Yet Qin Feng acted again, his hands danced and spiritual energy formed a vast shield around them, enclosing the three within its protection. The blast's shock made the ground shudder, but the shield did not waver. Impossible. Daedalus could scarcely believe his eyes, his mightiest attack had been so easily repelled by Qin Feng. Now we strike back. Kakashi seized the moment while Daedalus and Huang Tu were stunned and launched an attack. His Raikiri shimmered like a lethal bolt as he charged at Daedalus. Daedalus evaded swiftly while continuously releasing clay bombs to harry them. Maoyue Xian joined the fray, her weapon flashing cold light under the sun as she engaged Huang Tu in fierce close combat. Huang Tu's earth-release defenses were extraordinarily strong. Maoyue Xian's strikes found it difficult to inflict substantial harm. Qin Feng observed the battle and discerned patterns. Daedalus' clay bombs, though devastating, had limits in range and frequency. Huang Tu's earth techniques offered stout defense but relatively slow mobility. He formed a plan, to deal with Daedalus first, then concentrate on Huang Tu. Kakashi'll help you handle Daedalus. Qin Feng shouted and in a flash stood before Daedalus. Daedalus hastily released clay bombs to block him, but Qin Feng's speed was overwhelming. He slipped past the explosives and closed in beside Daedalus. You. What do you intend? Daedalus asked in panic, never having faced such a fast and powerful opponent. Qin Feng gave no reply. He extended a finger and touched a beam of spiritual light shot toward Daedalus. Daedalus tried to evade, but it was too late. The beam struck his arm and he let out a scream. Damn! Daedalus roared in fury, ignoring his wounded arm as he formed seals again. C4, Garura. He placed a clay puppet in his mouth and spat out countless microscopic clay bombs designed to enter an enemy's body and detonate within. Sensing the danger, Qin Feng rapidly drew on spiritual energy and formed a protective membrane around himself and Kakashi, blocking all the tiny devices from breaching them. At the same time he counterattacked. Spiritual blades flew toward Daedalus. Daedalus dodged and weaved but was struck several times, wounds cutting across his body. Elsewhere, the clash between Maoyue Xian and Huang Tu intensified. Huang Tu's earth techniques grew more potent as he summoned enormous rocky arms from underground to batter Maoyue Xian. Though Maoyue Xian fought valiantly, a few cuts appeared on her flesh. Xian, hold on. Kakashi shouted. He wanted to aid her, but Daedalus clung to him tightly, preventing him from leaving. This must end quickly, Qin Feng thought. His hands formed seals in rapid succession as he chanted, Spiritual Force Wanxiang Tianyin. Instantly a tremendous gravitational pull issued from his hands and Daedalus' body was drawn uncontrollably toward Qin Feng. No! Daedalus cried in terror, struggling desperately but unable to break free of the force. Qin Feng seized the chance and unleashed countless spiritual blades upon him. Daedalus was struck repeatedly by the blades, blood staining his garments. He crumpled to the ground, his ability to fight extinguished. With Daedalus defeated, Qin Feng moved swiftly to Huang Tu's side. Seeing Daedalus fall, Huang Tu felt a ripple of panic, yet he feigned calm and continued his assault. Earth release multilayer hardening technique. Huang Tu's body turned rockhard and the terrain around him solidified into a thick shell. Qin Feng remained unshaken, his hands wove as spiritual energy formed a vast mystical array about him. Spiritual Force Rift. The array discharged countless beams of spiritual light toward Huang Tu. The rays struck his rocky defenses with thunderous impacts. Huang Tu felt his defenses gradually give way and terror crept into his heart. He had never imagined facing such a formidable opponent. As he was about to abandon resistance, a voice rang out, "Enough." Everyone turned to see Tu-ing Daimyo walking forward slowly. "Tu-ing Lord!" Huang Tu hastily cried. Daimyo looked at the three from I with a sullen expression. "You people from I have gone too far this time." Kakashi stepped forward and said, "Tu-ing Lord, we only came to retrieve a body, we bear no ill intent. Once we secure it we will leave at once." Daimyo fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. Take the body and leave Tu country immediately. Next time do not trespass into our territory so lightly." The three obtained the ninja body without further incident and departed Tu country. On the way home, Kakashi and Maui Shien stared at Qin Feng, their minds brimming with questions. "Qin Feng, who exactly are you?" Qin Feng smiled and replied, "Me. I'm simply an ordinary person who wants to live peacefully in my, only I possess a few unusual abilities beyond others." Kakashi and Maui Shien exchanged a look. Though they knew Qin Feng had not told the whole truth, they also understood that he was someone they could trust. This mission had granted them a wholly new understanding of the seemingly ordinary comrade among them. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entrance of my village, casting a golden hue over this tranquil and harmonious village. Qin Feng and Kakashi, dragging their somewhat weary bodies, slowly entered the village. They had just returned from the perilous mission in the land of Earth. The battles and travels along the way left their clothes somewhat tattered and their faces dusted, yet their eyes radiated the resolve and satisfaction that came from accomplishing their task. Finally back, that was quite a journey. Kakashi stretched lazily, his hands habitually tucked into his pockets, and his Sharingan gleamed with a unique light in the glow of the sunset. Qin Feng smiled, a faint aura of spiritual energy flowing around him, dispelling some of his fatigue. "Indeed, but we managed to complete the mission successfully and did not disappoint Lord Hokage's trust." The two made their way towards the Hokage building, preparing to report the details of the mission to Minato Namikaze. Along the way, villagers cast admiring glances their way. Although they did not know the specifics of what the two had experienced, they could sense the difficulties of the mission from their demeanor and aura. In the Hokage's office, Minato listened attentively to their report, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "You both did very well. The success of this mission is crucial for Konoha. Thank you for your hard work. Go home and rest well." After leaving the Hokage building, Qin Feng was just about to return to his residence when he received a message from Orochimaru. Orochimaru respectfully invited him to his secret laboratory, claiming he had a surprise to present. Curiosity piqued, Qin Feng bid farewell to Kakashi and made his way to Orochimaru's laboratory alone. As Qin Feng arrived at the mysterious laboratory hidden on the outskirts of the village, night had quietly fallen. The laboratory was illuminated by flickering candlelight filled with an unusual atmosphere. Orochimaru stood in the center of the laboratory, clad in a white robe, beside a massive glass container containing a humanoid figure submerged in liquid. "Mr. Qin, you have arrived." Orochimaru slightly bowed, his golden vertical pupils filled with reverence and fervor, a hint of a flattering smile gracing his lips. "Orochimaru, what is the surprise you mentioned?" Qin Feng looked at the glass container, a surge of inexplicable anticipation rising within him. Orochimaru did not answer directly. He formed hand seals, and with a peculiar wave of energy the glass container slowly opened, revealing a lifelike humanoid. "This is the latest clone I have carefully prepared for you." Orochimaru's voice held a suppressed excitement. "I have merged the sage body of Hashirama Senju and installed a Sharingan. Moreover, after my special modifications, he possesses a pure and supreme wood spirit root." Qin Feng's eyes widened as he gazed at the clone, his heart brimming with shock and joy. The sage body of Hashirama Senju possesses immense vitality and self-healing abilities. The Sharingan grants the user powerful insight and ninjutsu capabilities, and the supreme wood spirit root is a coveted talent for cultivators, greatly enhancing their cultivation speed and control over wood attribute spiritual energy. "Orochimaru, how did you manage this?" Qin Feng rarely showed such excitement. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes shining with fervent light. I spent a tremendous amount of time and effort to create this clone. I collected Hashirama Senju cells, and after countless experiments and integrations I successfully combined them with a perfect body. As for the Sharingan, I obtained it from a special ninja, and after special processing it can perfectly merge with the sage body. The modification of the wood spirit root involved using unique ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, infusing various rare materials and spiritual energy into it, creating this pure supreme wood spirit root. Qin Feng stepped forward, carefully observing the clone. Its features were indistinguishable from a regular person, yet it emanated a unique aura, a powerful presence born from the fusion of the sage body Sharingan and wood spirit root. Its skin was as pale as jade, subtly glowing with a greenish hue, the essence of the wood spirit root's power. Its eyes were tightly closed, but Qin Feng could imagine the brilliant light that the Sharingan would emit once they opened. "It's perfect, Orochimaru, you are truly a genius." Qin Feng sincerely praised. "This clone will become a powerful asset for me. Let's name him Qinda." Upon hearing Qin Feng's compliment, Orochimaru revealed a satisfied smile. "It is my honor to receive Mr. Qin's acknowledgement. However, this clone still requires some final adjustments and training to fully unleash its potential." "No problem, I will personally train him." Qin Feng said, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I can't wait to see how he performs in battle." In the following days, Qin Feng took advantage of the night to secretly train Qinda in the laboratory. He utilized his knowledge and experience in cultivation to teach Qinda how to harness the power of the sage body, the abilities of the Sharingan, and the spiritual energy of the wood spirit root. Qinda's learning ability was exceptional, and under Qin Feng's guidance he made rapid progress. During one training session, Qinda unleashed a wood-release ninjutsu that fused the powers of the sage body and wood spirit root for the first time. With hand seals formed, countless thick vines surged from the ground, spreading outwards. Where they reached, trees shot up, creating a dense forest. Such powerful strength. Qin Feng looked at the scene before him filled with joy. "Qinda, you did great." Qinda moved seamlessly through the forest, his speed and strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. At the same time, he utilized the capabilities of the Sharingan to effortlessly dodge Qin Feng's attacks and counterattack. After a period of training, Qinda had completely mastered his powers, and the synergy between him and Qin Feng grew increasingly harmonious. Their battles in the training ground resembled a splendid performance, though this performance was held solely within the confines of the secret laboratory, unknown to anyone. In the mysterious secret laboratory of Konoha village, Qin Feng was giving his final instructions to Qinda. At that moment, Qinda radiated a unique aura. The sage body of Senju Hashirama endowed him with immense vitality and recovery abilities, while the Sharingan granted him extraordinary insight. His exceptional wood spirit root allowed him to master wood attribute spiritual energy to an astonishing level. Qin Feng spoke with a grave expression. "Qinda, this mission to steal the dragon vein from Lulan country is of utmost importance. You must proceed with caution. The dragon vein contains immense energy. If we can utilize it, it will have immeasurable effects on enhancing our strength." Qinda nodded slightly, determination and confidence gleaming in his eyes. "Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint your expectations." With that he vanished like a phantom from the laboratory. Qinda and Qin Feng shared a deep understanding, and conversing with oneself was quite intriguing. Meanwhile, in the land of Sand, Yitsang was preparing to embark on a diplomatic journey to the land of rain. As a hero of the land of Sand, Yitsang possessed tremendous strength, and her lava-release technique struck fear into her enemies. At this moment she wore a lightweight ninja outfit that revealed her beautiful back, adorned with a unique totem of the land of Sand exuding elegance. "Lady Yitsang, this negotiation is crucial for the future of the land of Sand, so you must be careful," a Sand ninja advised as he approached. Yitsang smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I will handle it well." With that she set off on her journey. Qinda sped towards Lulan country, his speed incredibly fast, like a breeze gliding over the land. His figure was ethereal, as if he were a celestial being descended to earth, and wherever he went the flowers and trees seemed to sway gently, touched by his aura. Meanwhile, Yitsang was traversing a vast desert on her way to the land of rain. The sun hung high and waves of heat rolled through the desert, however Yitsang remained unaffected, her steps firm and powerful. Just as Qinda was about to reach the border of Lulan country, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from another direction. Intrigued, he decided to investigate. At the same time Yitsang also detected Qin Da's presence and they both moved closer to each other. Finally at the edge of the desert Qin Da and Yitsang met. In that moment time seemed to stand still. Qin Da saw Yitsang's beautiful back and confident smile stirring something within him, while Yitsang was captivated by Qin Da's ethereal aura. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Yitsang spoke first, her voice clear and melodious yet laced with caution. Qin Da smiled slightly and replied, "I am merely a traveler passing by. And you such a beautiful lady, why are you alone in this desert?" "I am Yitsang of the land of sand heading to the land of rain for negotiations." "Since you are a traveler, how can you possess such a powerful aura?" Qin Da was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected the woman before him to be the hero of the land of sand Yitsang. He hurriedly responded, "I only have a slight understanding of some cultivation methods, nothing remarkable." They stood at the edge of the desert sizing each other up. Although neither revealed their true intentions, there was an inexplicable attraction between them. "Why don't we travel together for a while? This desert is fraught with dangers and it's safer to have company." Qin Da suddenly proposed. Yitsang hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded, "All right, but you mustn't slow me down." Thus Qin Da and Yitsang set out on their journey together. Along the way they exchanged insights and experiences about cultivation. Qin Da spoke of the wonders of cultivation while Yitsang showcased the unique ninjutsu of the land of sand. As time passed their relationship grew increasingly harmonious. They searched for water sources together in the desert and defended against ferocious beasts. During a battle with a group of sand bandits, Qin Da displayed his formidable strength. He unleashed would release ninjutsu, causing countless vines to surge from the ground, tightly ensnaring the sand bandits. Such powerful strength. Yitsang gazed at Qin Da, her eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Qin Da chuckled and said, "It's just a small trick." Yitsang, unwilling to be outdone, performed lava release, instantly melting the surrounding sand into a sea of molten lava, leaving the sand bandits with nowhere to escape. After this battle their tacit understanding grew even stronger. They continued onward, gradually realizing that they had much in common and shared similar views on many matters. However, they did not forget their respective missions. Qin Da remained mindful of Qin Feng's instructions to steal the dragon vein from Lulan country, while Yitsang was aware of her responsibility for the future of the land of sand and must complete the negotiations in the land of rain. Finally one night they arrived at a crossroads. One path led to Lulan country while the other led to the land of rain. "We must part ways now," Yitsang said, looking at Qin Da with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Qin Da felt a twinge of sadness as well, but he smiled and said, "Indeed, I hope we both complete our mission successfully. Once we are done, perhaps we can meet again." Yitsang nodded. "All right, I look forward to that day." They exchanged glances for a moment before turning and walking in different directions. Qin Da's figure gradually disappeared into the night, heading towards Lulan country, while Yitsang stepped firmly towards the land of rain. Yitsang stepped onto the humid and gloomy land of rain, harboring hopes for peace. Her figure remained tall and graceful, her beautiful back accentuated by the clothing of the sand ninja radiating determination and courage. In her perception, this negotiation was a crucial opportunity for the sand country and the rain country to resolve their conflicts and achieve peace, unaware that a web of conspiracy was quietly unfolding above her. The high-ranking officials of the rain country received Yitsang in an ancient building worn down by years of rain. Danzō the mountain pepper fish sat in the main seat, his gaze deep and cold, his face bearing an inscrutable expression. The surrounding rain ninjas exhibited various expressions, all subtly revealing a hint of tension. "Miss Yitsang, welcome to the land of rain." Danzō spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. "The peace between the sand country and the rain country depends on this negotiation." Yitsang nodded slightly, politely responding, "Lord Danzō, I have come here hoping to contribute to the peace between our two countries." Her words were resolute and her eyes sparkled with a longing for peace. The negotiations began, initially appearing normal, with both sides discussing border issues and resource allocation. However, as the discussions deepened, Yitsang gradually sensed something was amiss. The conditions proposed by the rain country grew increasingly harsh, almost forcing the sand country to concede unconditionally. A wave of unease surged within her, yet she persevered, trying to find a peaceful resolution. Suddenly a rain ninja slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Humph, the Sand Country has no sincerity in these negotiations and sent you here just to placate us." Immediately other rain ninjas stood up surrounding Yitsang, the atmosphere turning tense in an instant. Yitsang quickly stood up, discreetly forming seals with her hands, alertly watching the surrounding enemies. What does this mean? Is this how negotiations proceed? Danzō sneered. Yitsang, do you not understand yet? This is not a negotiation, it is your grave. The Sand Country has already agreed to sacrifice you in exchange for peace between our two countries. Yitsang felt as though struck by lightning. She couldn't believe her ears. Impossible, how could the village? Yet looking into the murderous eyes of the surrounding rain ninjas, she realized Danzō spoke the truth. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Yitsang shouted angrily, unleashing her melting escape technique. Scorching flames merged with sand, instantly creating a sea of fire within the room, sweeping towards the rain ninjas. The rain ninjas quickly utilized their ninjutsu to defend themselves. For a time the room was illuminated by the brilliance of jutsu, and shouts of battle echoed ceaselessly. Although Yitsang was powerful, facing the onslaught of numerous rain ninjas gradually became overwhelming. Several wounds appeared on her body, blood staining her clothing. Am I really going to die here today? A flicker of despair crossed Yitsang's mind, but she still refused to give up the fight. Just when Yitsang's life hung by a thread, a familiar figure burst through the window like lightning. Yitsang, I'm here to save you. It was Qin Feng. His appearance was like a ray of dawn illuminating Yitsang's desperate eyes. Qin Feng's spiritual energy surged and his Sharingan flickered with an eerie light in the darkness. He quickly formed seals with his hands, would release forest of 10,000 things. Instantly countless thick vines erupted from the ground, entangling the rain ninjas. These vines were incredibly resilient. Attacks from the rain ninjas could not damage them in the slightest. Who are you? Danzō looked at Qin Feng in shock, having never seen such powerful strength. Qin Feng ignored Danzō and swiftly approached Yitsang, helping her up. Are you alright? Yitsang looked at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. I'm fine, thank you, Qin Feng. With me here no one can harm you. Qin Feng's voice was firm and powerful. He turned to face Danzō and the rain ninjas, his gaze emanating a strong sense of intimidation. If you want to kill her, you must first pass through me. Qin Feng launched another attack, commanding the vines to fiercely assault the rain ninjas. The vines moved like a swarm of agile serpents, weaving through the rain ninjas and forcing them to retreat in defeat. Seeing this, Danzō personally intervened. He unleashed the mountain pepper fish technique, summoning a gigantic mountain pepper fish that spewed toxic mist towards Qin Feng and Yitsang. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng quickly activated a spiritual energy shield protecting both himself and Yitsang. The mist hissed as it contacted the shield but could not penetrate its defenses. Is that all you can do? Qin Feng said coldly. He waved his hands, gathering spiritual energy into a massive spiritual energy sword. He swung the spiritual energy sword, striking at the mountain pepper fish. The sword, imbued with immense power, cleaved the fish in half. Danzō's expression changed dramatically. He had not expected Qin Feng to be so powerful. I will not let today's events go unpunished. Danzō declared, swiftly retreating with the remaining rain ninjas. Qin Feng watched Danzō's departing figure without pursuing. He turned to Yitsang only to find her face pale, her wounds still bleeding. Your injuries? Qin Feng said with deep concern. Yitsang forced a smile. It's nothing, just some minor wounds. Thanks to you, or else I really would have. Qin Feng gently shook his head. Don't speak, we need to tend to your wounds first. He took out a bottle of the healing pills he had refined and handed it to Yitsang. This is a healing pill, take it. Yitsang accepted the pill, and after consuming it she felt a warm current flowing within her and the pain from her wounds gradually eased. Qin Feng, why did you come here? Yitsang looked at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with confusion. Qin Feng paused for a moment and then smiled. I saw such a beautiful lady like you might encounter danger, so I came to check on you. I didn't expect to actually arrive in time. Yitsang felt a surge of emotion in her heart. She knew that Qin Feng had come regardless of the danger because he was worried about her. In that moment her feelings for Qin Feng had quietly begun to change. Thank you, Qin Feng, Yitsang said softly, her gaze filled with tenderness. Qin De looked at Yi Tsang, a strange feeling surging within him. He gently held Yi Tsang's hand. From now on I will not let you suffer any harm. The two gazed at each other, seeing only one another in their eyes. Amidst the ruins of the land of rain their feelings deepened through the baptism of war. They also knew that after this incident the relationship between the Sand Country and the Rain Country would become even more complicated and their future paths would be long and arduous. The curtain of rain in the land of rain continued to fall, pattering against the cave where Yi Tsang and Qin De were, bringing waves of coldness. Leaning against Qin De, Yi Tsang's wounds no longer throbbed painfully due to the effect of the medicinal pills, but the wounds in her heart were difficult to heal. She stared blankly outside the cave, her voice trembling, tinged with weeping and endless sorrow. Qin De, what should I do? I gave everything for the land of sand, yet this is how they treat me. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, slipping down her cheeks. Qin De, feeling heartbroken, held her tightly, unsure of how to comfort her. Yi Tsang lifted her head, her eyes full of despair and pleading, gripping Qin De's arm tightly, almost begging, Qin De, I don't want to give up like this. I want to change everything, but I can't do it alone. Can you help me? Her eyes were filled with helplessness, like someone lost in the darkness without a sense of direction. Looking at Yi Tsang in this state, Qin De's heart softened. Without any hesitation he firmly said, I will help you. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yi Tsang's eyes, soon filled with emotion. She hugged Qin De tightly, unable to hold back her tears. Thank you, Qin De. If it weren't for you I really don't know what I would do. After resting for a while the two set off towards the land of sand. Along the way Yi Tsang was immersed in the pain of betrayal and the confusion about the future, sometimes silent, sometimes sobbing quietly. When they reached the border of the land of sand, the sand ninjas on guard saw Yi Tsang and were first taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise, then their expressions turned anxious. Lady Yi Tsang, you. How did you come back? The guard cautiously asked. Yi Tsang let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with mockery. What, are you surprised to see me alive? The guards were intimidated by her gaze, not daring to meet her eyes, and hurriedly cleared the way. Yi Tsang and Qin De headed straight to the place where the village leaders were holding a meeting. Inside the room, Hai Lao Tsang Chio and other elders as well as the candidate for the Wind Shadow Luo Sha were discussing matters. Yi Tsang pushed the door open rudely. Upon seeing her everyone inside was instantly stunned. Yi Tsang, you. How are you not dead? Hai Lao Tsang asked in surprise. Yi Tsang glared at him, scolding loudly, what, are you disappointed? Did you think sacrificing me would bring peace? How naive. Her voice echoed in the room filled with anger and unwillingness. The elders lowered their heads, looking embarrassed. Yi Tsang took a deep breath and announced loudly, I want to become the Wind Shadow. I want to change this village that sells out its own heroes. As soon as she said this the room erupted in chaos. Chio frowned, a serious expression on her face, saying, Yi Tsang, the position of Wind Shadow is not a joke. You are too young and lack sufficient experience. Luo Sha echoed, yes, becoming the Wind Shadow requires enough strength and prestige, you are not qualified yet. Yi Tsang did not retreat, recounting her experiences in the land of rain. When she spoke of being betrayed her voice choked, I risked my life for the land of sand yet was abandoned. Does this village not need change? She then elaborated on her vision for the village's future, each word imbued with love and hope for the land of sand. Qin De stood silently behind Yi Tsang, watching everything. As Yi Tsang trembled slightly from excitement and fatigue, he stepped forward, took her hand and gave her a reassuring look, then turned to everyone, speaking steadily, everyone, Yi Tsang's capabilities and determination are clear for all to see. She has experienced betrayal in life and death yet still thinks of the future of the village. Does such a person not deserve a chance? Everyone fell silent and Hai Lao Tsang broke the quiet first. In that case let Yi Tsang compete with the other candidates for the Wind Shadow. The winner will become the Wind Shadow. The match is set for 3 days later. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yi Tsang accepted without hesitation. After leaving the meeting hall, Yi Tsang and Qin De walked on the streets of the land of sand. The sunset's afterglow cast long shadows on them. Qin De, thank you, Yi Tsang said softly, her voice still carrying a hint of choking emotion, if it weren't for you I might have given up. Qin De smiled and said, I said I would always help you. Together we can definitely change this village. In the next 3 days Yitsang and Qin prepared intensively. They arrived at the secret training ground of the Land of Sand, which was spacious and hidden, surrounded by towering sand dunes that provided natural cover. Luo Sha's fighting style is extremely cautious, adept at using sand for long-range attacks and defense. Qin analyzed while drawing tactical sketches in the sand. He can manipulate a large amount of sand, and both the speed and power of his attacks cannot be underestimated. His sand-binding coffin can instantly bind enemies, and the sand waterfall burial is immensely powerful, capable of burying enemies deep in a sea of sand. Yitsang nodded slightly, her expression serious. My melting escape technique, while powerful, may face limitations against Luo Sha's sand defenses. Moreover, his attack range is wide, so I must be careful to avoid it. Qin pondered for a moment and then said, the greatest advantage of your melting escape technique lies in its high temperature and corrosiveness. We can use this to break through his sand defenses. At the start of the battle you should use melting escape to create a high temperature environment, softening the surrounding sand and weakening Luo Sha's control over it. As he spoke, Qin stood up quickly, forming hand seals to simulate Luo Sha's ninjutsu attack. When he launches the sand-binding coffin, you immediately use melting escape gray stone technique to melt the surrounding sand and destroy his bindings. Then, taking advantage of the opening in his defenses, use melting escape scorching escape light fong for close-range attacks. This move is fast and powerful, making it difficult for him to evade. Yitsang listened carefully, silently memorizing every tactical point. Afterwards they began practical training. Yitsang executed the melting escape technique, the scorching flames merging with the sand to form streams of high-temperature lava rampaging across the training ground. Qin imitated Luo Sha, manipulating the sand for defense and counterattack. By the end of the first day of training, although Yitsang was exhausted, her eyes shone with determination. On the second day they continued their training, constantly refining their tactics. Qin discovered that Yitsang's control over chakra when using the melting escape technique could be more precise, so he patiently guided her. When releasing the melting escape technique, try to concentrate your chakra more on the core of the attack. This will not only increase your attack power but also save chakra. As Qin demonstrated and explained, Yitsang practiced repeatedly according to his guidance, gradually mastering more precise chakra control techniques. By the third day Yitsang had adjusted her condition to the best. After 3 days of training, the power and precision of her melting escape technique had significantly improved. She and Qin reviewed the entire strategy again, ensuring that every detail was foolproof. Yitsang, you have done very well. Qin looked at Yitsang, his eyes filled with encouragement. I believe you can do it in tomorrow's match. Yitsang nodded slightly, taking a deep breath. With you by my side I feel full of confidence. Finally the day of the match arrived. Yitsang stood in the arena looking at Luo Sha and the others across from her. Though she felt nervous, what dominated her heart was determination. She glanced at Qin at the side, who returned her gaze with encouragement. They exchanged a smile. Yitsang knew that this match was not just about her own fate but a crucial step in changing the Land of Sand. In the central square of the Wind Country today was particularly lively. The massive competition arena was packed to the brim, countless sand ninjas eagerly looking on, their gazes fixed intently on the center of the arena. This contest for the title of Wind Shadow not only pertained to the future direction of the Wind Country but also carried the hopes of many for peace and prosperity. The audience murmured amongst themselves, excitement palpable in the air. Have you heard? Yitsang is actually going to compete against the popular candidate for Wind Shadow, Luo Sha, exclaimed a young sand ninja with excitement. Yes, Yitsang's previous experiences in the Rain Country were so tragic. I wonder if she can succeed this time, responded a companion nearby. On the high platform of the arena, elders like Hai Lao Tsang and Chio sat upright, their eyes scanning Yitsang and Luo Sha filled with scrutiny. Yitsang wore a light sand ninja outfit, her beautiful back still striking, yet at this moment her gaze held a newfound determination and resolve. She glanced at Qin by the side of the arena, who returned her look with steadfast eyes as if to say, I believe in you. Luo Sha on the other hand stood at the opposite end with a stern expression, exuding a calm presence. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes reflecting a determined spirit towards this contest. As Hai Lao Tsang issued the command, begin the match. The entire arena fell silent in an instant, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of this peak confrontation. Luo Sha made the first move, his hands swiftly forming seals as he shouted, "Wind-binding coffin." In an instant the surrounding airflow gathered like a living entity, forming a massive arm of wind that rushed towards Yitsang. Wherever the wind arm passed, the air was torn apart, producing a sharp whistling sound. Yitsang had long been prepared, her figure flickered like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly dodging. At the same time she formed seals with her hands and shouted, "Melt-release flame explosion technique." In an instant intense flames erupted in the air, creating a powerful heat wave that surged towards the wind arm. The heat wave struck the wind arm, causing its movements to slow and its power to diminish significantly. "Humph, not bad," Luo Sha scoffed. With a cold snort, Luo Sha manipulated the remaining airflow to rapidly retract, regathering it around himself to form a solid wind shield. Seeing this, Yitsang wasted no time, she unleashed the melt-release technique once again, this time concentrating her chakra even more, declaring, "Melt-release scorching impact." A high-temperature flame shot from her hand like an arrow, carrying tremendous force towards Luo Sha's wind shield. The shield trembled violently under the impact, the airflow on its surface continuously disturbed by the high temperature. Luo Sha felt immense pressure and increased the output of his chakra to stabilize the shield. On the edge of the arena the audience was fervently cheering. "Yitsang, go for it. Luo Sha, don't lose." The shouts of support rose and fell. Luo Sha knew that being on the defensive was not a solution. He suddenly changed tactics. His hands moved rapidly and the surrounding airflow instantly gathered to form a massive storm that enveloped Yitsang. This was his ultimate technique, storm burial. Yitsang looked at the overwhelming storm, her heart tightened. But she did not panic. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her chakra and unleashed her strongest defensive technique, melt-release flame prison wall. A layer of searing flames instantly formed around her, tightly enclosing her within. The storm collided violently with the wall, producing a deafening roar. The howling winds obscured the view inside the arena. The audience stood up nervously, their eyes glued to the match. After a long time the storm gradually dissipated. Yitsang appeared somewhat disheveled, but she still stood her ground. Her wall showed some cracks but successfully withstood Luo Sha's attack. Luo Sha was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected Yitsang to be so powerful. Yet he did not give up, deciding to launch his final attack. He gathered all his chakra into his hands, manipulating the airflow to form a gigantic fist of wind far stronger than any of his previous attacks. "Die!" Luo Sha roared, the wind fist roaring towards Yitsang. She gazed at the colossal fist, a wave of despair washing over her. But at that moment Qin Da's figure flashed in her mind, recalling his encouragement and trust. "I cannot lose," she shouted within. Yitsang unleashed all her power, pushing the melt-release technique to its limits. Melt-release ultra-high temperature purgatory. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in high heat, as if it had transformed into a gigantic furnace. The wind fist rapidly dissipated in this ultra-high temperature environment, turning into nothingness. Luo Sha stared in horror at this scene, his attack completely obliterated. Before he could react, Yitsang was already in front of him. "It's over." Yitsang shouted, the glow of her melt-release gleaming as it pressed against Luo Sha's throat. Luo Sha's eyes widened, he couldn't believe he was losing. Slowly he closed his eyes, surrendering. The arena fell silent in an instant, followed by an explosive cheer. "Yitsang, Yitsang," the audience shouted her name, their voices echoing in the sky. Hai Lao Tsang stood up and declared, "Yitsang wins, becoming the new wind shadow of the wind country." Yitsang slowly lowered her hand, a content smile gracing her face. She looked towards Qin Da by the side of the arena, who was also smiling brightly at her, his eyes filled with pride and joy. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yitsang walked towards Qin Da. The two embraced tightly. In that moment all their efforts and sacrifices were rewarded. "Thank you, Qin Da," Yitsang whispered, "I couldn't have done it without you." Qin Da gently stroked her hair, saying, "No, this is your own effort and perseverance. You did it, Yitsang, I'm proud of you." Under the adoration of the crowd, Yitsang walked towards the high platform, accepting their homage. She knew that from this moment on she would bear the future of the wind country, and Qin Da would always stand by her side, together creating a new brilliance for the wind country. After Yitsang became the new wind shadow of the wind nation, her life underwent a tremendous transformation. The once battle-hardened female ninja now sat at the core of the Wind Nation's power, shouldering the rise and fall of the entire country. Every morning before the first rays of sunlight fully illuminated the land of the Wind Nation, Yitsang was already seated at her desk piled high with documents. Among these documents were development reports from various villages, diplomatic matters with other countries, and plans for the mobilization of the military forces of the Wind Nation. She meticulously reviewed each document, her brush occasionally leaving annotations on the paper. Lord Wind Shadow, this is the latest intelligence sent by the border patrol team. A wind ninja entered the office respectfully presenting a scroll. Yitsang took the scroll and swiftly began reading. It recorded the personnel movements in the border areas and some potential threats. She furrowed her brows slightly and after a moment of thought said, "Send the order down to strengthen the border patrol efforts and closely monitor any unusual occurrences." "Yes, Lord Wind Shadow." After receiving the orders, the wind ninja quickly exited. The busy work often made Yitsang lose track of time, but when her stomach growled she realized it was already noon. After a simple lunch she immersed herself back into her afternoon work. She had to discuss the economic development strategies of the Wind Nation with the elders and meet with envoys from other countries to handle various diplomatic affairs. Despite the hectic workload, whenever she had a moment of leisure, Yitsang would seek out Qinda. In front of Qinda she was no longer the imposing Wind Shadow but an ordinary woman. They would stroll through the streets of the Wind Nation savoring various delicacies and sharing their joys and sorrows. Sometimes they would venture out to the grasslands, lying on the grass gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. "Qinda, with you by my side I feel empowered," Yitsang softly said, leaning against Qinda. Qinda gently stroked her hair and said tenderly, "I will always be by your side, Yitsang." However, such beautiful moments did not last long. One day Qinda approached Yitsang, his expression somewhat serious. "Yitsang, I have something to tell you." Qinda hesitated for a moment before speaking. "What is it, Qinda?" Yitsang observed Qinda's expression, feeling a foreboding sense in her heart. "I need to leave for a while. I have to go to the Lulan Kingdom to search for the dragon vein," Qinda said slowly. Hearing this, Yitsang's heart tightened. She understood the importance of the dragon vein to Qinda, yet she was reluctant to see him go. "Do you really have to go?" Yitsang's voice trembled slightly. Qinda gently held Yitsang's hand, saying, "Yes, Yitsang. The dragon vein contains immense energy and is very important to me. Moreover, I want to prepare for our future." Yitsang looked into Qinda's determined gaze and knew he had made up his mind. She took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, "All right, Qinda, I support you. But you must be careful and come back soon." Qinda tightly embraced Yitsang, saying, "I will, Yitsang. You take care of yourself and wait for me to return. This beauty-restoring pill is for you." Qinda took out a beauty-restoring pill and handed it to Yitsang. "What kind of pill is this?" Yitsang asked curiously. "It can keep you youthful and your appearance unaging." Qinda smiled. Yitsang accepted it and Qinda said with a laugh, "This pill is a gift for my future bride." Without hesitation Yitsang swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly and she felt a miraculous change in her body. "I will wait for your return." Yitsang smiled enchantingly. A few days later Qinda bid farewell to Yitsang and embarked on his journey to the Lulan Kingdom. He traveled through the vast desert, finally arriving at the legendary ancient kingdom of Lulan. The scene before him left Qinda utterly astonished. Once a prosperous kingdom, the ancient Lulan now lay in ruins. Everywhere he looked there were remnants of walls, and the dilapidated buildings seemed even more desolate under the erosion of sand and wind. The former palace now only had a few crumbling walls left, and the streets were filled with sand and stones. The once bustling atmosphere completely vanished. Qinda slowly walked into the ruins, feeling the former glory of this city. The exquisite carvings and magnificent architectural remains spoke volumes of the ancient Lulan's might. He gently touched an ancient stone tablet, the inscriptions already faint, but somehow he felt he could glimpse the past of the ancient Lulan through these characters. What a prosperous country this once was, Qinda sighed. He continued to explore deeper and discovered an ancient temple among the ruins. The temple's great door had collapsed and the Buddha statues inside were also incomplete. Qin entered the temple and saw some strange symbols and patterns on the walls. These symbols and patterns seemed to conceal some secret, and Qin studied them carefully, trying to unravel their mysteries. Just then he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. He quickly turned around only to see a group of mysterious figures in black appearing before him. These black-clad individuals brandished weapons, their eyes filled with a murderous intent. "Who are you? Why are you here?" the leader of the black-clad individuals coldly asked. Qin did not respond, his gaze warily fixed on these figures. He knew that a battle was about to break out. "Since you don't want to speak, then stay here forever." The leader of the black-clad figures waved his hand and the others surged towards Qin. Qin quickly prepared for battle, powerful spiritual energy surging around him. Facing these foes he felt no fear, only one conviction in his heart: to find the dragon vein and return safely to Yizang. In this ancient and mysterious ruin of the Lulan Kingdom, Qin's adventure was just beginning. Would he be able to defeat these enigmatic enemies? Would he find the dragon vein? What future awaited him in Yizang? Everything remained uncertain. In the ancient Lulan temple, Qin was intently studying the mysterious symbols and patterns on the walls, attempting to uncover clues about the dragon vein. As he immersed himself in his research, a wave of dangerous energy suddenly surged towards him. He quickly turned around to see a group of individuals clad in black attire emerging from various corners of the temple surrounding him. These black-clad figures had sharp glints in their eyes, gripping uniquely designed weapons that emanated a strong murderous intent. "Who are you? Why have you intruded into our forbidden grounds?" The leader of the black-clad figures stepped forward, his voice deep and cold as if it had emerged from an icy abyss. Qin realized that his arrival had triggered the hidden secrets of the ancient Lulan kingdom. He cautiously observed his surroundings, refraining from immediately answering the black-clad man's question. His spiritual energy subtly surged around him, ready to respond to any potential attacks. "It seems you have no intention of speaking. Then do not blame us for being impolite. Anyone who dares to invade Lulan must die." The leader of the black-clad figures waved his hand, signaling the attack. In an instant the black figures lunged at Qin like a swarm of dark phantoms. One of the black-clad men thrust a weapon shimmering with cold light towards Qin's chest at an incredible speed. Qin swiftly dodged, moving like a spectre, allowing the sharp weapon to graze the edge of his clothing. Immediately after, another black-clad man attacked from the side, wielding a long whip that lashed out like a venomous snake towards Qin. Unfazed, Qin swiftly formed hand seals as a spiritual energy shield materialized before him. The whip struck the shield with a crisp sound but failed to inflict any harm on him. Qin understood that while these black-clad figures were individually weaker than him, they worked in perfect unison, their assault relentless like surging tides. He could not remain on the defensive indefinitely, he had to take the initiative. Therefore he unleashed the wood release technique, causing sturdy vines to surge from the ground, entwining towards the black-clad figures. Seeing this, the black-clad figures promptly executed their respective skills to defend themselves. Some utilized wind release to blow the vines off course, while others employed earth release to evade the vine attacks underground. Qin undeterred increased his output of spiritual energy. Would release all things in the forest. With a loud shout, more vines erupted from all directions, filling the entire space of the temple. The black-clad figures appeared somewhat flustered under the onslaught of the vines, but they quickly reorganized their defenses. They coordinated with one another, with some cutting the vines while others seized the opportunity to attack Qin. The battle reached a fever pitch. Qin's spiritual energy shield began to crack under the continuous attacks from the black-clad figures, while numerous attackers found themselves ensnared by the vines, injured and collapsing. Looking at the injured black-clad figures, Qin felt a twinge of compassion. He had not intended to make enemies with them, he came solely to seek the dragon vein. Thus he decided to change his tactics, focusing less on attack and more on finding a way to break free from the encirclement. He activated the instantaneous movement technique, appearing on the opposite side of the temple in an instant. The black-clad figures immediately pursued him. As Qin dodged their attacks, he searched for an opportunity to escape. At that moment he discovered a hidden corner of the temple that seemed to contain a passage. A thought struck him and he decided to break through in that direction. Qin concentrated his spiritual energy and launched a powerful attack towards the passage. A beam of spiritual energy shot towards the black-clad figures, temporarily forcing them back. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed towards the passage. The black-clad figures pursued closely, and just as Qin was about to enter the passage, an arrow flew from behind him. Feeling the imminent danger from behind, Qin swiftly sidestepped. However, the arrow still grazed his arm, leaving a trail of blood. Ignoring the pain, he rushed into the passage. The black-clad figures followed him inside. The passage was narrow and dim, intensifying the battle between the two sides. Qin relied on his powerful spiritual energy and agile movements to engage the black-clad figures within the confined space. He continuously unleashed spiritual energy attacks, attempting to repel the black-clad figures. Meanwhile, the black-clad figures exploited the passage's terrain to launch a coordinated assault on Qin. Just as Qin was locked in a bitter struggle with the black-clad figures, a clear voice suddenly rang out, "Stop! Everyone cease your actions." With the sound, a beam of light illuminated the entire passage. Everyone turned towards the voice, and a beautifully dressed woman slowly approached. Her face was striking yet commanding, her eyes exuding an innate noble aura. She was Queen Sarah of Lulan. Upon seeing the queen's arrival, the black-clad figures quickly knelt on one knee, saying, "Your Majesty." Qin also halted his movements, watching the suddenly appeared queen with vigilance. Sarah surveyed the scene, her gaze landing on Qin. "Who are you? Why have you intruded into my ancient Lulan kingdom and clashed with my guardians?" Qin slightly cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, my name is Qin and I hail from the distant Hidden Leaf village. I came here not to offend but to seek the dragon vein. I have heard that the dragon vein contains immense energy which holds significant meaning for me." Hearing Qin's words, Sarah frowned slightly. "The dragon vein is a sacred artifact of my Lulan kingdom, tied to the rise and fall of our nation. What right does an outsider have to claim it?" Qin sincerely replied, "Your Majesty, I bear no ill will. I merely wish to harness the power of the dragon vein to become stronger and protect those I cherish. I assure you that after gaining the power of the dragon vein, I will do my utmost to safeguard the Lulan kingdom and prevent it from suffering any harm. Furthermore, I can offer something else in exchange." Sarah regarded Qin, a hint of hesitation flickering in her eyes. She turned to glance at the injured guardians, feeling a pang of sympathy. She understood that these guardians fought to protect the Lulan kingdom, and she could not easily hand over the dragon vein to a stranger. Yet Qin's words stirred something within her. She was acutely aware of the current decline of the Lulan kingdom, and perhaps Qin's strength could aid them. "Let me consider this," Sarah finally said. "You will come with me first, and I will arrange for you to stay temporarily. Until I make a decision, you are not to leave this place." Qin understood that this was the best outcome for now. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Under Sarah's guidance, Qin left the passage. This intense battle had reached a temporary conclusion, but Qin knew that his story with the Lulan kingdom was just beginning. Would he be able to convince Sarah and successfully gain the power of the dragon vein? How would he face the challenges that lay ahead? Everything remained uncertain. Meanwhile, in the rain-soaked country engulfed by war and shadows, the humid air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and despair. The incessant drizzle wept like a sorrowful song mourning the war-torn land. Nagato, Yahiko and Konan, 3 children who grew up under the shadow of war, harbored a fervent longing for peace in their hearts. They had witnessed their loved ones perish in the flames of battle, their homes reduced to ruins by the smoke of conflict, and the people around them struggling for survival amidst pain and fear. These brutal images etched deep scars into their young souls, igniting their resolve to change the world. "We cannot continue like this, the war must end." Yahiko stood in the rain droplets cascading down his resolute face, his eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. "We must create an organization, one that can truly bring peace. Let's call it Akatsuki." Nagato and Konan exchanged glances and nodded emphatically. Nagato's rinnegan shimmered with mysterious light in the rain, as though it could see through the world's suffering. Konan gently brushed the rain-soaked strands of her hair, her eyes filled with dreams and hopes for the future. Thus the Akatsuki organization quietly emerged from the ruins. They traveled far and wide, gathering like-minded partners to strive together for the dream of peace. At first their strength was negligible, but with unwavering belief and fearless courage they gradually began to make their mark in the rain-soaked country. However, their actions drew the attention of the leader of the rain country, Danzō of the Salamander. Once hailed as a demigod, this powerful ninja had now lost himself in the whirlpool of power. Fearing that the rise of the Akatsuki would threaten his rule, Danzō decided to crush them in their cradle. He set a trap luring Nagato, Yahiko and Konan to a remote valley under the pretense of negotiation. The moment they stepped into the valley, countless rain ninjas surged from all directions surrounding them. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, you are too naive. Danzō looked down at them from a height, his gaze filled with contempt. The Akatsuki. Just a group of ignorant children. Today marks your demise. Yahiko gripped his weapon tightly, fearlessly declaring, Danzō, you are mistaken. What we seek as peace is something no one can obstruct. In an instant battle erupted as the rain ninjas surged like a tide. Nagato unleashed the formidable power of his Rinnegan, effortlessly executing techniques such as Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, causing the earth to tremble and the skies to darken. Konan transformed into countless paper shurikens, darting through the rain with grace, her paper blades slicing towards the enemies like sharp flying daggers. Yahiko fought fiercely, employing his agile movements and exquisite ninjutsu to engage in intense close combat with the foes. However, the enemies' numbers were overwhelming and they gradually found themselves in peril. Just then Danzō struck. He unleashed his strongest ninjutsu, the salamander technique, summoning a massive salamander that spewed toxic mist spreading towards Nagato and the others. Nagato and Konan quickly dodged, but Yahiko, in a bid to protect them, was unfortunately engulfed by the mist. His body was gradually eroded by the poison, collapsing to the ground. Yahiko! Nagato and Konan cried out in despair, rushing towards Yahiko without hesitation. Don't come closer. Yahiko struggled to lift his hand, stopping them. You must survive and realize our dream. With that, his hand slowly fell, his eyes closing forever. Nagato and Konan held Yahiko's lifeless body, tears mingling with the rain. The anguish in their hearts instantly transformed into boundless rage, the flames of hatred blazing fiercely within them. Danzō, I will make you pay in blood. Nagato roared, his Rinnegan flashing with eerie light, powerful chakra ripples causing the surrounding air to tremble. From that day forth, Nagato and Konan embarked on a rigorous training regimen. They continuously enhanced their powers, driven by a singular belief to avenge Yahiko. After countless days and nights of effort, Nagato finally mastered the full power of his Rinnegan, while Konan became a formidable ninja. They set out once more on the path of vengeance. This time they stormed directly into Danzō's mansion. Upon seeing them, Danzō was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. You dare return? You truly overestimate yourselves, Danzō sneered. Nagato remained silent, directly unleashing Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsion emanated from him, leveling Danzō's mansion to the ground. Danzō hurriedly employed ninjutsu to defend, but was still sent flying by this immense force. Taking advantage of the moment, Konan launched her attack, her paper shurikens transforming into countless sharp blades flying towards Danzō. He dodged left and right but was still wounded by the paper. Nagato then utilized Bansho Tenin, drawing Danzō before him. He looked at Danzō, his eyes filled with hatred. Danzō, today marks your demise. Danzō gazed at Nagato, terror filling his heart. He knew that today he might not escape his fate. Do you think killing me will bring about peace? Danzō said in despair. Nagato did not respond, instead he launched his attack. A powerful chakra beam shot from his hand, instantly penetrating Danzō's body. Danzō collapsed to the ground, his wicked life coming to an end. Nagato and Konan stood amidst the ruins, looking at everything before them yet feeling no joy in their hearts. Yahiko, we avenged you, Nagato said softly, tears once again blurring his vision. From that moment on, Nagato and Konan completely took control of the rain country. With the Akatsuki at their core, they began to implement their ideals, attempting to establish true peace on this war-torn land. Yet they knew this was only the beginning, as the road ahead remained fraught with challenges and the unknown. This world had always been weeping, burdened with too much pain. They must make those great nations taste suffering to feel pain. Only when they understand suffering can this world achieve true peace. Inside the slightly dilapidated yet still majestic palace of the ancient kingdom of Lolan, the atmosphere was tense and grave. Qin sat opposite Queen Sarah with an invisible pressure hanging in the air. Queen Sarah sat elegantly in her ornate chair adorned in a long robe interwoven with gold and red embroidered with exquisite Lulan totems crowned with a gem-studded tiara. A natural sense of authority and caution radiated from her gaze. She folded her hands on her lap staring intently at Qin and slowly began, "Qin, you should understand how crucial the dragon vein is to our ancient kingdom of Lulan. It carries the history and future of our nation. I cannot easily hand it over to others." Qin leaned slightly forward, a sincere smile on his face as he said, "Your Majesty, I am fully aware of the significance of the dragon vein to Lolan and I have no intention of plundering it. All I seek is to harness the power of the dragon vein to enhance my own strength, and I will provide Lulan with ample compensation." Queen Sarah raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her eyes. "Oh. Then tell me, what can you offer in exchange?" Qin took out a delicate jade veil from his robe and gently placed it on the table, saying, "This is the youth-retaining pill. After consumption it grants eternal beauty and youthful vitality. Your Majesty is of unparalleled nobility and surely you wish to maintain this splendid visage for a long time." Queen Sarah's gaze fell upon the jade veil, a flicker of interest crossing her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, saying, "A single pill and you wish to exchange it for the dragon vein? That seems rather naive." Qin had anticipated that the queen would not be easily swayed. He winked playfully and replied casually, "Your Majesty, this youth-retaining pill is something I painstakingly concocted. It cannot be purchased in the market and is indeed a rare treasure. Of course I have even greater sincerity. I can represent the Wind Nation and sign a protection agreement with Lulan. As one of the 5 great nations, the Wind Nation possesses immense power. If Lulan faces any crisis, the Wind Nation will surely provide full assistance to ensure Lulan's safety." Queen Sarah fell into contemplation. She understood Lulan's current decline. Despite its long history and mysterious heritage, it would be challenging to withstand external threats with mere self-reliance in this turbulent world. The protection of the Wind Nation was indeed an enticing offer for Lulan. Will the Wind Nation truly uphold its promises? Queen Sarah questioned, "In these chaotic times, how credible are the promises between nations?" Qin patted his chest confidently and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I share a deep bond with the current Wind Shadow Yizang. She is a person of great loyalty and integrity and her word is her bond. If the Wind Nation dares to breach the contract, I will be the first to object, and then I will unleash my super immortal technique to make them regret it and apologize to Lulan." Seeing Qin's earnest demeanor, Queen Sarah couldn't help but smile, her inner scales beginning to tip. She thought of Lulan's current predicament and the yearning for peace and stability in the eyes of the common people leading her to a decision. "Very well, I can agree to allow you to harness the power of the dragon vein. But you must ensure that during the process of utilizing the dragon vein's power no harm comes to Lulan, and after the deed is done you must guarantee that the Wind Nation fulfills its promise of protection," Queen Sarah stated. Qin's heart leaped with joy and he quickly replied, "Your Majesty, do not worry. I will surely abide by the agreement. If I go back on my word, let me be unable to enjoy my favorite food every day." Thus, after a fierce negotiation, Qin finally reached an agreement with Queen Sarah. Meanwhile, in the distant Hidden Leaf village, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze blew. Qin Feng and Sunset Red strolled down the bustling street. Qin Feng suddenly stopped, a mysterious expression on his face as he said to Sunset Red, "Red, did you know? I recently learned a new cultivation spell that can transform the clouds in the sky into shapes you like." Sunset Red looked at him curiously, "Really? You better not be bragging." Qin Feng seriously formed hand seals reciting, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, clouds transform into little rabbits." However, the clouds in the sky remained completely still. Sunset Red couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" Qin Feng scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. "Maybe the clouds are in a bad mood today and don't want to cooperate. I'll communicate with them properly next time." The two then arrived at a dessert shop and Qin Feng pointed at a cake in the display case, saying, "Red, doesn't that cake look like a giant cloud? If I eat it, perhaps I will gain the power of clouds." Sunset Red rolled her eyes at him with a smile. You always say the strangest things. Just as they were enjoying this wonderful time, a message from Qin arrived informing Qin Feng that the Dragon Vein transaction had been successfully negotiated. Qin Feng gently kissed Sunset Red on the forehead and said, "Red, I have to step out for a bit. When I return I will bring you a mysterious little gift from Lulan." Sunset Red felt a bit reluctant but nodded, "All right, be careful and I'll wait for your return." Qin Feng then used the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared he had already arrived at the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Looking at Qin and Queen Sarah before him, Qin Feng slightly nodded, "Your Majesty, thank you for your trust. Next I will begin to refine the Dragon Vein. I will surely keep my promise. If I fail I will turn myself into a cloud and serve as Lulan's sunshade for a year." Queen Sarah looked at Qin Feng, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. "I hope you do not disappoint me." Qin Feng took a deep breath, walked to the location of the Dragon Vein and prepared to begin the refinement. In the mysterious and ancient land of the Dragon Vein in the Lulan ancient kingdom, a mystical aura enveloped the surroundings. Huge rocks were scattered about, faintly emitting glimmers of light as if a group of weathered elders were quietly recounting the stories of time. The sky was obscured by thick clouds casting a dim and yellowish light that added a sense of oppression to the entire space. Qin Feng stood at the core area of the Dragon Vein, his expression solemn. He was well aware of the arduous task of refining the Dragon Vein, yet his heart was filled with anticipation. Qin stood beside him, his gaze resolute, always ready to protect Qin Feng. He looked at Qin Feng, his heart filled with trust. "Master, everything is ready. I will guard you with all my strength." Qin Feng nodded slightly, took a deep breath and began to set up the formation. He moved his hands rapidly and strands of spiritual energy flew from his fingertips, intertwining in the air to form a complex pattern as if lively spirits danced gracefully in the air, constructing a mysterious web of energy. As he moved, the surrounding air began to vibrate slightly, emitting a buzzing sound as if cheering for the impending energy feast. The previously still sand and gravel were also stirred by the turbulent airflow rolling restlessly on the ground. This formation is derived from my years of cultivation, merging the powers of the 5 elements, capable of maximizing the guidance of the Dragon Vein's power. While setting up the formation, Qin Feng explained to Qin, "It acts like a loyal guardian, not only helping me absorb the energy of the Dragon Vein but also preventing energy leakage and chaos." As he spoke, Qin Feng took out some precious spirit crystals and treasures from his bosom, placing them at key positions in the formation. These spirit crystals emitted a myriad of colors, resonating with the formation, making the spiritual energy in the entire area even more abundant. Each spirit crystal resembled a brilliant star embedded in the sky of the formation, continuously infusing it with energy. At that moment a fierce wind howled past, sending the surrounding sand and stones swirling, yet it could not approach the formation by even a hair's breadth, as if the formation possessed an invisible barrier. These spirit crystals are the result of my arduous efforts to collect them. They can stabilize the operation of the formation and enhance its power. Qin Feng picked up a spirit crystal radiating blue light, demonstrating to Qin that this ice spirit crystal resembles a calm messenger of ice, capable of balancing the intense heat of the Dragon Vein's energy, making it easier to absorb. After the formation was set up, Qin Feng stood in the center, forming seals with his hands and chanting incantations. In an instant the formation radiated a brilliant light and a powerful suction surged towards the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein roared like a slumbering giant awakened, emitting a deep growl as a wave of powerful energy fluctuations resonated from its depths, akin to surging ocean waves crashing towards Qin Feng. In an instant the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, thick bolts of lightning slicing through the heavy clouds, illuminating the ancient land, while the thunder roared in his ears, heightening the tension. Qin tightly gripped his weapon, vigilantly observing his surroundings. He paid close attention to the subtle changes in the environment, always monitoring Qin Feng's condition, prepared to rush forward at the slightest hint of danger. His gaze was sharp, missing not a single corner, even the slightest anomaly in the breeze was keenly detected by him. At this moment the ground began to tremble slightly, cracks spreading beneath his feet as if the earth feared the immense power. As the energy from the Dragon Vein continuously surged in, Qin Feng's body began to tremble slightly. He felt a powerful force rampaging within him, akin to a ferocious dragon trying to break free from its bodily confines. He gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy with all his might, guiding the force towards his nascent soul as if taming the dragon. This force carried a scorching temperature and a violent momentum, each impact causing a tearing pain in Qin Feng's meridians, yet he endured with unwavering will. The surrounding air seemed ignited, waves of heat rolled in succession, making breathing difficult. What a powerful force! Qin Feng marveled inwardly. No wonder it's called the dragon vein, the energy contained within far surpasses my imagination. However, the refining process was not smooth sailing. As time passed, the energy of the dragon vein became increasingly violent and the formation began to show signs of instability. Cracks began to appear in the surrounding rocks as if trembling in fear from the overwhelming power. Black smoke seeped from the fissures, carrying a pungent odor that permeated the entire space. The raging wind wrapped around the black smoke, forming small whirlwinds that swirled around. Not good, the formation is about to collapse. Seeing this, Qin Da's heart tightened and he quickly increased the output of his own spiritual energy, attempting to assist Qin Feng in stabilizing the formation, akin to reinforcing a swaying lighthouse in a storm. Beads of sweat covered his forehead and his arms trembled slightly from the high-intensity output of spiritual energy, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, continuously infusing his spiritual energy into the formation. At this moment, lightning in the sky became even denser, as if it intended to tear apart the heavens and earth. Qin Feng also sensed the danger, concentrating all his spirit to cast his strongest spiritual energy shield, enveloping himself and the formation within it. Simultaneously, he continuously adjusted the operation of the formation, trying to find a balance point, allowing the dragon vein's energy to be absorbed smoothly, as if seeking a tranquil harbor amidst the surging waves. Various cultivation knowledge and experiences flashed rapidly in his mind as he experimented with different methods of channeling spiritual energy, causing beads of sweat to emerge from his forehead due to excessive thought and tension. The tremors of the ground grew increasingly severe and the surrounding rocks continued to collapse, raising clouds of dust. Qin Feng frantically urged the chaotic refining technique and golden runes began to appear on his body. These runes fused with the formation, instantly enhancing its stability. These runes acted like a group of brave warriors joining the formation's defense, collectively resisting the impact of the dragon vein's energy. The runes glimmered with dazzling light, crashing against the violent energy of the dragon vein, producing crackling sounds akin to an intense battle. At this moment, the previously rampant wind gradually calmed and the lightning became less frequent, as if witnessing this contest of power. Huff! Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this secret technique worked. As time passed, Qin Feng gradually adapted to the energy of the dragon vein and the refining process became smoother. His nascent soul, nourished by the energy of the dragon vein, continued to grow stronger, radiating a powerful light like a flourishing sun, unleashing endless energy within him. Mysterious patterns appeared on the surface of his nascent soul, shifting and changing with the absorption of energy, as if recording Qin Feng's cultivation journey. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, sunlight filtering through the gaps and illuminating Qin Feng's face, signaling that this arduous refining process was nearing success. Qin Da watched Qin Feng's transformation from the side, filled with envy and anticipation. He knew that as long as Qin Feng successfully refined the dragon vein, not only would his own strength greatly increase, but he would also benefit from it. While protecting Qin Feng, he silently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, striving to enhance his own strength, eagerly awaiting the moment he too could achieve a breakthrough. At this moment, the surrounding environment gradually returned to calm. The previously shattered rock ceased trembling and the black smoke lingering in the air slowly dissipated. Thus time passed day by day as Qin Feng immersed himself in the process of refining the dragon vein. His body continuously absorbed the energy from the dragon vein, each absorption making him feel his strength rapidly increasing, as if climbing an endless peak of power. He could clearly feel his meridians growing more resilient, the speed of spiritual energy circulation accelerating, each breath stirring the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy around Qin Da became increasingly rich, forming a faint halo that slowly rotated around him. Qin Da remained vigilant at his side, not daring to slacken for even a moment. He continuously supplied spiritual energy to Qin Feng, assisting him in maintaining the operation of the formation. During this long period, his body also absorbed the spiritual energy that permeated the surroundings, gradually undergoing transformation like a seed sprouting in fertile soil. His skin became tighter, his eyes brighter, and the spiritual energy within him flowed like a gentle stream, gradually converging into a powerful force. The surrounding flowers, trees and plants began to flourish under the nourishment of this rich spiritual energy. Finally, after enduring 14 days, Qin Feng felt that his nascent soul had reached a new realm. He suddenly opened his eyes, a powerful light flashing within akin to lightning piercing the night sky. At this moment a splendid rainbow appeared in the sky, spanning the horizon as if celebrating his success. I succeeded. Qin Feng shouted excitedly. I've finally broken through to the late stage of nascent soul. At the same time Qin De also felt his body undergoing tremendous changes. His spiritual energy surged rapidly, the meridians within him becoming broader and more resilient. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had also broken through to foundation establishment. Master, I've also broken through. Qin De exclaimed with excitement. Qin Feng looked at Qin De, a gratified smile appearing on his face. That's great, Qin De. This is all the result of your hard work. The joy of both resonated across the ancient land. They knew that the success of this dragon vein refinement not only greatly enhanced their strength but also laid a solid foundation for their future paths. Mo Xiu, a formidable lord of the Xianjia, had attained the rank of Jinxian. He sat composed within an opulently lavish palace of the cultivation realm, mysterious and potent immortal power swirling around him. Before him floated a milky chaotic pearl, the Xianjia treasure known as the Hundun Pearl. If he could refine this relic, he would be able to break through the Jinxian threshold. At that moment Mo Xiu had his eyes tightly closed, concentrating every ounce of his might on refining the Hundun Pearl. Suddenly his eyes sprang open, his face darkened like the sky before a tempest, and blazing fury burned within his gaze. How dare this be? Mo Xiu struck the jade table beside him with a single violent palm. The once unyielding surface crumbled to dust. The dragon vein was to be the crucial step in my control of the Huaying world, who has spoiled my design. Rage surged through him like roaring lava, threatening to consume his reason. As a sovereign of immortals, Mo Xiu had long regarded the Huaying world as his to possess. Over the years he had schemed and plotted in secret, laying dense hidden stratagems there in an attempt to slowly refine that unique world into a pocket realm under his absolute command. Yet the arrival of Qin Feng had thoroughly upset his plans. Mo Xiu tried to marshal his immortal power to rend a rift in space and descend into the Huaying world himself to teach Qin Feng a lesson. But just as he began to move, a powerful and enigmatic force suddenly bound him, leaving him immobile. Startled, Mo Xiu recalled that his true self could not enter the Huaying world. Was he to swallow this insult? A trace of unwillingness flashed across Mo Xiu's eyes as he paced the palace, his mind racing for a counterplan. Suddenly a cunning light flickered in his eyes. He resolved to transmute a fragment of his will into a sign system, seeding it into the Huaying world so that his aims might be achieved through the hands of others. In the distant modern world, amid the bustle of a thriving city, Wang Huan sat before his computer, eyes locked on the screen as he streamed a game with rapt focus. A modestly well-known game streamer, he often broadcast late into the night to win more followers. Now he had been live for over a dozen hours. His eyes were rimmed with bloodshot veins and his body was exhausted to the extreme. Brothers, if we win this match, we'll sign off. Wang Huan forced his spirits and said. Yet as he launched his avatar in a final assault, a vertigo swept over him, darkness closed in and he lost consciousness. When Wang Huan regained awareness, he found himself in a strange, uncanny space. A kaleidoscope of lights filled the air and odd sounds echoed around him as if from another dimension. Where is this? Wasn't I streaming? Wang Huan looked around in alarm, his heart brimming with bewilderment and fear. At that moment a cold electronic voice rang abruptly in his mind. Welcome to the sign-in system. You have been granted a chance at rebirth. By signing in daily at designated locations or at specific storyline moments, you will receive generous rewards including powerful ninjutsu and Shuxian cultivation techniques. Wang Huan was first stunned, then widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, a sign-in system? What sign-in system? How do I have such a thing? And where exactly am I? His voice trembled, filled with fear and uncertainty about the unknown. The system did not reply immediately. Wang Huan paced anxiously in place, his hands flailing as if he might grasp some answer from the air. After a long moment the cold electronic voice spoke again. You have been transported to the Huaying world. The system's specific rules and the sign-in locations must be discovered by you. The Huaying world. Isn't that the world from the anime? Wang Huan felt both astonished and thrilled. As an anime fan he knew the Huiying world well, yet truly being inside it was still unbelievable. So if I complete the Sinins I can actually obtain ninjutsu and Shushin cultivation techniques. That's ridiculous. Wang Huan couldn't help but scoff. The system replied tersely, sign in faithfully and the rewards will manifest. Wang Huan scratched his head. Although he still had countless questions, he knew the system would offer no further explanation. He drew a deep breath to calm himself, resolving to accept whatever came. Perhaps this was a chance to change his destiny. No sooner had he thought this than a flash of light stole his senses and he lost consciousness again. When he awoke he discovered he was already within the Huiying world. Sunlight warmed his face and a gentle breeze brushed by. All around lay a scene both unfamiliar and teeming with life. Is this the Huiying world? Wang Huan felt both nervous and exhilarated. He knew that from this moment his fate would be irrevocably altered. Harboring equal parts eager anticipation and fear of the unknown, he began to explore this new world, seeking the chance to complete his first Seinen, unaware that it was all part of Mo Xiu's scheme. Wang Huan suddenly awakened from his stupor, feeling a heavy dizziness in his head as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He struggled to open his eyes, revealing a strange room that was small yet tidy. Simple ninja tools hung on the walls and a few old ninja scrolls lay on the tatami mat. Subconsciously he touched his face. The unfamiliar sensation instantly jolted him awake. Who have I become? Before he could fully collect his thoughts, that familiar cold electronic voice echoed in his mind again. You have been reborn as the ordinary ninja Mikuni-ai in Konohagakure. Current location Konohagakure. You can check in for the first time. What? I'm in Konohagakure. I can still check in. Wang Huan felt a mixture of shock and joy, with an inner turmoil of fear for the new environment and anticipation for the unknown. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, silently repeating, I am now Mikuni-ai, I must adapt to this identity and live well in this world. Thinking of this, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. System, I want to check in. Check in successful. Congratulations on obtaining chakra. In an instant a warm current surged from his lower abdomen, swiftly spreading throughout his body. Mikuni's limbs and bones seemed to be infused with new vitality. The previously exhausted body was instantly filled with strength, and even a slight movement of his fingers could feel the subtle energy fluctuations in the air. Is this the feeling of chakra? So amazing. Mikuni-ai was so excited that he almost jumped up, and his sense of identity with his new self grew stronger. I have truly become a ninja. In this world of ninjas I can also possess my own power. Filled with a strong curiosity about this world, Mikuni-ai began to cautiously explore Konohagakure. The streets were bustling with ninjas coming and going, and the shops along the way were filled with a variety of goods, with calls of vendors ringing out. Looking at the familiar yet strange scenes, Mikuni-ai was filled with excitement. This is Konohagakure, just like in the anime. I really have come here. As he walked, Mikuni-ai inadvertently looked up and the enormous Hokage rock came into view. The giant Hokage face gazed down majestically at the entire village, as if telling the glorious history of Konohagakure. Mikuni-ai was struck with inspiration, recalling the system's check-in function. Maybe checking in there will grant me something even more powerful. Once this thought arose, he could no longer suppress it. He looked around, ensuring no one was paying attention to him, then hunched over and quickly made his way toward Hokage Rock, as if sneaking like a thief. Along the way he tried to stick to the walls, avoiding the crowds, afraid of being discovered. Finally Mikuni-ai arrived at the foot of Hokage Rock. Standing in the shadow of the giant statue, he gazed up at the intricately carved Hokage face, his heart racing in his chest, so nervous that sweat beaded on his palms. He swallowed hard, his throat parched, and cautiously scanned the surroundings again, confirming that there were no suspicious eyes before slightly lowering his head, his lips moving as he eagerly called out inwardly, "System, I want to check in." At that moment everything around seemed to freeze, the breeze stopped blowing and the bustling noise of the street faded into a distant blur. Time seemed to stand still as Mikuni-ai held his breath, anxiously awaiting the system's response. Check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the body replacement technique. The familiar electronic voice rang in his mind, and in an instant a flood of knowledge and techniques about the body replacement technique surged into Mikuni's consciousness, and his body instinctively felt a familiarity with this ninjutsu, as if he had practiced it countless times. The body replacement technique. It's actually the body replacement technique. Mukuni-I was so excited that his face turned red and his hands unconsciously mimicked the hand seals for the technique. But he quickly realized that it was a busy place and he couldn't be too conspicuous. He stealthily observed his surroundings again, confirming that no one was paying attention before hunching over and quickly running into a nearby secluded alley. In the alley, Mukuni-I took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and began to attempt to perform the body replacement technique. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and murmured, "Body replacement technique." In the blink of an eye, an abandoned wooden barrel beside him replaced his position while he appeared several meters away. "Haha, it worked." Mukuni-I excitedly whispered, but immediately covered his mouth, fearing that someone would hear him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "This body replacement technique is so useful, I won't be afraid when I encounter danger in the future." Feeling the wonderful experience brought by the body replacement technique, Mukuni-I was filled with anticipation for the future. This system is truly a treasure. I wonder what powerful things I can get next time I check in. In this world of Hokage, Mukuni-I have arrived and I must carve out my own path. Thinking of this, Mukuni-I's eyes sparkled with confidence as he adjusted his clothes and cautiously walked out of the alley to continue exploring this ninja world full of surprises. The pieces have been set in the Hokage world. I will surely seize it. In the cultivation world, Emo Shushin Jun wore an evil smile. Slowly closing his eyes, he continued to refine the chaos pearl. Within the rain-drenched land of rain, shrouded perpetually in gloom, the Akatsuki's hidden base exuded an aura of mystique and grim solemnity. Pain and Conan sat in a dimly lit chamber, a table before them strewn with dossiers on prospective recruits, their gaze fixed upon one bearing the name Kakuzu. Kakuzu, a legendary shinobi of the land of waterfalls, endowed with 5 lives and mastery over forbidden jutsu, his strength unparalleled. Pain's voice was low and serene, his rinnegan glinted with an eerie luminescence in the pallid light. Yet before absolute power, such advantages are meaningless. Conan frowned faintly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. His temperament is icy, his methods brutal, recruiting him will not be easy. Pain tilted his head upward, his expression haughty, as if all creation lay beneath his feet. "It matters not. I shall reveal to him true power, and he shall join the Akatsuki, not by coercion but by conviction." Thus Pain and Conan set forth for the land of waterfalls, arriving at Kakuzu's lair, a crumbling abandoned fortress. A miasma of decay clung to the ruins, whispering of countless slaughters long past. "Kakuzu, emerge. We are Pain and Conan of the Akatsuki. Today we extend to you an invitation, to join our cause." His voice resonated through the fortress, heavy with unassailable authority. Moments later, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, a towering mountainous silhouette radiating palpable pressure. He wore a black trench coat embroidered with crimson cloud motifs flapping sharply in the wind, augmenting his air of chilling enigma. A black headscarf tightly wrapped his skull, revealing only a pair of eyes, frostbitten, piercing as though seeing through all things yet regarding the world with utter disdain. A grotesque mask covered his face, its twisted infernal patterns evoking demons risen from the deepest hells, chilling even the bravest soul. "The Akatsuki. You presume to recruit me?" Kakuzu's voice was glacial, laced with scorn. "In this world only the strong survive, and power is the sole truth. Prove your worth first, defeat me. Otherwise perish here now." A faint contemptuous smile flickered across Pain's lips as he raised a hand, gesturing for Conan to withdraw. "Conan, stand aside. This battle requires no second hand. I am divine in this world. A mere Kakuzu does not warrant our joint effort." Calm and unruffled, Pain stood motionless, yet around him surged chakra of overwhelming magnitude, as though the very heavens bowed beneath its weight. "Kakuzu, you believe your strength invincible, yet true power transcends even your wildest conception." Pain's voice boomed like a celestial bell, reverberating through the void. Kakuzu snorted coldly, murder flashing in his eyes. He struck first without hesitation. 5 whip-like tendrils shot forth with blinding speed, carving black afterimages through the air, ripping the very fabric of space as they flew. Pain remained impassive, neither dodging nor flinching. With a slight lift of his finger he intoned Shinra Tensei. A colossal repulsive force erupted from his core, effortlessly hurling Kakuzu's tendrils aside. The collision thundered, rending the air, raising plumes of dust. Is this all you possess? Pain's tone dripped with derision. To me you are but an ant, insignificant, fleeting. Fury blazing within, Kakuzu elongated one tendril into a massive spear and hurled it toward Pain, its momentum sharp enough to pierce mountains. Pain sidestepped with effortless grace, evading the killing thrust, then activated Bansho Tenin, drawing Kakuzu helplessly toward him. Kakuzu's body lurched forward uncontrollably, he braced himself with tendrils against the ground, straining to hold fast. Trivial parlor tricks. With a roar, Kakuzu launched all 4 remaining tendrils, each coiling like a black dragon, surging with devastating force toward Pain. A flash of frost passed through Pain's eyes. His hands blurred in rapid seals, unleashing a barrage of overwhelming jutsu that shattered every assault with surgical precision. Each counterstrike landed with flawless timing and crushing impact, leaving Kakuzu reeling. Unease rose within him, cold and deep. He had never faced such a foe, his opponent's power fathomless, immeasurable. Impossible, he whispered, his voice edged with tremulous dread. Pain regarded him, eyes filled with quiet disdain. Now do you grasp your own insignificance? Joining the Akatsuki is your only path forward. Though resentment burned fiercely within, Kakuzu knew the gulf between them was unbridgeable. Under Pain's suffocating dominance he yielded at last. I yield. The words left his lips, resigned, hollow. Pain gave a slight nod. Welcome to the Akatsuki, Kakuzu. From this moment you obey my command, and strive alongside us for the peace of this world. Kakuzu met Pain's gaze, his eyes flickering with something unreadable, then gave a curt nod. Humph. See that you deliver on this so-called peace, or I shall reclaim every ounce of debt tenfold. Thus the Akatsuki gained another fearsome warrior. The current Akatsuki members and their designated positions are as follows: Pain as leader of the 6 paths, head of the Akatsuki stationed in the Land of Rain, wielding ultimate strategic authority, symbolized by 0 representing origin and dominion, positioned at the center to oversee all. Conan, Pain's trusted comrade entrusted with organizational oversight, symbolized by white, embodying purity and guardianship, stationed in the south to safeguard the organization's flank. Kakuzu, a prodigy of extraordinary might and unique abilities, symbolized by north, embodying cold resolve and unyielding endurance, stationed in the north as the organization's vanguard. The Akatsuki's influence swelled steadily, their objective drew ever closer. Yet their path remained fraught with peril and uncertainty. Before them loomed a storm more ferocious than any yet endured. In the palace of the Grass Kingdom, sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows, casting patterns on the soft carpet, the interplay of light and shadow resembling a layer of dreamy golden veil laid upon the room. Miyamoto Musashi sat at his desk reviewing documents concerning the development of the nation, his brow occasionally furrowing then relaxing. His mind operated with remarkable speed while dealing with state affairs. Flashes of unique insights and thought processes from Qin Feng often flickered through his mind, these sparks of thought originating from his essence, always guiding him to the simplest and most efficient solutions amidst the complexities. Atong quietly entered the room holding a steaming cup of fragrant tea, the delicate aroma of tea instantly wafting through the air. Musashi, take a break and have some tea. Atong's voice was soft and melodious like a gentle breeze on a spring day, slowly flowing in the tranquil space. Miyamoto Musashi looked up, a warm smile gracing his face. He set down the documents, took the cup of tea, gently sipped it, and then pulled Atong's hand, inviting her to sit on his lap affectionately, saying, Atong understands me best. With you here even the dullest state affairs become light-hearted. Atong's cheeks flushed slightly as she lightly hit his shoulder, playfully chiding, you always know how to speak sweetly. Atong's face turned a bit red, leaning against Miyamoto Musashi's shoulder, her hair gently brushing against his cheek under the caress of the breeze. Outside the window birds sang joyfully, seemingly rejoicing in this warm scene. In the courtyard flowers vied for beauty, their colorful petals shimmering under the sunlight, and waves of floral fragrance drifted into the room, adding a touch of romance to the small space. You are so busy for the Grass Kingdom every day, you need to take care of your health, Atong said softly, her eyes filled with concern as she reached out to gently arrange Miyamoto Musashi's slightly disheveled hair. Miyamoto Musashi gently stroked Atong's hair, saying, with you by my side, no matter how hard it is worth it. Look, thanks to our efforts the lives of the people in the Grass Kingdom are improving, and this is our shared accomplishment. At that moment an image of Qin Feng focused on his cultivation flashed in his mind, that relentless pursuit of goals profoundly influencing his determination in governing the Grass Kingdom. He silently vowed to create a stable future for Tong and the people of the Grass Kingdom just as steadfastly as Qin Feng pursued his goals. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with love for each other. They often strolled hand in hand through the palace gardens, the soft grass beneath their feet making each step feel like walking on a cloud of happiness. In the garden the fountain splashed crystal clear water, forming beautiful rainbows under the sunlight. Surrounding trees provided shade, their leaves rustling in the breeze as if singing a melodious tune in celebration of their love. During their pleasant walks Miyamoto Musashi would sometimes suddenly stop, his gaze becoming somewhat profound, engaged in a spiritual exchange with Qin Feng, sharing their observations, thoughts and insights. At times Miyamoto Musashi would personally cook a sumptuous dinner for Tong, the flames in the kitchen roaring, casting a warm glow on his focused face. Tong would assist him, skillfully chopping vegetables, occasionally looking up to meet Miyamoto Musashi's gaze, both exchanging sweet smiles filled with affection. The dishes in the pot emitted an enticing aroma, blending with the warm atmosphere of the kitchen, creating a picturesque scene of joyful domestic life. During the cooking process he would unconsciously apply unique culinary techniques learned from Qin Feng's special experiences. Although Tong remained unaware of these subtle changes, the delicious dishes conveyed even more love to her. Tong would occasionally lean over to taste the broth in the pot, then smilingly give a thumbs up saying, "Musashi, your cooking skills have improved again." Miyamoto Musashi would respond with a smile, "As long as you enjoy it I am willing to cook for you always." However, the peaceful days did not last long. One day a guard hurried into the palace presenting a letter from the Rain Kingdom. Upon opening it an unusual glint flashed in Miyamoto Musashi's eyes. As a manifestation of Qin Feng, the moment he saw the letter he transmitted the information to Qin Feng without reservation. "The Akatsuki organization of the Rain Kingdom is powerful. If we form an alliance with them the Grass Kingdom can gain strong military protection." Miyamoto Musashi silently analyzed in his mind, while simultaneously he could clearly sense that Qin Feng was also contemplating on the other end. He continued to think that Qin Feng was essentially invincible in the Naruto world, and with Qin Feng as a backing any small moves from the Rain Kingdom and the Akatsuki would pose no threat. Their ninjutsu resources and combat experience could greatly enhance the strength of the Grass Kingdom's ninjas. In this chaotic era possessing formidable military power is fundamental for survival. He understood that leveraging this alliance would enable the Grass Kingdom to stand tall amidst the conflicts of neighboring countries, no longer fearing provocations from other nations. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for the development of the Grass Kingdom. Tong Pain from the Rain Kingdom has sent an invitation for an alliance. "I am considering the pros and cons," Miyamoto Musashi said to Tong beside him. Tong looked somewhat surprised. "An alliance? Would that be a good thing for the Grass Kingdom?" Miyamoto Musashi gently held Tong's hand, saying, "I believe the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. I have other cards as guarantees, so we need not worry too much. Through this alliance the Grass Kingdom can gain more resources, become stronger, better protect our people and homeland, and provide you with a stable life." He gently rubbed Tong's nose, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Qin Feng also sensed the situation faced by Miyamoto Musashi. He nodded slightly, mentally communicating with Miyamoto Musashi, conveying his approval and support. Their thoughts were tightly intertwined, as if they were a single entity confronting this complex situation. Miyamoto Musashi promptly replied to the letter, agreeing to meet at the border between the Rain Kingdom and the Grass Kingdom to sign the alliance. "In the quiet and peaceful night of my village the gentle moonlight cascaded over every rooftop, while the villagers were immersed in sweet dreams, completely unaware that a great disaster was silently approaching. Suddenly a deafening roar shattered the night sky as if it were about to tear the heavens apart. Following that a massive red figure slowly emerged from the darkness, 9 thick tails swirling wildly, causing houses to collapse like fragile blocks, flames soaring into the sky illuminating the night as if it were day. Indeed, this was the terrifying tailed beast of legend, the 9 tails. It's the 9 tails. The 9 tails are attacking the village." Panic-stricken cries spread throughout the village, awakening the villagers from their dreams. They looked at the horrifying scene before them, their faces pale with fear as they fled in all directions. The entire my village was instantly plunged into chaos and terror, as if the end of the world had come. Wave Wind Water Gate. The young and valiant fourth Hokage of my village was rudely awakened by the sudden upheaval. His gaze held no trace of panic, only determination and resolve. He quickly donned the cloak that symbolized the glory and responsibility of the Hokage, charging unhesitatingly toward the direction of the Nine Tails. In his heart, protecting my village and every villager was his unshakable mission. Even if the path ahead was fraught with danger, he would not retreat. At this moment he was unaware that his beloved wife Uzumaki Kushina was enduring unimaginable torment. Behind the rampaging Nine Tails a mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, orchestrating it all. That figure was Uchiha Obito. At this moment his eyes glimmered with a complex light, a glimmer twisted by hatred and desire. His hatred for my village burned like a raging fire, and his thirst for power had reached a near-manic level. His goal was to extract the Nine Tails from Kushina, triggering this chaos and bringing destruction to my village amidst the flames of war. In a concealed corner of the village, Kushina was bound by Obito's jutsu, unable to move. The chakra of the Nine Tails surged from her body like a raging tide, her complexion turned extremely pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as her body trembled uncontrollably. Yet even so her eyes still revealed a tenacious stubbornness, as if announcing to Obito that she would never easily yield. "Damn it! Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Kushina shouted through gritted teeth, her voice filled with anger and unwillingness. She could never have imagined that the person shrouded in darkness before her was once a boy who had been close to them. Time and hatred had long twisted Obito's heart beyond recognition. Obito looked at her coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Kushina, all of this is for my plan. Just watch my village head toward destruction." His voice was icy, as if coming from a demonic source of hell. As the Nine Tails was completely extracted, Kushina's body became extremely weak, the breath of life flickering like a candle in the wind. Her eyes were filled with reluctance for her husband Watergate and their newly born son. Tears swirled in her eyes but stubbornly did not fall. How she wished she could hold her child one more time to see Watergate's warm smile again. Meanwhile, on a concealed hill not far from the battlefield, Qin Feng quietly watched the heart-stopping battle with Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked astonished, constantly twisting his neck, his eyes filled with confusion. "Qin Feng, why did you bring me here? This Nine Tails chaos is no trivial matter. If we're not careful we could get caught up in it." Qin Feng smiled mysteriously, his lips curling slightly. "Don't worry, Orochimaru. There will be a spectacular show to watch, and more importantly you will witness a rare forbidden jutsu, the Reaper Death Seal." Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity as soon as he heard this. As a person obsessed with ninjutsu research, he was filled with a craving for this life-costing forbidden technique. Reaper Death Seal. Is that the technique that seals the enemy's soul? Exactly. Pay close attention, such opportunities are few and far between. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze fixed tightly on Watergate. In fact, Qin Feng had always wanted to help Watergate. He had previously given him a jade slip. As long as Watergate crushed the slip, he would immediately come to his aid. However, Watergate had his own principles, and that jade slip quietly lay in his embrace uncrushed. Soon Watergate arrived at the scene, and looking at the devastated sight before him, his heart ached. Those familiar streets and houses had turned into ruins. Innocent villagers struggled in pain. Yet he showed no sign of retreat, swiftly forming hand seals as he murmured, "Flying Thunder God technique." In an instant his figure vanished like a bolt of golden lightning, reappearing before the Nine Tails. Rasengan. Watergate gathered a rapidly spinning blue orb of light in his hand containing immense energy and shot it toward the Nine Tails' eyes. The Nine Tails sensed the danger and swung its tail to defend. With a thunderous roar, the Rasengan violently collided with the Nine Tails' tail, the powerful shockwave pushing the Nine Tails back several meters. Obito, witnessing this, snorted coldly and charged towards Watergate personally. His Sharingan flickered with a strange crimson light as he controlled the Nine Tails while preparing to launch an attack. Watergate's gaze was sharp and focused, watching Obito's every move without a hint of carelessness. Obito suddenly launched an attack with several black tendrils striking towards Watergate like venomous snakes, moving at incredible speed, making them hard to dodge. Watergate's figure flashed, using the Flying Thunder God technique to evade instantly. Seeing his attack miss, Obito immediately altered his approach, quickly forming hand seals to summon massive rocks to crush Watergate. Watergate used the flying thunder god again, appearing behind Obito, his kunai gleaming with cold light as it stabbed towards him. Obito reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, but still got grazed on the arm, blood instantly staining his sleeve. Obito was incensed. He was thoroughly enraged by Watergate. He intensified his control over the Ninetales, directing it to charge toward my village once more. Each step of the Ninetales caused the ground to tremble violently, its roars seeming to shatter the entire world. Watergate knew he could not allow this to continue. He decided to use the second phase of the Flying Thunder God. First he threw his kunai at Obito, who easily dodged it, but Watergate instantly appeared at the kunai's location, using its force to dash toward Obito at breakneck speed. Obito was caught off guard and was struck by Watergate. One of his arms was broken by the Rasengan, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! Obito let out a painful scream, never expecting Watergate's second phase of the Flying Thunder God to be so powerful. This blow made him deeply aware of Watergate's might. Seizing this opportunity, Watergate once again searched for the Ninetales' weakness. At that moment he finally spotted the weakened Kushina. His eyes filled with shock and pain as he dashed toward her recklessly. Kushina. Watergate called out his wife's name, his voice full of urgency and heartache. Every word seemed to carry his deep love and guilt for Kushina. Kushina looked at Watergate, her eyes revealing a trace of comforting smile. Watergate. I knew you would come. Her voice was weak but filled with trust and reliance on Watergate. He held Kushina tightly, feeling her body growing colder, his heart filled with guilt and pain. He knew that as the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, once the tailed beast was extracted, Kushina would undoubtedly die and he could do nothing to stop it. I'm sorry Kushina, I came too late. Watergate's voice choked, tears blurring his vision. How he wished he could have discovered Kushina's danger earlier, how he wished to share her pain. Kushina gently stroked Watergate's cheek softly, saying, Watergate, don't be sad. Our son Naruto must be taken good care of. Her hand slowly fell, carrying deep concern and reluctance for their son. Watergate gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. He understood that Kushina's life was nearing its end and he was unwilling to live on alone. But for Naruto, for my village, he had to make the final choice. He decided to seal the Ninetales by splitting it into yin and yang halves, sealing the yin half within himself along with that portion of power in the Reaper, while sealing the yang half, which was easier to assimilate within Naruto, along with part of his and Kushina's chakra. He did this not only to help Naruto become a perfect Jinchuriki when he was strong enough to control the Ninetales' power, but also so that Kushina could see how their son would turn out in another world. Uchiha Madara, today is your end. Watergate looked at Obito, his eyes showing not a hint of fear. Though filled with inner pain, his belief in protecting Mai and Naruto propelled him forward. In that moment he seemed like a war god descended to earth. Obito was taken aback. He realized what Watergate was about to do. He hurriedly manipulated the Ninetales, trying to stop Watergate. But Watergate's speed was too fast. He instantly reached the Ninetales, pouring the power of the Reaper into it. No. Obito let out a desperate cry. He watched helplessly as his plan was about to completely fail, powerless to stop it. As Watergate recited the incantation, the Ninetales' body began to be gradually consumed by the Reaper. Seeing the situation turn dire, Obito immediately fled the scene. He knew that once the Ninetales was sealed, all his years of plotting would turn to dust. Ultimately the Ninetales was successfully sealed. Watergate looked at the swaddled Naruto, his eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. He gently caressed Naruto's cheek, saying, Naruto, I'm sorry your father can't be there to watch you grow up. But you must be strong, become an excellent ninja and protect my village. And remember to live well for your father and mother. As he spoke, he placed the jade slip that Qin Feng had given him into Naruto's swaddling, hoping that Qin Feng would look after his son in the future. After saying this, Watergate's body gradually faded away, leaving only his spirit and expectations for Naruto. This turmoil caused by the Ninetales would also become the most painful memory in the history of my village, while also marking the beginning of Naruto's tumultuous and challenging life journey. Having witnessed the entire turmoil of the Ninetales incident, Qin Feng felt a mix of emotions inside. He deeply admired the strength and wisdom of both Feng Shui men, while simultaneously being overwhelmed by an uncontrollable anger towards Uchiha Obito's actions. Amidst the dire and chaotic situation, Shui Men calmly made the optimal choice, sealing the Nine Tails at the cost of his own life to protect Konoha. This bravery and responsibility left Qin Feng in genuine awe. Meanwhile, Kushina, the strong yet gentle woman, also perished tragically in this disaster. Their sacrifices were heartbreaking. Recalling the scene of the battle, Qin Feng noticed Obito's trajectory. Taking advantage of the moment, he quietly etched the flying thunder god mark onto Obito using his divine sense. At this moment, although Obito had escaped the scene, Qin Feng with this unique mark could know his location at any time. He bid farewell to Orochimaru, his figure flickering before vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye he appeared before Obito, who was hiding in a dark cave trying to calm his injured body and chaotic mind, unaware that Qin Feng had suddenly materialized like a phantom. Who are you?" Obito asked warily, his eyes filled with caution. Having just fought fiercely against Shuiman, his body and spirit were in an extreme state of fatigue. Faced with this sudden mysterious person, an unsettling feeling surged within him. Qin Feng did not answer, his heart roaring in anger. Shuiman and Kushina, they were so kind and steadfast, sacrificing everything to protect Konoha and their family. Your mentor and matriarch, you truly can be so ruthless. And you, Uchiha Obito, have been blinded by hatred, committing these unforgivable deeds. With flames of fury burning in his eyes, his aura suddenly surged. In the next moment he dashed towards Obito like a bolt of black lightning, his fist whipping through the air before crashing heavily into Obito's face. Obito had no time to react, sent flying by the punch, crashing against the cave's stone wall, debris scattering. I can't kill this fool right now, I need to vent my anger first. Qin Feng thought to himself. This punch is for Shuiman, he roared, his voice echoing in the cave. Do you know what you have destroyed? A happy family, the peace of Konoha, and their dreams for the future. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the angrier he became. Before Obito could regain his composure, he surged forward again, kicking Obito in the abdomen. Obito groaned, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his body flying back like a kite with its string cut. This kick is for Kushina. Each word from Qin Feng seemed to be squeezed out between clenched teeth filled with rage. Obito struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes full of fear and unwillingness. What do you want? Qin Feng coldly looked at him. Uchiha Obito, do you think you can hide everything you've done from me? I know who you are, and I know you are backed by Uchiha Madara. I also know about your insane Moon Eye plan. Upon hearing this, Obito's face instantly turned pale. He never expected this sudden appearance to be so well informed about their plan. Who exactly are you? Obito asked with a trembling voice. Qin Feng slightly raised his head, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Who I am is not important. What matters is that I can give you what you desire most. What can you give me? Obito scoffed. Qin Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile. I can bring Rin back to life, a true resurrection. Obito's body trembled violently, hope igniting in his eyes. Is what you say true? Of course, Qin Feng nodded, but I have conditions. What conditions? Obito asked impatiently. I want your eyes to study the secrets of space. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Obito's eyes, speaking earnestly. Obito's heart tightened, his Sharingan was the source of his power and the essence of his being. Yet thinking of Rin made him waver. Don't worry, I won't let you lose the power of your eyes. Qin Feng seemed to see through Obito's thoughts. I will only borrow them for a while. Once I uncover the secrets of space, I will return them to you. Obito fell into deep thought, torn between his yearning for Rin and his reluctance to part with his eyes. After a long while he looked up at Qin Feng. Why should I trust you? Qin Feng smiled slightly. You have no other choice. With your current strength I could crush you with one hand. And do you think your ridiculous plan can succeed without my consent? Obito's eyes were filled with struggle. He knew Qin Feng spoke the truth. The longing for Rin surged within him like a tide. Finally he gritted his teeth. Fine, I will cooperate with you. But if you dare to deceive me, I won't let you go. Qin Feng nodded. Rest assured, I keep my word. From now on we are partners. Call me Big Brother and let me hear it. Big Brother. Obito looked puzzled. Yes, good boy, Qin Feng chuckled, patting his head. Having said that, he lifted the pressure on Obito. As Obito rubbed his injured body, he remained secretly vigilant, uncertain of the mysterious Qin Feng's true intentions, but decided to take a gamble, as this might truly be his only chance to see Rin again. Clean up in the next couple of days, I will come looking for you in a few days. After saying this, Qin Feng vanished in a flash. A few days later, my village struggled to recover from the wounds of the Ninetales incident, as the streets and alleys still lingered with an atmosphere of sorrow and rebuilding. In the village square, a solemn ceremony was underway. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was once again assuming the position of Hokage. The villagers gathered here, their eyes filled with both nostalgia for past pains and hopes for the future. Among the crowd, Danzō stood quietly, his gaze shadowed with gloom. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen ascend to the symbolic position of power, once more jealousy filled his heart. Why is it always him? I have contributed no less to Mai than he has, yet this position of Hokage always eludes me. Danzō clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palms, secretly plotting how to change this situation. At that moment, Qin Feng was discussing plans with Orochimaru in a secluded location regarding leaving Mai for the land of grass. Orochimaru, Mai is no longer suitable for us to stay. The land of grass is relatively stable, where we can avoid many disturbances, whether in research or training. Qin Feng spoke with determination. Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the environment in the land of grass may allow for new breakthroughs in my research. Moreover, bringing Obito along, his eyes and techniques are vital for our research on space ninjutsu. Meanwhile, on another side, Yugao learned that Qin Feng was about to leave Mai and felt a deep sense of reluctance. She hurried to Qin Feng's residence, tears glistening in her eyes. Are you really going? Although Mai has gone through this disaster, it will always be our home. Qin Feng looked at Yugao, his eyes filled with tenderness. Yugao, I understand your feelings for Mai. You have your own family here and naturally should stay. But I have my mission, and the land of grass may hold what I need. The two stood in silence, mutual feelings of farewell hanging in the air. Finally, Yugao held back her tears and said, you must take care, and if you get tired out there, just come back. Qin Feng nodded, gently bidding farewell to Yugao, then set off towards the land of grass with Orochimaru and Obito. Along the way, Obito remained silent, his heart filled with both unease about the unknown and anticipation for Rin's revival. Orochimaru, on the other hand, excitedly discussed various ideas for ninjutsu, already eager to commence new research in the land of grass. In the land of grass, the important figure Miyamoto Musashi had received news of Qin Feng's impending arrival. He was well aware of Qin Feng's strength and influence, placing great importance on this welcoming. Miyamoto Musashi immediately summoned his subordinates and began arranging everything in an orderly manner. Atong, prepare the best guest room, making sure it is comfortable and inviting. He said gently to Atong, then turned to the guards, you all go select a batch of fine supplies, food, medicinal herbs and training equipment. Nothing must be lacking, and ensure the needs of our esteemed guests are met. When Qin Feng and the others stepped onto the soil of the land of grass, Miyamoto Musashi had long awaited them at the border. He greeted them with a smile, swiftly approaching Qin Feng. You've worked hard on the road. The land of grass welcomes your arrival. Though they shared an understanding, they still had to act as independent individuals. Qin Feng nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction with Miyamoto Musashi's arrangements. Thank you for your thoughtful preparations. I apologize for the trouble caused by our visit. Miyamoto Musashi hurriedly waved his hands. Not at all, it is the honor of the land of grass to have esteemed guests like you. Afterward, Miyamoto Musashi personally led Qin Feng and the others to a secluded valley which had already been set up with everything needed for their research as per his instructions. This place is tranquil and discreet, very suitable for your research. If you need anything, just let me know. From today onward, we will conduct research on Obito's eyes and techniques here. Qin Feng looked at Obito. Rest assured, I will keep my promise and help you revive Rin once the research is complete. Obito nodded slightly but remained secretly vigilant. Although he had reached a cooperation with Qin Feng, he still harbored doubts about this mysterious person's true intentions. Orochimaru, meanwhile, was already eagerly preparing various research tools, his eyes filled with a thirst for unknown ninjutsu. In this valley of the land of grass, a research on space ninjutsu was about to unfold, and their arrival would bring what kind of changes to the land of grass? Could Qin Feng successfully unravel the secrets of space? Would Obito be able to revive Rin as he wished? Everything was filled with uncertainty and variables. After settling, Qin Feng, Orochimaru and Obito Miyamoto Musashi began to prepare for the journey to the Land of Rain to sign the alliance. He understood that this alliance was crucial for the future of the Land of Grass and could not afford the slightest carelessness. At this moment Qin Feng approached Miyamoto Musashi expressing his desire to accompany him to the Land of Rain. "I have some interest in this alliance matter, perhaps I can be of assistance." A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Qin Feng's eyes. Miyamoto Musashi was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a grateful smile saying, "That's wonderful. With you by my side I feel much more at ease." Upon learning that Qin Feng would accompany Miyamoto Musashi to the Land of Rain, both Orochimaru and Obito did not pay much attention. Orochimaru was fully engrossed in his research, eagerly wanting to utilize Obito's eyes and techniques to explore the mysteries of space ninjutsu. Obito, on the other hand, remained skeptical about his situation. Although he agreed to cooperate, he also wanted to take this opportunity to gauge Qin Feng's true capabilities. At this moment Qin Feng's second clone was nearing completion, hoping everything would go smoothly. Meanwhile Atong learned that Miyamoto Musashi was about to embark on a journey and was filled with worry and reluctance. She tightly grasped Miyamoto Musashi's hand, tears shimmering in her eyes, saying, "Musashi, be extra careful on your journey to the Land of Rain." Miyamoto Musashi gently stroked Atong's hair and said softly, "Don't worry, I will return safely. You must take care of yourself at home." After their heartfelt farewell, Miyamoto Musashi and Qin Feng set off towards the border. They traveled day and night enduring the elements. Finally they arrived at the agreed meeting point, Yindian Bridge. The bridge spanned a turbulent river constructed from massive stone blocks appearing mysterious and solemn under the shroud of mist. As Miyamoto Musashi and Qin Feng reached the bridge, they saw a group from the Land of Rain waiting for a long time. At the forefront was Nagato, his gaze deep and calm, with Konan standing beside him, her blue hair flowing in the wind like a celestial being descending. There was also Kakuzu, a battle-hardened ninja wearing a cold and vigilant expression. "Miyamoto Musashi, you finally arrived," Nagato's voice was deep and powerful. Miyamoto Musashi stepped forward and slightly bowed, saying, "Lord Nagato, sorry to keep you waiting. This is Qin Feng, he has come with me to discuss the alliance." Nagato nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Qin Feng, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Oh. I wonder what insights brother Qin Feng has to share." Qin Feng smiled faintly and stepped forward, saying, "I believe that signing the alliance benefits both parties, but we also need to clarify our respective responsibilities and obligations to avoid unnecessary disputes in the future." Kakuzu snorted coldly, stepping forward and fixing his gaze on Miyamoto Musashi. "Humph, it's easy to say that. Miyamoto Musashi, I have long admired you and have been eager to witness your true prowess to see if you are qualified to stand alongside our Land of Rain," he added, his tone laced with provocation, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Miyamoto Musashi's heart tightened, instantly realizing that Kakuzu was testing him. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he revealed a confident smile, saying, "You flatter me, Mr. Kakuzu. Since you are interested, I shall oblige you in a friendly spar." As he spoke, chakra began to flow around Miyamoto Musashi and he swiftly gripped the handles of his twin blades, which trembled slightly as if eager to taste the blood of an enemy. Qin Feng frowned slightly, he hadn't expected Kakuzu to launch a sudden attack. However, he did not intervene, quietly standing by ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. He believed that Miyamoto Musashi had the ability to handle this test and was also curious about his current strength. Konan and Nagato exchanged glances but did not speak to stop him. Konan lightly furrowed her brow, seemingly worried about this unexpected spark. Nagato, however, maintained a calm demeanor, quietly watching the two in the arena, his gaze revealing a hint of anticipation. Kakuzu was the first to launch an attack, his right arm suddenly stretching and transforming into a thick tentacle, striking towards Miyamoto Musashi, creating a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Miyamoto Musashi's eyes narrowed, his form moving like lightning as he instantly activated God Speed, crossing his blades in front of him and retreating at incredible speed to evade this fierce blow. "A fine strike," cried Miyamoto Musashi, taking advantage of the momentum to quickly form hand seals, his aura suddenly surging as he executed the opening move of Nichiryu. His twin blades glinted with cold light in the sunlight and he seemed to merge with the blades themselves. Then in a flash Miyamoto Musashi charged at Kakuzu, his blades swirling, creating a fierce wind. Seeing this, Kakuzu instantly summoned several black tentacles around his body, launching an assault towards Miyamoto Musashi. Unfazed, Miyamoto Musashi skillfully utilized his twin blades to deflect the tentacles one by one while chanting something under his breath before suddenly shouting, "Komiai slash." A visible sword aura shot forth from between his blades, charging towards Kakuzu with an unstoppable momentum. Kakuzu's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly sidestepped to evade, but the sword aura grazed the hem of his clothing, leaving a cut. Interesting, Kakuzu snorted coldly, then increased the intensity of his attacks as the tentacles rained down upon Miyamoto Musashi like a storm. Miyamoto Musashi moved with agility, weaving through the tentacles while continuously swinging his twin blades, executing Demon Hunt. Each slash unleashed powerful gusts of wind, scattering the surrounding tentacles. Neither side was mortal enemies, they stopped short of inflicting serious harm. Miyamoto Musashi sheathed his blades and returned to his original position. Miyamoto Musashi, as expected, lives up to his reputation, no wonder he can sweep through the land of grass single-handedly. Kakuzu also retreated, unable to suppress his admiration. Not at all, your strength is formidable as well. Miyamoto smiled. Nagato had been staring at Qin Feng, feeling that this person before him was very powerful and exerted great pressure on him. Qin Feng appeared calm and composed, a smile playing on his lips. "Alright, let us sign the cooperation agreement together." Nagato proclaimed loudly, appreciating the strength of his allies. Thus the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain signed a cooperation agreement, becoming allied nations, historically referred to as the Alliance of Yindian. After the battle on the Cloud Top Bridge concluded, although there was no clear winner between Miyamoto Musashi and Kyoto, both sides gained a certain understanding of each other's strength, allowing the negotiations for the alliance to proceed smoothly. Witnessing all of this, Qin Feng began to contemplate the future situation of the grass country more deeply. With the negotiations temporarily concluded, he decided to return to the grass country first to check on the progress of Orochimaru and Obito's research. When Qin Feng returned to the tranquil valley in the grass country, Orochimaru had already been waiting for a long time. A rare excitement lit up his face as he quickly approached, saying, "Qin Feng, you finally came back. I have some tremendous news to share with you." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "Oh. What good news? You seem quite excited." Orochimaru licked his lips, unable to contain his inner joy. "Your second clone has been completed. According to the cultivation materials you provided, this clone has extraordinary potential with a top-grade golden spiritual root, and the sword heart is exceptionally clear." Top-grade golden spiritual root. A clear sword heart. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. These two traits were coveted talents for any cultivator. A top-grade golden spiritual root means an extremely fast absorption and transformation of spiritual energy, making the cultivation path much smoother than for ordinary people, while a clear sword heart allows a cultivator to have an extraordinary understanding of the sword path, enabling them to grasp profound sword techniques with ease. Indeed, this is the first time I've seen such a perfect clone quality. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with fervor. For someone obsessed with research, such a result filled him with immense pride. Qin Feng was overjoyed, and without any hesitation he immediately began to refine this clone. He sat cross-legged atop a massive rock in the valley, and the spiritual energy around him began to surge slowly. The clone hovered before him, emanating a faint golden glow as if merging with the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Qin Feng quickly formed hand seals with his hands, chanting incantations. Mysterious runes flew from his fingertips and merged into the clone. With each rune integrated, the glow of the clone became brighter and its aura continued to rise. During the refining process, Qin Feng could clearly feel the connection between him and the clone tightening, as if another soul of his was gradually awakening. Time passed minute by minute, and the spiritual energy in the valley surged toward Qin Feng like a mighty tide, forming a massive whirlpool of spiritual energy. Within the whirlpool, Qin Feng's figure flickered in and out of view, sweat beaded on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. Finally, with a deep muffled sound, the clone fully merged with Qin Feng. At this moment the clone had developed its own consciousness, and Qin Feng named it Qin Air. Qin Air's cultivation reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, just one step away from foundation establishment. Qin Air practiced the divine sword thunder control technique, and his talent shone brilliantly during cultivation. Within just a few days he had reached the minor achievement stage of the technique. Holding a long sword, he unleashed flashes of lightning from the sword body, with each swing bolts of thunder shot forth, producing a deafening roar. The sword light flickered, thunder rumbled, and the entire valley was enveloped by this immense power. Orochimaru watched in astonishment, although he knew Qin Air was extraordinarily gifted. Witnessing such rapid cultivation speed and immense strength left him greatly shocked. Obito also observed Qin Air nearby, a complex expression crossing his face. He understood that this newly emerged Qin Air would introduce more variables into their plans. He could not comprehend where this master Qin Air had emerged from. After achieving a minor accomplishment in swordsmanship, Qin Air was filled with a strong desire for battle, intending to challenge Obito to test his strength. Although Obito was wary of Qin Air's strength, his inherent pride prevented him from backing down. Thus the two moved to an open area in the valley where an intense battle was about to unfold. Obito launched the first attack, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, manipulating the surrounding earth and stone to strike at Qin Air. Qin Air remained calm, lightly waving his long sword, shattering the incoming debris in an instant with a flash of lightning. "Is that all you've got?" Qin Air's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Obito felt a surge of anger. He instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and used Kamui to pull Qin Air into his alternate space. However, within the alternate space, Qin Air felt right at home. He wielded his long sword, unleashing a storm of lightning that illuminated the darkness of the alternate space. "Your alternate space is nothing special." Qin Air's voice echoed in the alternate space, tinged with mockery. Seeing this, Obito launched another attack, using the power of Kamui to continuously create spatial rifts around Qin Air in an attempt to engulf him. Qin Air's figure flickered as he employed the Thunder Shadow Step, moving with lightning speed to easily evade Obito's attacks. Following this, he unleashed the full power of the Divine Sword Thunder Control technique, sending countless bolts of thunder towards Obito. Obito hurriedly formed seals to defend, but the power of the thunder was too overwhelming. His defense was instantly shattered. He was struck by the thunder, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. "You! How could you be so strong?" Obito struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He had initially thought his strength was already formidable enough, but after fighting Qin Air he realized how vast the gap between them truly was. Qin Air sheathed his long sword, looking at Obito and saying casually, "This is just a small test of my abilities. In the future you will witness my even greater strength." This battle left Obito with a more direct and shocking realization of Qin Air's might. Furthermore, Qin Air's formidable strength made the situation in the grass country even more complex. What kind of waves would he bring to this ninja world in the days to come? Qin Feng gazed at Qin Air practicing in the valley, suddenly reminded of the star-hidden village located in the land of bears from the world of Naruto. There lies a celestial meteorite radiating immense energy upon which the ninjas of the village rely for their cultivation. Now that Qin Air has mastered his swordsmanship, perhaps he can seize greater opportunities there. "Qin Air, I know of a place called Star-Hidden Village in the land of bears. There is a mysterious celestial meteorite that contains powerful energy. You should go and explore it. If it truly is a treasure, we shall not stand on ceremony." Qin Feng said seriously to Qin Air. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Air's eyes as he tightly gripped his long sword, nodding, "All right, I shall set off immediately." With that he executed the sword control technique, causing his long sword to float beneath him, surrounded by arcs of lightning. At this moment the vast and boundless sea unfolded before him, the surface sparkling like countless tiny diamonds glimmering under the sunlight. The sea breeze carrying a salty and humid scent brushed against Qin Air's hair. The waves rhythmically crashed against each other, creating layers of white foam as the surging tide seemed to narrate the sea's mysteries and majesty. In the distance where the sea met the sky, the water and sky blended into one, forming a blurred boundary that made one marvel at the grandeur of nature. As Qin Air flew above this vast ocean, the wind howled and the waves surged. Suddenly he sensed a unique chakra fluctuation below. Looking down, he saw a dilapidated small boat bobbing in the waves, and on it was a girl, none other than the future Mizukage Terumi Mei. At this time Terumi May appeared as a young girl with reddish-brown hair tied casually in a ponytail, a few stray strands playfully sticking to her fair cheeks in the sea breeze. She wore a blue ninja outfit adorned with the Mist Village emblem. Although the outfit was drenched and somewhat tattered from the seawater, it could not conceal her youthful vitality. Her eyes were like a clear spring, bright and transparent, now filled with vigilance as she watched Qin Air flying down from the sky. Qin Air descended slowly, landing at the bow of the small boat. As Terumi May looked at Qin Air, he was dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit with golden lightning patterns embroidered on it, which seemed to flow with his movements, emanating a mysterious aura. He carried a long sword on his back, its hilt embedded with a gem radiating a faint glow, resonating with the arcs of lightning surrounding him. Qin Air's face was handsome and resolute, his eyes radiated confidence and nonchalance as if nothing in the world could challenge him. Observing Terumi May struggling to maintain her balance amidst the waves, Qin Air joked, "Hey miss, this vast sea is not a good place for leisure. Are you planning to brave the winds and waves to become the pirate king?" Terumi May shot him a glance and replied irritably, "I would like to, but this broken boat and this awful weather do not permit it." "Who are you anyway?" Seeing Terumi May diligently repairing the broken boat, he laughed and teased, "With all this fuss, is your boat going to turn into a magical artifact that can fly?" Terumi May said proudly, "Humph, don't underestimate me. Once I fix this, it will be more reliable than your flying artifact." Qin Air smiled, putting away his playful demeanor, and said, "I am Qin Air, just passing through. I see you adrift in this vast sea and seem to be in trouble." Terumi May scrutinized Qin Air, feeling cautious, but being alone and helpless at the moment she had no choice but to trust him for now. "I am from the Mist Village. I was out on a mission when I encountered a storm. The ship was damaged and I lost my way." Qin Air nodded slightly, "I see. I am heading to the star-hidden village in the land of bears. If you don't mind, I can give you a lift." Terumi May hesitated for a moment, knowing that this man before her was formidable. If she could gain his assistance, she might quickly return to the Mist Village. "Then thank you, Qin Jun. My name is Terumi May and I will repay you if the opportunity arises in the future." Qin Air waved his hand, "It's a small matter, no need to worry about it. By the way, I have heard of the Mist Village, said to be filled with experts. You Terumi May must possess exceptional skills as well." Terumi May raised her chin, saying proudly, "Naturally. When I return to the Mist Village, those who look down on me will have to see me in a new light." Qin Air's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, "It seems my journey will not be boring. Perhaps I will witness the unique ninjutsu of the Mist Village." Watching Qin Air's confident demeanor, Terumi May couldn't help but become curious about his abilities, "And you Qin Air, with your sword control and flying skills, must have made quite a name for yourself out there, right?" Qin Air chuckled, scratching his nose, "I wouldn't say fame, but once you see my swordsmanship you'll know I'm not just all talk." Thus Qin Air continued onward towards the land of bears with Terumi May. In this vast ocean, how will their encounter change their futures? And after Qin Air arrives at the star-hidden village, will he be able to successfully obtain the celestial meteorite? Everything is filled with the unknown and anticipation. When Qin Air decided to first escort Mei Ming back to the Water Kingdom, the sky blue as a gemstone was dotted with white clouds floating lightly like cotton candy, whimsically changing into various marvelous shapes. The warm sunlight poured down unreservedly, draping a layer of golden gossamer over the vast and boundless sea, the shimmering surface sparkling with fragmented light as if countless dazzling diamonds were joyfully dancing. The sea breeze gently brushed against their faces, carrying the unique freshness of the ocean, stirring Mei Ming's hair and their lively and cheerful spirits. "Are you ready? Let's set off now." Qin Air's lips curved upward, revealing a radiant smile with excitement sparkling in his eyes as he looked at Mei Ming. Mei Ming took a deep breath, her chest gently rising and falling, her eyes filled with anticipation. Her lips involuntarily curled up, revealing two shallow dimples as she cautiously yet eagerly stepped onto Qin Air's flying sword. As soon as she stepped on, she couldn't help but lightly bounce twice, feeling the wonder of the flying sword, her face glowing with surprise, her voice tinged with undeniable excitement. "Wow, it's finally starting. This is definitely going to be super fun." While speaking, her eyes crescented with joy, sparkling with lively light as she curiously examined the flying sword beneath her. Qin Air circulated his spiritual energy and the sword slowly ascended, its speed gradually increasing. The sea breeze gently caressed their faces. Mei Ming's ponytail danced joyfully in the wind and her cheeks flushed slightly with excitement, her rosy lips curling up as she let out a series of bell-like laughs. Wow, this feels amazing. I feel like a free little bird. At this moment her heart was filled with boundless joy, feeling as if she had broken free from all constraints, soaring freely in the vast world. Mei Ming excitedly squealed, gripping Qin Er's arm tightly, her body leaning slightly forward, her eyes wide with surprise and excitement, her voice filled with uncontrollable exhilaration. This is so much fun. Faster, faster. Her heart raced wildly, pounding against her chest with only one thought in her mind: this feeling is so wonderful, I want more. Thrilling, right? This is just a taste of it, Qin Er said, feeling the softness in his arms, smiling as he suddenly accelerated, the flying sword darting through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Mei Ming screamed in fright, instinctively burying her face into Qin Er's back. What are you doing? She cried out, her voice tinged with panic. Qin Er laughed heartily. Don't be afraid, I'll let you experience the sensation of speed. As he spoke, he slowed down. Mei Ming slowly lifted her head, her face still showing traces of lingering fear but quickly returning to her playful demeanor. You just like to bully me. Wait until I get back to Wuyin village, I will definitely settle the score with you. Sure, I'll be waiting. By then you must showcase your ninjutsu to let me see what it's all about, Qin Er replied with a smile. Of course, the ninjutsu from Wuyin village is not to be trifled with, Mei Ming said, raising her chin confidently. During their flight, Qin Er suddenly said, I think it's best to send you back to the Water Kingdom first. I'll then head to the Bear Kingdom, this way you can return early to report back. Mei Ming felt warmth in her heart upon hearing this, but she replied, Phil, give you some credit for having a conscience, but don't let your own matters get delayed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. By the time I return from the Bear Kingdom you might already be a big shot in Wuyin village, Qin Er teased. You never know, once I become the water shadow you must come to Wuyin village to find me. I'll show you the true power of Wuyin village then, Mei Ming said with a face full of anticipation. Alright, I will be waiting for that day, Qin Er nodded with a smile. In this back and forth dialogue the flying sword sped through the sky, racing towards the direction of the Water Kingdom. Meanwhile the relationship between them quietly underwent changes during this special journey. What kind of story awaits them in the future? Qin Er and Zhao Mei Ming continued to soar through the sky on their swords. As they drew closer to the land of water, the originally clear sky gradually became shrouded in gloom. The sea breeze also turned sharp and cold, carrying a hint of chill. Zhao Mei Ming gazed ahead, her smile slowly fading, replaced by deep worry. Her brows furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with heaviness. At this moment her heart was like a surging tide, unable to calm. She was acutely aware that the current situation in Wuyin village was one of darkness engulfed in a blood mist, implementing a policy of isolation. Within the village ninjas fought amongst themselves, and only through brutal tests of survival could one become a formal ninja. This bloody environment filled the village with fear and despair. The future of the village was overshadowed, and Zhao Mei Ming was filled with concerns for its current state. She yearned to change it all, to make Wuyin village strong, becoming a place that could truly protect its people. Qin Er, do you know? Zhao Mei Ming said softly with a hint of bitterness in her voice. Every time I think of how Wuyin village is now, I feel an immense pain in my heart. I want to change it all, but my strength alone is too insignificant. Qin Er turned to look at her, his eyes filled with encouragement. Don't say that. As long as you have the determination you will surely succeed. I believe in you. Zhao Mei Ming nodded slightly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. Yes, I will definitely work hard. One day I will restore the vitality of Wuyin village. Here, this is for you. Qin Er produced a jade slip from nowhere, warm and translucent, shimmering with colors tied with a red string. Wow, it's beautiful. Zhao Mei Ming accepted the jade slip, a smile resurfacing on her lips. The sorrows of youth always come quickly and go just as swiftly. Keep it with you at all times. If danger arises it can protect you, and I can sense it, allowing me to appear by your side whenever you need. Really? Thank you, Qin Er. Zhao Mei Ming tucked the jade slip close, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the young man before her, her heart racing. Finally they arrived at the port of the land of water. Under the overcast sky thick fog enveloped the entire port, making it nearly impossible to see the road ahead. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air as if recounting the cruelty of this nation. On the docks several ninjas were patrolling back and forth, their gazes cold and vigilant, exuding a chilling aura. This is the port of the land of water, it feels so oppressive, Qin Air said, frowning. Zhao Mei Ming sighed, this is just the surface, the situation in the village is far worse. At that moment two figures emerged from the fog. One was Zhao Mei Ming's companion, who upon seeing her revealed a look of surprise. Zhao Mei Ming, you're finally back. The other was Qin, who though left with only one eye had a sharp gaze. He looked at Zhao Mei Ming and Qin Air, slightly furrowing his brow. Who is this? Zhao Mei Ming hurriedly introduced, this is Qin Air. If it weren't for him I might not have made it back this time. Qin Air, this is my companion, this is Qin. Qin nodded slightly, acknowledging, thank you for escorting Zhao Mei Ming back. Qin Air smiled and waved his hand, it was nothing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Air realized it was time for him to leave. Zhao Mei Ming, I'll stop here, take care of yourself. Zhao Mei Ming looked at Qin Air, her eyes filled with reluctance. Thank you, Qin Air. Be careful in the land of bears, and when you return be sure to come find me in Wuyin village. Qin Air nodded. All right, when I come back perhaps you will have already begun to change Wuyin village. Under Zhao Mei Ming's gaze Qin Air rode his sword, gradually disappearing into the fog-shrouded sky. Zhao Mei Ming took a deep breath and walked towards the village with her companions. She knew that her journey to change Wuyin village had only just begun. After parting ways with Zhao Mei Ming, Qin Air steered his flying sword towards Xingyin village in the bear country. The sky resembled a piece of deep blue silk with soft clouds floating like cotton candy within it. Below, the vast land stretched out with mountains undulating and forests flourishing like a green ocean as the gentle breeze carried the fragrance of grass and trees. During the flight Qin Air inadvertently glanced down and saw two figures hurrying through the woods with a child. Curiosity piqued, he maneuvered the flying sword to slowly descend nearby. Upon landing Qin Air observed the three individuals. He saw that Xia Rixing was slender and graceful, dressed in dark clothing, her long hair flowing in the wind, her eyes full of tenderness yet subtly revealing worry. Inhuashing had a resolute expression, eyes vigilant, exuding an air of caution, standing protectively in front of Xia Rixing and the child. Qin Air stepped forward and politely spoke, I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Qin Air. You seem to be in a hurry, is something wrong? Xia Rixing tightened her hold on the child, smile instinctively taking a step back, her gaze warily fixed on Qin Air, remaining silent. Inhuashing clenched his fists discreetly, muscles tensed, blocking his wife and child, coldly asking, who are you? Why are you here? Qin Air noticed their tension and slowed his speech, gently saying, there's no need to be nervous, I happened to pass by. From your appearance it seems you are evading something. If you are in trouble perhaps I can help. Hearing this, Xia Rixing and Inhuashing exchanged glances, their vigilance slightly easing. Xia Rixing spoke softly, We escaped from Xingyin village. Xingyin village? I'm actually headed there. What happened that forced you to flee? Qin Air asked in confusion. Inhuashing sighed, fear flashing in his eyes as he said, it's all because of the Star Stone. The Star Stone in our village can enhance a ninja's power, but as one cultivates further it severely damages the body and can even threaten one's life. Many people in the village have already died because of it, and we fear for our child's safety, so we had no choice but to escape. Qin Air furrowed his brow and after a moment of thought said, I have an idea. Since the Star Stone is the root of the problem, if we can retrieve it from Xingyin village it might resolve the issue. Moreover, I am curious about the Star Stone, perhaps I can find a way to handle it. Inhuashing showed signs of hesitation, but Xingyin village is heavily guarded. Stealing the Star Stone would be very difficult and we have already left the village. Returning would be too dangerous. Qin Air smiled confidently, crossing his arms, don't worry, I have a plan. You should find a safe place to hide and wait for my news. If I succeed I will come back for you, if I fail you must continue to flee far away and do not get involved with Xingyin village again. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xia Rixing's eyes as she held her child tightly and said to Qin Air, Mr. Qin Air, I have decided to go with you. I have lived in Xingyin village for many years and am more familiar with the terrain and guard situations there. I can be of assistance. Inhuashing looked at Xia Rixing in shock. Xia Rixing, are you crazy? That is too dangerous. Xia Rixing turned to her husband, her gaze gentle yet resolute. Huixing, we cannot always run away. If we can retrieve the star stone, not only can we save ourselves but we can also rescue those in the village who are still suffering. Moreover, with Mr. Qin Air's help our chances will be much greater. Huixing's brows furrowed in worry, but seeing Xia Rixing's determined gaze he eventually nodded reluctantly. All right, I will go with you. As for the child, Xia Rixing gently stroked Smile's head and said, we will entrust him to a reliable person for care. When this is all over we will come back to get him. Qin Air looked at the couple, feeling a surge of admiration. With your help our chances of success will indeed increase. However, this journey is fraught with danger, so we must plan carefully. The three found a secluded cave to rest, and Xia Rixing thoroughly described the layout of Xingyin village to Qin Air. At the village entrance there are 2 groups of ninja guards on rotating duty, changing shifts every 4 hours. Once inside the village, the main road leads directly to the central square where the star stone is stored in the star tower at the back of the square. There are at least 3 elite ninjas guarding inside, and there are also hidden sentries patrolling the area. Qin Air listened attentively, occasionally asking questions. Are there any hidden paths to avoid the guards? Or is there a patrol routine for the guards inside the tower? Xia Rixing thought for a moment and replied, there is a small mountain path on the east side of the village that can bypass the entrance guards, but the road is rugged and prone to exposure. Huixing added, the guards in the star tower patrol around the tower every 2 hours, but the patrol route is not fixed. Moreover, there are some traps inside the tower, and if we are not careful we will trigger an alarm. After much discussion they formulated a plan. Under the cover of darkness they would sneak into the village via the mountain path, first avoiding the patrolling sentries and approaching the star tower. During the gaps in the guards' patrols, Qin Air would use special means to disable the traps, while Xia Rixing and Huixing would attract the attention of any guards that might appear, buying time for Qin Air to enter the tower and retrieve the star stone. As night fell, the moonlight poured down like water on the earth. Xia Rixing and Huixing entrusted Smile to an old woman living deep in the mountains, repeatedly reminding her to take good care of him. Then with firm resolve the 3 set off towards Xingyin village as an exhilarating stone theft operation was about to unfold. Under the guidance of Huixing and Huixing, Qin Air cautiously infiltrated Xingyin village along the rugged mountain path under the cover of night. The moonlight spilled onto the ground, casting a faint silver edge on their shadows. The 3 held their breath like agile night owls, silently weaving through the shadows of the village. They originally planned to quickly approach the star tower during the guard shift change. However, just as they were about to reach the vicinity of the star tower, suddenly a sharp whistle pierced the silent night. Not good, we've been discovered. Huixing's face changed drastically as she whispered in alarm, her heart racing, her hands instinctively clenching, yet her eyes revealed a resolute determination. In an instant a group of ninjas dressed in Xingyin village attire surged out from all directions. They surrounded Qin Air and the others, weapons glinting coldly in their hands, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. I didn't expect the traitors who escaped would dare to return. Today is your day of reckoning, said the leading ninja with a fierce expression. Huixing quickly positioned himself in front of Huixing, rapidly forming hand seals, spiritual power swiftly gathering around him. His gaze was steady and firm, focused solely on protecting his family and fulfilling his mission. Then he loudly shouted, Peacock Mystic Art Flame Feather Impact. In an instant a pair of enormous flame feathers materialized behind him, each feather ablaze with fierce flames crackling as they surged forward like arrows towards the enemy. Wherever the flame feathers passed it seemed as if the air itself was ignited, producing a sizzling sound, leaving scorch marks on the ground. The enemies, seeing this, scattered in all directions to evade, their faces filled with terror. Qin Air was not to be outdone, his figure flashed, appearing like a ghost behind one of the ninjas, delivering a fierce palm strike to the back of the opponent's neck, causing the ninja to crumple to the ground. Huixing also quickly formed her hand seals, her eyes radiating warmth and determination, a child's smiling face appearing in her mind, strengthening her resolve. Then she shouted, Peacock Mystic Art Illumination Strike. Instantly brilliant multicolored lights began to flicker around her, intertwining and dancing, dazzling to behold. Subsequently the lights transformed into blades that shot towards the enemy, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. One ninja failed to dodge in time, getting slashed on the arm by the light blade, blood gushing out instantly as he clutched the wound in pain, his face contorted in agony. The ninjas of Xingyin village were also undeterred, unleashing their own peacock mystic arts. In an instant various colors of light and energy intertwined and flashed in the night sky, the sounds of battle ringing out. One ninja danced, his hands casting peacock mystic art gale blade rain. Countless wind blades surged towards Sherry Xing like a torrential downpour, cutting through the air with a howling sound. Sherry Xing's eyes narrowed swiftly, changing her hand seals peacock mystic art water curtain defense. In an instant a crystal-clear water curtain formed before her, shimmering as it blocked all the wind blades, droplets splashing and glinting under the moonlight. However, the enemies were increasing in number and their encirclement was closing in. Qin Air and the others gradually found themselves in a desperate battle. "We can't go on like this, we must break through quickly and charge towards the Star Tower." As Qin Air defended against the enemy's attacks, he shouted, his voice firm and powerful, instilling a glimmer of confidence in Sherry Xing and Inghua Xing. Sherry Xing and Inghua Xing nodded in agreement. The three stood back to back, coordinating with each other, and charged towards the direction of the Star Tower. On the way, a ninja skilled in the variations of the peacock mystic art pressed his hands to the ground, causing spikes made of earth and energy to burst forth, flashing with an eerie light, attempting to block their path. Seeing this, Inghua Xing immediately unleashed peacock mystic art gale shockwave, unleashing a violent gust of wind that radiated outward from him, shattering the spikes into pieces, rocks flying and the enemies being pushed back by the fierce wind. Just as they were about to break through the enemy's encirclement, a tall ninja suddenly appeared before them. He wielded a massive battle axe surrounded by powerful energy, the axe glinting coldly as he swung it violently. A strong axe wind carrying the power of the peacock mystic art surged towards them, carving a deep ravine in the ground. Qin Air hurriedly conjured a spiritual power shield protecting the three within. The axe wind struck the shield, producing a dull thud, and the shield shook violently as if it could shatter at any moment. Qin Air gritted his teeth, doing his utmost to maintain the shield. "This guy is a bit troublesome." Qin Air furrowed his brow, feeling an inner alertness. Sherry Xing and Inghua Xing exchanged glances and formed hand seals simultaneously. Sherry Xing thought to herself that for the sake of her family and village she must give her all. Peacock mystic art flame wave tsunami. With that she pushed her hands forward and a surging wave of flames surged forth, mixed with intense fire and powerful energy, scorching the ground to a cracked state. Inghua Xing on the other hand calmly prepared his ninjutsu, thinking about how to cooperate with Sherry Xing to unleash the greatest power. Peacock mystic art ice crystal storm. He swiftly danced his hands, a storm of ice crystals howling towards the enemy, the ice crystals shimmering coldly, meeting the flame wave in midair, merging fire and ice, generating a powerful wave of energy that produced a deafening roar. The ninja's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly swung his battle axe to defend. However, the collision of these two powerful forces still forced him to stagger back, cracks appearing on the battle axe. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Air and the others swiftly broke through the enemy's encirclement and finally reached the foot of the Star Tower. But they knew that greater challenges lay ahead, and within Sherry Xing and Inghua Xing's hearts their longing for family and the determination to fulfill their mission grew ever stronger amid this battle. Under the guidance of the Summer Star and the Firefly Star, Qin Air cautiously infiltrated Xingyin village along the rugged mountain path, taking advantage of the night. The moonlight cast a faint silver edge on their shadows. The three held their breaths like agile night owls, silently weaving through the shadows of the village. They had originally planned to approach the Star Tower swiftly during the guard shift change. However, just as they were about to reach the vicinity of the Star Tower, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the silent night. "Not good, we've been discovered." Summer Star's face changed drastically as she whispered in alarm. Instantly a group of ninjas dressed in Xingyin village attire surged from all directions. They surrounded Qin Air and the others, weapons glinting coldly in the light, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. "I didn't expect the traitors who escaped would dare to return. Today will be your death day," the leader of the ninjas said fiercely. Firefly Star shielded Summer Star behind her, quickly forming hand seals as spiritual energy surged wildly around her. She shouted loudly, "Fire release, great fireball technique." In an instant a massive fireball towering over two people surged forth with rolling heat waves and a pungent sulfur smell, sweeping towards the enemy like a miniature sun, igniting the air wherever it went with a hissing explosion. Seeing this, the enemies scrambled to scatter in all directions to avoid it. The ground cracked and smoked under the intense heat. Qin Air was not to be outdone. He flashed forward, moving so quickly that he was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, appearing like a ghost behind one of the ninjas. With his arm gathering spiritual energy, he executed a swift palm strike that cut into the ninja's neck, who fell to the ground without a chance to scream. Summer Star drew a kunai from her waist, her figure like lightning, as if she transformed into a streak of black light rushing towards the enemy. Her movements were agile and elegant, each strike imbued with lethal determination, the kunai glinting coldly in the moonlight as she accurately targeted the enemy's vital points. A ninja swung a long knife, slicing through the air towards Summer Star. Summer Star dodged to the side, her movements light as a butterfly, dancing effortlessly, avoiding the attack before delivering a powerful kick to the ninja's abdomen, sending him flying back several steps, crashing heavily to the ground with a pained expression. However, the enemies were increasing in number and their encirclement was tightening. Qin Air and the others gradually fell into a bitter struggle. "This won't do, we need to break through quickly and charge towards the Star Tower," Qin Air shouted while fending off the enemy's attacks, his voice clear and strong amidst the noise of battle. Summer Star and Firefly Star nodded in agreement. The three stood back to back, coordinating their moves as they charged towards the Star Tower. Along the way, a ninja skilled in earth techniques pressed his hands to the ground, causing thick walls of earth to rise up, towering over a person and topped with sharp earth spikes attempting to block their path. Seeing this, Firefly Star immediately unleashed Wind Release Great Breakthrough technique, a gust of wind howling around him as if an angry beast roared, instantly shattering the earth walls into pieces, sending debris flying in, causing surrounding enemies to duck for cover. Just as they were about to break through the encirclement, a tall ninja suddenly appeared before them. He wielded a massive battle axe engraved with mysterious runes. With a sudden swing, a powerful gust of wind carrying a swirling black energy rushed towards them, carving a deep trench into the ground. Qin Air hurriedly summoned a spiritual energy shield, a translucent film of energy enveloping the three. The axe wind collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound like the ringing of a great bell, causing the shield to shake violently, ripples spreading across its surface as if it could shatter at any moment. "This guy is a bit tricky." Qin Air furrowed his brow, silently alert, his gaze fixed on the enemy before him. Summer Star and Firefly Star exchanged glances and simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire Release Phoenix Fire Technique. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. In an instant, dozens of fireballs ablaze with flames shot towards the ninja like meteors. At the same time, a massive water dragon surged from the ground, claws bared as it lunged at the enemy. Where water and fire merged, a blinding light and deafening roar erupted as if to shatter the heavens. The ninja's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly swung his battle axe to defend. However, the immense force generated by the merging water and fire still forced him to retreat, repeatedly cracks appearing on the axe's arm, numbed by the powerful impact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Air and the others quickly broke through the enemy's encirclement, finally arriving at the foot of the Star Tower. The three looked up to see the Star Tower soaring into the clouds, constructed from a type of black giant stone, its surface etched with mysterious star patterns shimmering with an eerie glow under the moonlight. The tower door was tightly closed, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. As they pushed open the tower door, a wave of musty air rushed at them. The interior of the tower was dim and dark, illuminated only by a few shards of star stones embedded in the walls that emitted a faint glow. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust, and spider webs filled the corners as if it had been sealed for a long time. Stepping into the tower, the three moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the empty space, sounding particularly clear. Suddenly a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was the guardian of the first floor, Qi Xing. Qi Xing donned a red robe embroidered with golden star patterns, holding a staff inlaid with a massive star stone. The gem at the top of the staff emitted an eerie red light, casting a sinister shadow on his face. "You traitors dare to invade the Star Tower, no one leaves here alive today." Qi Xing roared, his voice echoing within the tower, causing one's eardrums to ache. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Xing swiftly waved his staff, chanting incantations. In an instant the surrounding air seemed to ignite as countless sparks erupted from the ground. These flames appeared in a strange dark red color, crackling as they burned, mixed with a pungent burnt smell sweeping towards the three. Seeing this, Firefly Star immediately formed hand seals, her spiritual energy surging wildly, fire release, fire explosion, meteor. In an instant dozens of enormous fireballs appeared in the sky, trailing long fiery tails crashing towards Qi Xing's flames with a destructive momentum. Explosions erupted one after another, flames soaring to the heavens, illuminating the entire tower as bright as day. Summer Star also refused to be outdone, shouting, "Peacock mystical method, illusory light, star radiance." She rapidly formed hand seals and vibrant colors instantly flickered around her body. These lights quickly converged into countless starlit blades like a swarm of angry bees shooting towards Qi Xing, the blades slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Taking advantage of the moment Qi Xing was defending against the attacks, Qin Air flashed forward like lightning, gathering spiritual energy into a sharp long sword in his hand, striking towards Qi Xing. Qi Xing reacted swiftly, waving his staff to conjure a shield made of flames that instantly appeared, protecting him within. Qin Air's attack collided with the shield, producing a series of loud bangs, sending countless sparks flying. The battle between the three and Qi Xing fell into a stalemate, the entire first floor illuminated by flames and various energy lights, waves of heat making it difficult to breathe. After a fierce battle, Summer Star's arm was scorched by the flames, blood staining her sleeve. Firefly Star was also rapidly exhausting his strength, breathing heavily, sweat soaking his back. Finally, Qin Air seized a flaw in Qi Xing's defense, gathering spiritual energy in his palm, and with a fierce strike shattered the flame shield. The powerful force sent Qi Xing flying several meters, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. The three had no time to rest and continued towards the second floor. Just as they stepped into the second floor, a chilling aura rushed towards them and a thick layer of frost instantly formed on the ground. A figure in a blue robe appeared before them. It was the guardian of the second floor, Shui Xing. Shui Xing's robe was also embroidered with mysterious star patterns, holding a massive crystal ball in his hand, within which lay a shining star stone emitting a ghostly blue light that turned the surrounding air blue. "You actually managed to pass the first floor, but this second floor will be your grave," Shui Xing said coldly, his voice like the north wind in winter, carrying a bone-chilling chill. As he finished speaking, Shui Xing waved the crystal ball in his hand and countless ice shards shot towards the three from all directions. These ice shards glistened with a cold light and carried a piercing chill, freezing the air wherever they went, cracking with a sound. Summer Star quickly formed hand seals, Peacock mystical method, water curtain, heavenly flowers. A layer of crystal clear water curtain formed before the three, shimmering with a myriad of colors like a dreamlike glaze, attempting to block the ice shards. However, the impact of the ice shards was extremely strong and cracks quickly appeared on the water curtain. Some ice shards pierced through, cutting Summer Star's cheek, blood trickling down her face, dropping onto the cold ground. Firefly Star also unleashed Peacock mystical method, strong wind rift. A violent gale spread out from him, roaring like an angry dragon, attempting to blow away the ice shards. However, Shui Xing's power was formidable. The ice shards continued to come relentlessly, quickly piling up broken ice on the ground. Qin Air once again summoned a spiritual energy shield, protecting the three within. The shield clashed with the ice shards, producing a crisp sound like countless swords colliding. Protected by the shield, the three struggled to approach Shui Xing, each step requiring them to endure the dual attacks of the ice shards and cold wind. As the battle continued, the wounds on Summer Star and Firefly Star increased their strength, nearing exhaustion. Yet they showed no signs of retreat, gritting their teeth and persisting. Qin Air, relying on the defense of his 1,000 illusion treasure robe, sought a flaw in Shui Xing's defense during the battle, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Qin Air was acutely aware of the urgency of time. He needed to strike swiftly. Without hesitation, he retrieved a gathering spirit pill and placed it in his mouth. In an instant, a torrent of immense spiritual power surged through his body, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The spiritual energy around Qin Air surged wildly, resonating with the sword in his hand, which crackled with lightning and emitted a series of sharp sounds. He let out a powerful shout, wielding the sword with his chi, unleashing a sword aura imbued with endless lightning and formidable spiritual power. It sliced through the cold air like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Mercury. The speed and power of this sword aura was so overwhelming that Mercury had no time to mount an effective defense. With a cry of anguish, Mercury was struck by the sword aura, his body hurtling backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily against the tower wall, while the crystal ball fell to the ground and shattered. Spitting blood, Mercury's eyes filled with terror and unwillingness as his body slowly slid down, having lost the ability to fight. Having dealt with Mercury, the three did not pause for a moment and continued their advance toward the third layer. As they stepped into the third layer, a heavy mountainous sense of oppression struck them. A towering ninja stood in the center. He was none other than Saturn, the guardian of the third layer. Saturn wore a thick stone armor covered in strange runes and wielded a massive stone staff that radiated a faint earthy glow. "You intruders shall not take another step." Saturn's voice was deep and resonant as if it came from the depths of the earth. As his words fell, Saturn swung the stone staff down onto the ground, causing the entire third layer to tremble violently. The ground split open with massive cracks and countless sharp stone spikes erupted from the fissures, piercing toward Qin and his companions. These stone spikes were incredibly hard and fast, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. Qin quickly conjured a protective shield of spiritual energy enveloping the three within. The stone spike struck the shield with a thunderous crash, sending ripples across its surface as if it might shatter at any moment. Seeing this, Firefly Star immediately formed hand seals and unleashed, wind-released tempestuous whirlwind. A fierce wind roared to life around him, powerful enough to lift boulders from the ground. The tempest attempted to blow the stone spikes apart or redirect them, but Saturn's power was too overwhelming. The spikes merely swayed slightly yet continued their relentless advance toward them. Summer Star was equally unwilling to show weakness, shouting, "Peacock Mystic Technique, Illusory Light Star Radiance." She swiftly formed hand seals and vibrant multicolored lights flickered around her, coalescing into numerous starry blades that shot toward Saturn. However, Saturn remained unfazed. With a flick of his stone staff, a thick earthen wall rose instantly before him, blocking all the radiant blades. Qin understood that they could not continue to stalemate. Once again he wielded the sword with his chi, unleashing several sword auras that surged toward Saturn like dragons emerging from the sea. Saturn roared in fury, his stone armor glowing intensely. He horizontally positioned the stone staff, enduring Qin attack hidden. The tremendous impact forced Saturn back several steps, yet his defense remained unyielding as a rock. The battle escalated into a fierce confrontation, with the three engaging Saturn in the confined space of the third layer. Qin continuously unleashed various powerful sword techniques in an attempt to breach Saturn's defenses, while Summer Star and Firefly Star assisted from the side, using their ninjutsu to restrain Saturn. Yet Saturn's defense was exceedingly robust and their attacks seemed to inflict minimal damage upon him, while the trio's stamina and spiritual energy rapidly dwindled. Just as despair began to set in, Qin suddenly recalled the principle that lightning could overcome earth, and a spark ignited in his heart. He took a deep breath and channeled all his spiritual energy into the sword without reservation. In an instant the sword's body surged with lightning, illuminating the entire third layer as if it were daytime, the air filled with the acrid scent of burnt ozone. With a loud shout, Qin leaped high into the air, his sword infused with earth-shattering lightning, striking down upon Saturn like a bolt of heavenly thunder. This lightning sword aura moved with blinding speed, leaving a distorted shadow in the air. Saturn sensed an unprecedented threat, his eyes wide with alarm. He gripped the stone staff tightly, maximizing the defensive power of his stone armor, attempting to withstand this fatal blow. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the lightning sword aura collided hidden with Saturn's defenses. A powerful shockwave erupted instantly, shaking the entire third layer as if a minor earthquake had struck, causing stones to tumble from the walls. Under the illumination of the lightning, cracks appeared in Saturn's stone armor, swiftly spreading. With a sharp crack, the armor finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered completely. Spitting blood, Saturn was blasted away by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground while his stone staff snapped into two pieces. Struggling to rise, Saturn found Qin already before him, the sword poised at his neck. Despair and unwillingness filled Saturn's gaze as he slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to defeat. Having defeated Saturn, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief, but they knew that higher levels of the Star Tower awaited them, with even more formidable enemies lurking. After defeating Saturn, the three of them were utterly exhausted. Qin knew well that the challenges ahead would only become more arduous. He took out 2 pills from his pocket, handing one to Sherry Xing and the other to Inghua Xing, saying, "These 2 pills can quickly restore your stamina and injuries. Take them quickly." Sherry Xing and Inghua Xing received the pills, gazing at the softly glowing objects in their hands full of doubt. Sherry Xing couldn't help but ask, Qin Air, is this pill really that extraordinary? Qin Air smiled faintly and nodded, saying, rest assured, these pills are crafted through a special method and their effects are remarkable. Half convinced, the two took the pills. In an instant a wave of warmth flowed through their bodies and their previously exhausted state swiftly regained vitality with spiritual energy surging within them. This is truly amazing. Inghua Xing exclaimed in shock. Seeing the two's recovery, Qin Air felt a bit more at ease in his heart. He knew he was about to break through to foundation establishment, a critical moment. If he succeeded, his strength would increase significantly, giving him greater confidence against the challenges ahead. He took out a foundation establishment pill, swallowed it, and immediately sat cross-legged, channeling his spiritual energy. I am about to break through to foundation establishment. During this time you must protect me and ensure that no one disturbs me, Qin Air said solemnly. Sherry Xing and Inghua Xing nodded quickly, taking their positions on either side of Qin Air, vigilantly watching their surroundings. As Qin Air channeled his spiritual energy, the entire star tower began to stir with ominous winds. The originally dim tower top suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning as thick bolts of lightning raged across the ceiling as if attempting to split the tower in two. A strong wave of spiritual energy radiated from Qin Air, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Sherry Xing and Inghua Xing felt this immense power, their hearts shaken. They had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle and understood the importance of Qin Air's breakthrough. They focused intently on protecting him, not daring to show any sign of negligence. As seconds ticked by, Qin Air's breakthrough reached a critical moment. Beads of sweat covered his forehead and his face contorted with pain as the spiritual energy within him surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly battering against the barrier of foundation establishment. In this arduous moment, Qin Air relied on his indomitable will and steadfast belief to continually struggle against the spiritual energy within him. Finally, a resounding boom echoed from within him as he successfully broke through to foundation establishment. A powerful aura emanated from him as he slowly opened his eyes, sharp light flickering in his gaze, and his entire demeanor underwent a drastic transformation as if he had been reborn. Qin Air, you succeeded! Sherry Xing exclaimed excitedly. Qin Air stood up, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, a confident smile gracing his lips as he said, indeed, I have broken through. Let's continue upward and confront the guardian of the fourth layer. As they stepped into the fourth layer, a chilling aura rushed towards them. In the center stood a figure radiating a metallic sheen. It was the guardian of the fourth layer, Jinxing. Jinxing was tall, his muscles forged like steel, each one seemingly imbued with boundless strength. His skin shimmered with a cold metallic luster like an indestructible armor, and he wielded a massive metal spear, its tip glinting menacingly. You intruders dare to make it this far. Today shall be your burial ground. Jinxing's voice was deep and cold, as if emanating from the metal itself, carrying an undeniable authority. Inghua Xing was the first to strike, quickly forming hand seals and loudly declaring, flame escape, fire exploding meteor. In an instant, dozens of gigantic fireballs appeared in the sky, trailing long fiery tails like meteors, crashing towards Jinxing with a destructive momentum. However, Jinxing remained unfazed. He leveled his spear horizontally, his metallic sheen surging dramatically to form an impenetrable defensive barrier. The fireballs struck the barrier with a loud bang, sparking countless sparks, yet Jinxing remained completely unmoved. Humph, do you think this level of attack can harm me? Jinxing mocked coldly. Sherry Xing was not to be outdone, shouting, Peacock marvel, elusive star radiance. She quickly formed hand seals, and the space around her instantly shimmered with vibrant colors which swiftly coalesced into numerous blades of starlight like a swarm of furious bees shooting towards Jinxing. The blades sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, but when they touched Jinxing's metallic defense they were deflected, dealing him no harm whatsoever. Qin Air furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of urgency. He understood that facing such a formidable defense, ordinary attacks would be futile. He tightened his grip on his sword, channeling his internal spiritual energy, preparing to look for a weakness in Jinxing's defense. The battle between the three and Jinxing settled into a stalemate. No matter how they attacked, Jinxing's defense remained as solid as a rock. As the battle continued, Sherry Xing and Inghua Xing's stamina and spiritual energy gradually depleted, their movements becoming sluggish. This won't do, we must find a way to break through his defense. Qin Air shouted while fending off Jinxing's counterattacks. At that moment he suddenly recalled that he had already broken through the foundation establishment, significantly boosting his strength. He took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy into his sword without reservation. The blade instantly radiated a dazzling light and a powerful aura emanated from him. "Watch this!" Qin Air shouted, leaping high into the air, the sword in his hand carrying the formidable strength of foundation establishment, striking down towards Jinxing like a bolt of lightning. This strike was incredibly swift, and its immense power made even Jinxing feel an unprecedented threat. Jinxing's eyes widened as he gripped the spear tightly, elevating his metallic defense to the utmost, attempting to withstand this fatal blow. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as Qin Air's sword collided with Jinxing's defense, a powerful shockwave bursting forth, causing the entire fourth layer to tremble as if a minor earthquake had struck, with stones falling from the walls. Under the tremendous impact, a crack finally appeared in Jinxing's metallic defense, rapidly spreading. With a crisp snap, the defense shattered completely. Jinxing spat out blood, his body flung backward by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground, and his spear broke in two. How is this possible? Jinxing's face was filled with shock, his eyes brimming with despair and unwillingness. Within the tower they endured numerous trials, consecutively defeating the guardians of the first 4 levels, Qixing, Shuixing, Tuxing and Jinxing, and finally arrived at the 5th level. As they stepped into the 5th level, a powerful and mysterious aura enveloped them, causing their heartbeats to quicken. Before them hovered a tall and extraordinary ninja surrounded by an unusual radiance. He was the guardian of the 5th level, Jupiter. Jupiter's gaze was deep and cold, as if he could see through their hearts. In his hand he held the star stone, emanating a dazzling light. "You ants have actually made it this far, but this is where it ends." Jupiter's voice thundered throughout the 5th level, carrying endless authority and oppression. Firefly Star took the initiative to attack, quickly forming hand seals and shouting flame escape, flame explosion, meteor. Dozens of massive fireballs surged forward like meteors towards Jupiter. However, Jupiter merely waved the star stone in his hand, and an invisible force instantly shattered all the fireballs, turning them to nothingness. Summer Star, seeing this, was unwilling to back down and shouted, "Peacock, wonderful method, illusory light, star beam." Countless blades of colorful light converged and shot towards Jupiter. Jupiter sneered, and as the light flickered around him, those blades rebounded upon contact, moving back at a faster speed and greater force towards Summer Star and the others. Seeing this, Qin Air immediately unleashed a spiritual energy shield, protecting the 3 within it. The blade struck the shield with loud bangs, causing ripples to spread across its surface as if it could shatter at any moment. "This guy's strength is beyond imagination, everyone be careful." Qin Air's expression was grave, and he felt a sense of urgency within. The battle between the 3 and Jupiter reached a stalemate. No matter how they attacked, they could not inflict any substantial damage on Jupiter. Each of Jupiter's counterattacks brought them to the brink of peril. Just as everyone felt despair, Qin Air suddenly recalled that since breaking through the foundation establishment he had not unleashed his full power. He took a deep breath and unleashed all the spiritual energy within him. A brilliant light enveloped him, and the sword in his hand resonated, emitting a buzzing sound. "I don't believe I can't break your defenses." Qin Air shouted, channeling his energy into the sword, sending several sword energies surging towards Jupiter like a dragon emerging from the sea. Wherever the sword energies passed, the space seemed to tear apart, creating a piercing sound. Jupiter finally displayed a hint of surprise. He quickly formed hand seals, and the glow of the star stone became even more radiant, forming a formidable defensive barrier in front of him. The sword energies collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar, and the immense impact forced Jupiter back several steps. "Interesting, but that's still not enough." Jupiter roared, unleashing the power of the star stone to its fullest. A wave of powerful energy radiated outward from him. The entire 5th level began to shake violently, with stones falling from the walls as if they would collapse at any moment. Qin Air, Summer Star and Firefly Star were pushed back repeatedly by this overwhelming force, sustaining various injuries. But they did not show any signs of retreat, their eyes filled with determination and resilience. "We cannot give up. For the village, for the children, we must obtain the star stone." Summer Star shouted loudly, her voice filled with unwavering faith. "That's right. Even if it costs us our lives, we must defeat him." Firefly Star also roared, clenching her fists tightly, ready to launch another attack. Qin Air took a deep breath, gathering his spiritual energy to its peak with a resolute glint in his eyes. He knew this was the final opportunity and he had to give it his all. Receive this move. Qin Air shouted, leaping high with his sword-wielding destruction's power, striking down towards Jupiter like a bolt of lightning. This sword strike gathered all his power since breaking through foundation establishment, embodying his beliefs and determination. Jupiter also sensed the threat of this sword strike. He raised the star stone above his head, concentrating all his strength into the star stone, forming an indestructible defense. Boom! With a tremendous sound, Qin Air's sword collided head-on with Jupiter's defense. The powerful energy shockwave erupted instantly, enveloping the entire fifth level in a blinding light, making it impossible to look directly. Under the illumination of the light, cracks appeared in Jupiter's defensive barrier, quickly spreading. With a sharp crack, the barrier finally shattered completely. Jupiter spat out blood, his body sent flying by the tremendous force, and the star stone slipped from his grasp. The star stone. Seeing this, Qin Air immediately soared into the air and caught the star stone. At last they successfully obtained the star stone. However, all three were exhausted and covered in wounds, yet victory shone on their faces. We did it. Summer Star said weakly, her eyes sparkling with joy. That's right. We succeeded. Firefly Star also said excitedly, her voice tinged with fatigue and relief. Qin Air tightly clutched the star stone, feeling its immense power. He knew that while this battle was over, their mission was not yet complete. They needed to take the star stone and resolve the crisis of Xingyin village, restoring peace to the village. The three supported each other and slowly walked out of the Star Tower. Awaiting them would be new challenges and missions. Qin Air, Summer Star and Firefly Star had successfully defeated Jupiter and obtained the Star Stone. Qin Air carefully placed the Star Stone into his storage ring, and the three, dragging their weary bodies, slowly exited the Star Tower. However, as soon as they stepped out the tower door, they were surrounded by a group of ninjas from Xingyin village. These ninjas brandished their weapons, their eyes filled with anger and hostility. Hand over the Star Stone. A ninja shouted loudly. Immediately the crowd parted and Xingyin slowly stepped forward. Dressed in splendid attire, Xingying's eyes radiated authority and coldness. He looked at Qin Air and the others coldly, saying, "Do you think just because you've obtained the Star Stone you can leave? Too naive, and no one is leaving today." Summer Star and Firefly Star's faces changed dramatically as they tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing to fight again. But after the previous fierce battle, their stamina and chakra were nearly depleted, and facing such a multitude of enemies, a sense of despair crept into their hearts. Qin Air firmly grasped his storage ring, his gaze resolute. "Xingyin, the Star Stone will only bring you more calamity, we will not hand it over." Xingyin sneered, "Then don't blame me for being rude. Go take them down." Just as the ninjas prepared to rush at them, suddenly a powerful pressure descended from the sky. Everyone felt an invisible force pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe and impossible to move. "Who is it?" Xingyin shouted in fear. A figure slowly descended from the sky. It was Qin Feng. Dressed in a black robe, a cold glint emanated from his eyes. He looked at everyone before him and said flatly, "Do you wish to dance?" Qin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the village like thunder. Under this immense pressure, the ninjas from Xingyin village collapsed to the ground. Even Xingying's face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "You? Who are you?" Xingyin stammered. Qin Feng did not answer, he simply took a step forward. This step appeared ordinary, yet it shook the entire village. The ninjas from Xingyin village felt an even more powerful force pressing down on them, as if their bodies would be crushed by this strength. Qin Air, Summer Star and Firefly Star felt a surge of hope upon seeing Qin Feng. Qin Air shouted, "Qin Feng, you finally came." Qin Feng nodded slightly, looking at Qin Air. "I arrived late, are you all okay?" Qin Air hurriedly responded, "We're fine, thanks to your timely arrival." Qin Feng turned to Xingyin coldly, stating, "If you dare to obstruct us today, don't blame me for being impolite. The Star Stone which you cannot handle, I will handle it in a harmless manner." Xingyin looked at Qin Feng filled with fear, knowing that this person's strength far exceeded his own. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand, let them go. With the help of Qin Feng, Qin Er, Xia Rixing and Inhuashing successfully escaped the encirclement of the ninjas from Xingyin village. The three of them arrived at a safe place where Xia Rixing and Inhuashing looked at Qin Er and Qin Feng with expressions of deep gratitude. Xia Rixing slightly bowed, her eyes filled with appreciation. Mr. Qin Er, Mr. Qin Feng, if it weren't for you we would have found it difficult to escape. We owe you a great debt of gratitude, though words cannot express it. Inhuashing also nodded heavily, saying, yes, thank you both. We plan to find a place to settle down and live well. Qin Er smiled and waved his hand, there's no need to be polite, I'm just glad to help you. If you encounter any difficulties in the future feel free to ask. After a round of farewells, Xia Rixing and Inhuashing turned to leave, filled with hopes for the future. Qin Er and Qin Feng continued on their way, searching for a hidden cave to rest temporarily. As soon as they entered the cave, Qin Feng eagerly urged Qin Er to take out the star stone. Qin Er took out the star stone from his storage ring and handed it to Qin Feng. Holding the star stone in both hands, Qin Feng closed his eyes and a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from his palms. After a long while, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, filled with surprise and shock. This is actually a top-grade fire attribute spirit stone. In the realm of cultivation this is indeed a rare treasure. Qin Er upon hearing this also looked astonished, is it really that precious? No wonder the people of Xingyin village value it so highly. Qin Feng nodded, his expression serious as he said, indeed the spiritual energy contained in this star stone is extremely pure and powerful. If utilized correctly it would greatly benefit one's cultivation. However, I do not plan to absorb its power just yet. Qin Er looked at Qin Feng in confusion, why not absorb it? Such a powerful force would surely enhance your strength significantly. Qin Feng smiled slightly, patting Qin Er on the shoulder, cultivation cannot be rushed and this star stone is too precious, absorbing it recklessly might invite unnecessary trouble. Moreover, I have just refined the dragon vein and my realm still needs to be stabilized. Qin Er quickly asked, what do you mean? Qin Feng's gaze turned firm as he looked into the distance, you should directly infiltrate the Water Nation and follow Terumi Mei. The situation in the Water Nation is complex and Terumi Mei will become the 5th Mizukage in the future at the center of the whirlpool. By following her you can protect her and gather intelligence to understand the dynamics of the Water Nation. This is crucial for our upcoming plans. Qin Er felt a jolt in his heart and nodded solemnly, I understand. I will complete the task without fail. In the mist-hidden village of the Water Nation, Kagaya Yashiro as the Mizukage ruled over the village, referred to as the Village of Blood Mist, implementing cruel policies that forced ninjas to live in fear and oppression. In such an environment Terumi Mei had already begun to stand out, becoming an undeniable force. Terumi Mei possessed a rare bloodline limit and mastered both dissolution and boil release combined with her exceptional water release techniques, allowing her to shine among the ninjas of the mist-hidden village. Her strength garnered admiration and support from many young ninjas, while some of the older ninjas held high hopes for her, believing she would lead the mist-hidden village towards a new direction. In terms of influence, Terumi Mei gradually gathered a group of like-minded companions around her. Aoi, an elder-level shinobi, stood by her side, leveraging his rich experience and unique abilities to strategize for her. Together they formed a small faction within the mist-hidden village. Although they did not control the core power, their influence within the village was gradually expanding. However, Terumi Mei's position in the Water Nation was not without challenges. Under Kagaya Yashiro's rule, some of her ideas and thoughts could not be fully realized. The terrifying politics of the blood mist made many numb and indifferent, and changing this situation was fraught with difficulties. But Terumi Mei did not give up. She continuously accumulated strength in the shadows, waiting for the right moment, hoping to break this oppressive situation and restore peace and prosperity to the mist-hidden village. She was keenly aware that in the turbulent waters of the Water Nation every step needed to be taken with caution, a slight misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Yet she was filled with confidence for the future, believing that she could bring true light to the Water Nation. After explaining everything, Qin Feng left with the Star Stone. Qin Er made a brief adjustment before setting off towards the Water Nation. At this moment the Water Nation was shrouded in darkness over the mist-hidden village. Chirumi May sat alone in the courtyard gazing at the bright moon in the sky filled with melancholy. Under Kagaya Yashiro's rule, the Water Nation was enveloped in a terrifying atmosphere of the blood mist where ninjas lived in fear and oppression. Although Chirumi May possessed immense strength and had like-minded companions around her, she often felt powerless in the face of this entrenched situation. Every time she saw the numb faces of the villagers and heard the silent sighs of the oppressed, it felt as if a heavy stone weighed down on her heart. In this melancholic state of mind, the figure of Qin Feng quietly surfaced in her thoughts. She recalled their first meeting, his mysterious and powerful aura and the determination and warmth in his eyes when he looked at her. Since then they had experienced much together, and every suggestion and act of assistance from Qin Feng filled Chirumi May with a long-lost warmth and hope. Where is he now? Is he doing well? Chirumi May whispered, tightly gripping the jade slip that Qin Feng had given her, her eyes filled with worry and longing. She reminisced about the bits and pieces of time spent with Qin Feng, though brief they were filled with joy and happiness. The interesting encounters at sea and the exhilarating speed on the flying sword sparkled like precious gems in her heart. In this difficult moment she longed for Qin Feng to be by her side to provide her with strength and support. If only he were here, he would surely give me the courage and strength to have confidence in changing all of this. Chirumi May thought to herself, her gaze revealing a hint of anticipation. She did not know that at that moment Qin Feng was hurrying towards the Water Nation as a new adventure was about to unfold. Qin Feng rode swiftly, finally arriving at the border of the Water Nation. Looking at the land of the Water Nation before him, he took a deep breath and silently thought, Chirumi May, I have arrived. Then he strode towards the direction of the mist-hidden village, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. In the Water Country's hidden mist village, the night descended like ink, with heavy clouds obscuring the moonlight, plunging the entire village into a suffocating darkness. Zhao Meiyin sat alone in the courtyard. The surrounding silence felt eerily strange, with only a gentle breeze rustling the flowers and grass producing a faint sound. Her gaze wandered, fixated on a faint glimmer at the horizon, filled with longing for Qin Feng. The jade slip in her hand warmed under her touch as if it could somehow convey Qin Feng's presence. Recalling the moments spent with Qin Feng, her lips unconsciously curled into a smile, but it was quickly replaced by sorrow as she murmured, when will you return? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a chilling wind rose silently, rustling the surrounding leaves as if foretelling impending danger. Suddenly several shadows flashed across the rooftop like phantoms, moving at such speed that they were nearly undetectable. Then several cold beams of light shot toward Zhao Meiyin from different directions, targeting her vital spots. By the time Zhao Meiyin sensed the danger, the cold light was already within arm's reach. In a moment of panic, the jade slip in her hand emitted a soft yet resilient glow, instantly forming a barrier that deflected the deadly attacks. With a crisp sound, the attack sparked against the barrier and then fell to the ground, revealing poison hidden weapons. Only then did Zhao Meiyin regain her senses, her heart filled with both shock and anger. At that moment the surrounding darkness seemed to thicken, as if countless eyes were lurking within, watching her every move. She quickly stood up, forming hand seals with swift motions, and exclaimed, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A gigantic water dragon surged forth from her hands, fiercely lunging toward the shadows. Humph, do you think you can stop us with such trivial skills? With a disdainful laugh, two figures slowly emerged from the darkness, revealing the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Pai Pa Shirzong and Hei Chuoleya, followed by a group of small ninja. Pai Pa Shirzong, wielding a beheading sword that emitted a chilling glow, sneered, Zhao Meiyin, your recent words and actions have greatly displeased the 4th Hokage. Today marks your death. Submit and die, there's no need for futile struggles, added Hei Chuoleya, brandishing his lightning blade surrounded by crackling electricity. As soon as he finished speaking, Pai Pa Shirzong initiated the attack, swinging his beheading sword, unleashing a powerful water blade that sliced through the air toward Zhao Meiyin. The water blade was immensely powerful, carving a deep trench in the ground as it passed. Zhao Meiyin dared not be careless and quickly performed the water release technique, erecting a water wall in front of her to block the water blade. However, the force of Pai Pa Shirzong's water blade was too great, instantly shattering the water wall, and the water blade continued its relentless assault toward Zhao Meiyin. At this critical moment, Zhao Meiyin cast dissolution release corrosive technique, spraying a highly corrosive liquid toward the water blade. The moment the liquid made contact with the water blade, a sizzling sound erupted as the water blade was corroded into disarray. Meanwhile Jiraiya also launched his attack. He plunged his lightning blade into the ground and in an instant a powerful current expanded outward from him, shattering the stones on the ground. The small ninja also unleashed their techniques, some launched shuriken while others performed water release techniques, showering Zhao Mein with a barrage of attacks. Zhao Mein dodged left and right amidst the dense attacks, using the water release technique for defense while searching for a chance to counterattack. She knew that facing such formidable opponents along with numerous small ninja, any misstep could lead to her demise. Yet her heart was filled with unwillingness. She absolutely refused to believe that she would perish here. In the perilous hidden mist village, this battle was a matter of life and death, and for her to uphold her beliefs and alter the future of the water country she could not afford to lose. Just as Zhao Mein was on the brink of despair, a figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, suddenly appearing in front of her. It was Qin Feng, who bellowed, "Stop!" His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the surroundings. The spiritual energy around Qin Feng surged, emanating a powerful aura that left everyone present in shock. Wuxie's flying sword shot out, forcing back all the attacks aimed at them. Late. Qin Feng gracefully descended. "Wu Yu finally came." Zhao Mein could not help but rush into Qin Feng's embrace. Her once strong heart softened in the presence of her beloved. Having someone to rely on is truly wonderful. Let me deal with these minor nuisances first. Qin Feng, holding his treasured sword, pointed it at the enemies while embracing Zhao Mein. "Do you want them alive or dead?" Qin Feng gently inquired of the person in his arms, his soft tone contrasting with his domineering words. Pai Pa Shirzong and Jiraiya exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes, but they quickly returned to their fierce demeanor. Let them go if they were forced into this situation. Zhao Mein sighed. All right. Hey, did you all hear that? My Mein says you were also coerced, so we'll let you go. Now scram back to where you came from and don't linger here, you might lose your lives. Just then Qin also arrived, his head filled with black lines. When did it become yours, huh? Mein, are you alright? It was my oversight. Qin approached Zhao Mein, filled with guilt. Thank you, Qin, I'm fine. Zhao Mein, still nestled in Qin Feng's embrace, had a flushed face. Zhao Mein's inner thoughts, this annoying old man, we finally had our moment together. Hurry up and leave. Qin had arrived, and behind him a few guardian ninja also approached. As Pai Pa Shirzong and Jiraiya prepared to retreat, Qin Feng spoke up. Did I allow you to leave? His voice reverberated throughout the area. Go. A flying sword darted through the crowd, eliciting screams as those who had just participated in the assassination lost an arm. Get lost. The flying sword returned to Qin Feng's hand, twirled in a flourish and sheathed itself. The crowd was filled with a mix of shock and anger, but they could only leave helplessly. Killing was as easy as slaughtering a dog. Once the enemy had departed, Qin Feng turned around, gazing at Zhao Mein. The moonlight spilled over her face, her hair in disarray, her body marred with wounds, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. Qin Feng stepped forward quickly, gently cradling Zhao Ming's face in his hands, his eyes filled with tenderness. Ming, you have suffered. Zhao Ming's eyes turned red, tears welling up. Qin Feng, I thought I would never see you again. She grasped Qin Feng's hand tightly, as if letting go would cause him to vanish. Qin Feng gently embraced Zhao Ming, feeling her warmth, whispering, all right, from now on I will always be by your side. Who could have imagined that the future water shadow would be so delicately nestled in his embrace at this moment? The two held each other closely, surrounded by tranquility, the only sound being the gentle breeze that rustled their clothing. After a long while, Zhao Ming lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, in this perilous world I often feel lonely and afraid, but I am grateful to have met you. The time spent with you is my happiest moment. You took me flying on your sword, soaring freely in the sky, and in that instant I felt the world transform into something beautiful. Qin Feng gazed at her tenderly, love evident in his eyes. I feel the same way. Ever since I met you, my heart has never been able to let go. You have captivated me deeply. Zhao Ming took a deep breath, gathering her courage to say, Qin Feng, let's get married together. Her voice trembled slightly, but her eyes were filled with expectation. For some reason the mention of marriage made his heart race, fearing he might be late. Qin Feng was stunned, then a brilliant smile blossomed on his face. He nodded vigorously, all right, I am willing. No matter what the future holds, I want to be with you. After saying this, he gently kissed Now Mei Ming's forehead, and under the moonlight they embraced tightly as if the entire world had dwindled down to just the two of them. Take this pill. In a hidden chamber in the village of Mist, hidden in the Water Nation, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The dim yellow light flickered, casting elongated and distorted shadows of Qin Air, Now Mei Ming Qin, and Now Mei Shen Yi, Nao Mei Ming's father. The four stood at their respective corners, each with varied expressions yet all tightly focused on a central topic, the position of the water shadow. Now Mei Shen Yi looked seriously at Qin Air and said, Ming Ming said she wants to marry you. Qin Air replied, huh? Isn't this a major conspiracy? Although Qin Air was strong, the atmosphere of meeting the parents made him somewhat uncomfortable. Now Mei Shen Yi stared wide-eyed, his little mustache twitching. Isn't your marriage a big deal? He felt as if his delicate little cabbage was being pushed around by a pig. Though this pig was quite strong and rather handsome, it left him feeling empty inside. Now Mei Ming's face turned red. Dad, how can you bring this up at this moment? Now Mei Shen Yi sighed, This little cabbage has been taken away. Qin. So should I leave? Now Mei Shen Yi spoke again, his brows furrowed, his voice low and hoarse. The tyranny of the Koguchi Yeshiba is growing increasingly brutal, and the citizens of the Water Nation are suffering greatly. Tonight there was even an assassination attempt on Ming Ming. The position of the water shadow must not be allowed to remain in his hands any longer. Saying this, he clenched his fist and struck heavily against the stone table. Now Mei Ming nodded slightly, her gaze firm. What you say is true. As a ninja of the Water Nation endowed with special abilities, I have the responsibility to change this situation. However, the Koguchi Yeshiba is powerful and we must act with caution. Qin crossed his arms, his gaze profound. Indeed, we cannot act recklessly. Currently we need to rally more supporting forces, especially those ninjas who harbor discontent towards the Koguchi Yeshiba. Qin Air had been listening quietly. Now leaning slightly forward, he slowly said, although I come from the outside world, since I have decided to stand with Ming Ming, I will do my utmost. However, I feel you are all too conservative. I have just one word: act. Now Mei Shen Yi frowned. The youth was indeed too impulsive, sighing as he said, Qin Air, you do not understand the strength of the fourth generation, not to mention he is a Jinchuriki. Qin Air smiled. He certainly knew the strength of the fourth water shadow. Until he reached foundation establishment he might not have much assurance, but now that he had established his foundation, defeating the fourth water shadow would be a piece of cake without even needing to use his true form. Moreover, the current fourth water shadow is merely under the influence of Obito's illusion, causing chaos in the village. Riding up to this point, I feel it's a bit of a pitfall. If the fourth is quite a perfect Jinchuriki, how could he be controlled for so long? A strong person is indeed lonely like snow. Now Mei Ming looked at Qin Air, a glimmer of gratitude and reliance in her eyes. Qin Air, although you are powerful with detailed information, we can devise a better plan and minimize the losses to the entire country. Qin, I will trouble you to take care of this aspect. Qin nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I have been in the mist-hidden village for many years. My connections are quite extensive and I will definitely gather useful information. Now Mei Shen Yi gently stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before saying, in addition, we need to strengthen our own power. Ming Ming, you must train diligently to enhance your ninja skills. We must seize the position of Water Shadow to have the ability to change this country. Qin Air, your strength is formidable, but you must further strengthen yourself so you can become our trump card at critical moments. I will go to contact the elders and gain their support. Now Mei Ming and Qin Air exchanged determined glances and replied, I understand, I will strive to do my best. Can you arrange for me to meet the fourth generation? Qin Air did not want to complicate matters and preferred a straightforward solution. Qin Air, we must proceed steadily. Before the final action it is best for you to stay in the shadows and reverse the situation at a crucial moment. Now Mei Shen Yi said seriously. Alright, let's go. Qin Air pouted. The older one gets, the more timid they become. Can he be relied upon? Now Mei Shen Yi watched Qin Air's departing figure. Dad, I believe in him, we will definitely succeed. Now Mei Ming said with a smile, her expression resolute. The moon flickered in the mist, appearing and disappearing as Qin and Qin Air walked down a quiet path. Qin, are you familiar with the fourth generation? Qin Air asked. Up ahead is the residence prepared for you. Qin did not respond further, intending to leave directly. I thought you were a wise and fearless person. To my surprise you are merely a cowardly fool. Qin Air mocked. Your provocation does not work on me. Qin replied with a frown. This is not provocation, I am stating fact. Qin Air smiled and continued, your country is in crisis yet you do not dare to face difficulties directly merely planning long-term, what is that if not cowardice? When a strong person steps forward to help yet you resist within, what is that if not foolishness? Shut up, I do not. I merely hope to resolve difficulties at the lowest cost. Qin shouted angrily. How do you know that if you take me to meet the fourth generation I won't resolve him at the lowest cost? Don't think that just because you have won Miss Ming's favor you are something special. If you want me to take you to meet the fourth generation, fine, first defeat me. Clang, the flying sword pressed against Qin's throat, if it advanced a bit more it could slice open his windpipe. Does this count as defeating you? Qin Air crossed his arms smiling lightly. This does not count. Qin's face looked somewhat embarrassed to be so easily defeated. Did he have no dignity? Alright, let's start over, you call it. Qin Air held his long sword appearing calm and composed. Qin furrowed his brows crouching like a cat ready to pounce. Start. Qin shouted in a low voice as he swiftly lunged towards Qin Air. Clang, a sharp sword was once again pressed against his throat, if he moved forward even a little it would slice through his neck. Sigh, I lost. Qin sighed deeply, though he was reluctant to admit it, he indeed could not defeat him. Qin shook his head helplessly and said to Qin Air, you are indeed very strong, now I will take you to meet the fourth generation Mizukage. Qin Air sheathed his sword and nodded slightly to indicate to follow. Along the way the surrounding ninjas looked curiously at Qin leading a stranger. Upon reaching the destination they found a layer of faint mist surrounding the location of the fourth generation Mizukage. After Qin reported in he led Qin Air into the room. The fourth generation Mizukage sat in a high position, his gaze cold and profound. Koki Shikura was agile with a head of tousled light green hair flying freely, exuding a sense of unruliness. His face appeared somewhat youthful yet held a determined expression, with a long scar on his right cheek adding a touch of ruggedness. His deep crimson eyes were sharp and penetrating as if they could see through everything. He wore a dark gray sleeveless top paired with black mesh armguards, appearing both capable and powerful. Around his neck he wore a wide green scarf that fluttered gently in the wind, adding a splash of color to his overall appearance. His loose green trousers allowed for agile movement and a cloth belt around his waist further emphasized his ninja demeanor. He wielded a long black iron staff which served not only as his weapon in battle but also as a symbol of his strength. His baby face seemed youthful, yet he had already become the grandson of Koki Kamizuru. You are the outsider attempting to interfere with the affairs of my water country. Koki Shikura spoke, his voice deep and cold like the chilling wind of a cold night carrying a hint of frost. Qin Air calmly responded, yes, Lord Mizukage. The fourth generation Mizukage lightly snorted, what business do you have in coming to see me? Sigh, I being a good-hearted person advise you to abdicate for the sake of peace lest you meet an untimely death. Qin Air spoke arrogantly in a gentle tone. He could have used force to make the fourth generation lift the illusion, but Qin Air preferred to persuade with reason. Ha ha ha, the fourth generation laughed angrily. As he spoke a powerful chakra aura instantly enveloped the entire room, yet Qin Air showed no fear, instead he felt a hidden strength within him begin to circulate and counter it. Change of location. Qin Feng said lightly. Good. Koki Shikura vanished in a flash with Qin Air closely following, and Qin gritted his teeth to follow as well. In the darkness another figure quietly trailed behind Momochi Zabuza. He had been seeking an opportunity to assassinate the fourth generation Mizukage, wanting to end the bloody policies of the Blood Mist. Outsider, how about this place as your burial ground? Koki Shikura said coldly. Quite nice. Qin Air smiled faintly, the night wind causing his clothes to rustle. Ha ha ha, Koki Shikura laughed again, seemingly mocking Qin Air's audacity as if to say, who dares challenge his authority now? Qin Air was bewildered, was this person insane? Yet there was indeed something off in his mind. Hey, let's fight already. Don't say later that you weren't prepared and start crying. Qin Air taunted. Qin, hearing this from a distance, couldn't help but blush, thinking, it's not me, it's not me, it's not me. Momochi Zabuza, hiding a bit further away, thought that if an opportunity arose he wouldn't mind taking action to eliminate the 4th generation Mizukage right here. Water-style hidden mist jutsu. Koki Shikura quickly formed hand seals, casting water-style hidden mist jutsu. Taking advantage of the terrain, dense fog quickly enveloped the area. Hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. A cold voice drifted through the mist. Qin Air remained unmoved, closing his eyes as if in a pretended slumber. Holding his sword he stood there, allowing the thick fog to cover him. Whoosh! The coral staff struck 4 times within the mist. Koki Shikura initiated the attack with the coral staff. Qin Air slightly shifted his body, dodging the attack, not even opening his eyes. Water-style water mirror jutsu. Koki Shikura cast another jutsu, a rather overpowered technique that created a clone identical to the enemy, capable of using the same jutsu with equal power. Interesting. Qin Air did not evade, allowing the technique to manifest, creating a perfect duplicate of himself. The clone not only wore identical clothing but also wielded the same sword. Transform. Qin Air, feeling playful, transformed his 1,000 illusions robe into a celestial robe from the cultivation realm. Meanwhile the opposing clone stood still, dazed. Thunder. The sword in Qin Air's hand crackled with lightning. The clone was still wielding a bear sword. Is this it? Qin Air looked on with disdain. The clone of Qin Air seemed to understand his mockery and was the first to launch an attack, moving at lightning speed, thrusting the sword towards the real Qin Air. The real Qin Air's mouth curled into a slight smile as he easily sidestepped, countering with his sword. Their sword techniques mirrored each other, creating a symphony of clashing sounds. Koki Shikura watched closely, trying to find a flaw in Qin Air's technique. At that moment Qin Air suddenly changed tactics, using chi to control his sword, the lightning-tinged flying sword thrusting at an awkward angle. The clone of Qin Air couldn't respond in time, hesitating slightly. The real Qin Air seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, scattering the clone into a splash of water. So be it, thinking one can defeat oneself, how boring. Outsider, you are quite strong. However, this should come to an end soon. Koki Shikura said coldly, then began to enter tailed beast transformation. His body underwent significant changes while retaining human form, accompanied by a surge of distinctly crimson tailed beast chakra enveloping him. This was the tailed beast's outer layer, capable of launching tailed beast bombs. Are you starting to get serious? Qin Air smiled, just right to test your mettle. Sword go. The flying sword shot out, tracing various trajectories as it attacked Koki Shikura. With each pass it left a sword wound on his body, which quickly healed under the influence of the tailed beast chakra. Coral palm. A technique used in tailed beast transformation. Any part of the body struck by his palm will sprout coral. This technique is extremely destructive to physical ninjas. Qin Air did not dodge or avoid, allowing the coral palm to strike his body, feeling the changes within. A mysterious force coursed through his body, attempting to break through. It seemed coral was about to sprout. Within Qin Air the sword chi surged, immediately destroying this power. Sigh, I haven't even made a move yet. Forget it, let's put an end to this. Sword control divine thunder. The flying sword in hand pointed towards the heavens. The divine sword summoned lightning, illuminating the mist with flashes of light. Go. A massive thunder dragon charged towards Koki Shikura. Even in his tailed beast form he could not withstand this blow. As the lightning flashed, Koki Shikura lay in a deep pit, his body emitting black smoke. Kurama's chakra had long since dissipated. Mei Terumi lay motionless in the crater, his body reverted to its original form. A guttural bestial groan rose from his throat as he writhed, weakly straining to rise. Crimson bubbles swelled across his skin. He sought to reignite the tailed beast transformation by forcibly channeling its chakra. He was the 4th Mizukage, how could he possibly lose? Enough, 4th. Qin Air's voice cut through the air, cold and unyielding. No, I haven't lost yet. I cannot lose. His raw, ragged cry echoed with searing defiance and unbearable anguish. Sigh, such a pitiful soul. Qin Air shook his head, then leapt into the crater, pressed his palm firmly upon the 4th's brow and activated the soul-refining art, dispelling the illusion that had clouded his mind. Ah! As the genjutsu shattered, Mei Terumi recoiled in horror. Every atrocity he'd committed against his own village flooded back with visceral clarity. How could he have done such things? How many fiery young shinobi had he slaughtered? They were the very future of his homeland. The mist parted, leaving only the hollow, desolate wail of a broken world. Hunched over in the shattered crater, Mei Terumi buried his face in trembling hands, weeping for himself and for the ruins of his village. The fourth Mizukage cried. Far away, Ao's thoughts thundered inward. This man is strong, stronger than any legend dares claim. That sobbing. Is it truly the fourth? Defeated to tears. Zabuza Momochi stood baffled, his mind reeling. Long moments passed before the weeping finally faded. Qin Air remained silently beside him, watching, still patient, unwavering. Here. Qin Air extended a packet of tissues. Thank you. Mei Terumi glanced up with a look of wounded dignity. Was this what I needed? Not tissues, but my honor restored. What I need is my face, my dignity. Fortunately, no one else bore witness. Fourth Mizukage, are you well? Ao appeared abruptly, ill-timed as ever. Ah, I'm fine. Mei Terumi's hand trembled midair, then in an instant shink. A blade flashed toward his throat, Zabuza striking with lethal precision. He'd seized the moment when all their guard had slipped. Clang! The fatal strike shattered against Qin Air's forearm. Zabuza Momochi, hold your blade. Do not act yet. Qin Air had sensed the hidden presence long before, yet never imagined it would be him, the demon of the hidden mist. Mei Terumi felt no alarm, only quiet resignation. Those who came to kill him were likely loyal sons of the village. Still, his dignity, his venerable visage, lay in irreparable shards. I hereby resign as Mizukage, he declared, wiping his tears with quiet resolve. Ao stared stunned. Had he truly been broken by force? Zabuza blinked, utterly bewildered. Come, Ao. Summon the elders and Mei Terumi. All shall gather in the council hall. Mei Terumi strode ahead, vanishing into the night. Though hours had bled into dawn, time held little meaning for shinobi. In Kirigakure's council hall, every key figure assembled, summoned under the cryptic promise of a grave announcement from the Mizukage. Mei Terumi and her father exchanged a fleeting, anxious glance. Had their conspiracy been uncovered so swiftly? Ao had spoken only of the hall, not purpose, arriving breathless, departing just as fast. The hall buzzed with restless murmurs, until Mei Terumi entered. Silence fell like a shroud. He'd returned to the village, combed his hair, donned fresh robes, even bathed. Qin Air and Zabuza followed closely behind, standing like sworn guardians. Mei Terumi and her father gaped. Had Qin Air betrayed them? Was this some cruel trap? Otherwise, how could their secret plot have collapsed so instantly? Ladies and gentlemen, Mei Terumi began, voice grave, gaze sweeping across the hushed assembly. Not a whisper dared break the stillness. I intend to step down as Mizukage. A collective gasp erupted, the chamber exploded like a kettle boiling over. Nani? Mei Terumi recoiled, disbelief etched across her face. Her father stood frozen, speechless. None could believe it, though many had long hoped for his departure. My fellow shinobi, I have failed you. During my tenure I did not lift our village higher, I dragged it lower. For that I offer my deepest remorse. His voice cracked. Tears spilled freely down his cheeks as he bowed deeply, then wiped his face fiercely with his scarf. Ao's inner monologue: not only did he weep, he's lost his wits entirely. That Qin Air, truly terrifying. Finally I propose that the fifth Mizukage be none other than Mei Terumi, a gifted, brilliant successor. Meeting adjourned. With those words Mei Terumi turned and walked out, leaving chaos roaring behind him. In a secluded chamber, Qin Air, Mei Terumi, Ao, her father, and now Zabuza gathered, united by circumstance. Yes, Qin Air had brought Zabuza in too. Speak plainly, what transpired? Mei Terumi asked first. Well, simply put, Qin Air made the fourth cry. Ao replied. Nani? Their shock dwarfed even the council's earlier uproar. Was this truth, or madness? Did he enter the tailed beast state? He did. Could you defeat him? He wasn't particularly formidable. May Terumi thought my future husband is this powerful. I must cling to him tighter than ever. Her father mused, such a son-in-law, our May clan shall ascend beyond imagination. Do you feel ready to shoulder the mantle of Mizukage? Qin Air asked. Absolutely, I will restore our nation's glory and strength. May Terumi spoke with fierce resolve, and smiled tenderly at Qin Air, and with a man as mighty as you standing behind me my confidence knows no bounds. The others exchanged glances. Is this public affection? Regardless of how it unfolded, the matter had been resolved, brutally, decisively, simply. Upon the endless sea a small boat drifted. Hoshigaki Kisame and Kiri no Reikage sat hunched, faces drawn with despair. Fortunately each retained one arm, just enough to row. Reikage, Kisame, are we truly deserting? Kisame, or would you prefer to disembark, and return to the village? Failure meant death, no other outcome existed. Reikage, Kisame, where do we go? Kisame, to Amigakure. A new organization has risen there, one of extraordinary power. Reikage, but, will they accept us? He glanced at his severed arm, grief tightening his features. Kisame sighed softly, doubt shadowing his own eyes. With only one arm left, how shall I ever form hand seals again? Winter faded into spring, time slipped swiftly by, already the 54th year of Konoha. Sometimes one truly rests atop everything, living off soft comforts is indeed delicious. The Akatsuki had grown into a formidable organization. Notably when Kisame Hoshigaki and Raiga Kurasuki defected, they wisely brought their severed arms. Kakuzu promptly reattached them using earth grudge, fear filling them with uncontainable joy. Clearly joining the Akatsuki had been the right choice. In a concealed hideout within the grass country, Qin Feng and Orochimaru devoted themselves entirely to studying Obito's Sharingan Eye. By this point in time Obito's Sharingan had long evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. To conduct comprehensive research on this Sharingan they alternated between live implantation, placing it back into Obito's eye socket, and ex vivo analysis, removing it and securing it within a specially designed containment vessel. Obito endured unimaginable suffering during this period. Images of Rin constantly surfaced in his mind, his profound longing and crushing guilt for her became the sole anchor sustaining him through this torment. Fortunately the Uchiha clan's vitality proved remarkably resilient. Obito did not succumb. His Sharingan now housed within the containment vessel pulsed with an eerie enigmatic radiance. Orochimaru, clad in a pristine white robe, observed with feverish intensity. In his hands he wielded an array of precision instruments meticulously scanning and analyzing the ocular artifact. Obito lay motionless nearby, eyes vacant, deprived of sight, and lost in silent contemplation, wondering what sins from his past life had led him to this fate. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sweat beading upon his forehead as he channeled his divine sense, thread by delicate thread, to dissect the Sharingan structure. Why did this eye wield such overwhelming power? What connection existed between its intricate patterns and its latent force? Its power far exceeds our assumptions, Orochimaru murmured. Each experiment feels like descending into an unfathomable abyss. As Orochimaru recorded data, Qin Feng drew a deep breath, suppressing his physical strain, and replied, no matter how arduous the path, we must unravel this eye's ultimate secret. Alas, our sample remains singular, only this one eye. Orochimaru paused mid-task and sighed. Securing additional eyes, that task falls to me. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Kakashi's Sharingan would need retrieval, and perhaps the Uchiha massacre night warranted intervention. Thus day after day they labored tirelessly within the grass country hideout. The laboratory overflowed with experimental reports and arcane instruments, yet the air hung thick with the acrid scent of reagents, yet breakthroughs dwindled. Even Qin Feng, after prolonged exertion, began to feel weariness settle deep within his bones. He resolved to grant himself a respite, a true reprieve. Obito-san, shall we take a holiday in Konoha? During his time in the grass country, Qin Feng frequently returned to Konoha to accompany Yugogo Yuzuki. Orochimaru reinstalled the Sharingan into Obito's eye socket. Obito stared blankly, utterly dispirited. I'd rather stay here, I just want some quiet. Come along, we'll introduce you to old friends. Old friends. Kakashi. I fear I might kill him on sight. Obito clenched his fists, fury blazing in his gaze, the memory of Rin's death replaying relentlessly behind his eyes. There'll be time for that. But first, don't you wish to reclaim your eyes? Qin Feng grinned, then turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do you recall the research project I mentioned earlier? Of course I do. Orochimaru affirmed. Then it's time, we begin studying the Shinigami. How exhilarating. You'll journey to the Uzumaki clan's Nami Hall to retrieve archival records, and bring back the Shinigami mask. Understood. Qin Feng seized Obito's arm, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of golden light pierced the air, his form vanished only to reappear moments later within the gates of Konoha village. I can walk myself. Obito gasped, still reeling. He possessed spatial abilities of his own yet had been abruptly overpowered and dragged across dimensions. Go find your old friends, I must visit my beloved. Without glancing back at Obito's stunned expression, Qin Feng strode away effortlessly elegant. Konoha bustled as ever, its streets thronged with villagers moving purposefully. Qin Feng arrived at Yugugo Yuzuki's residence, her eyes lit with unmistakable delight upon seeing him. Yugugo bore a cascade of vivid silken crimson hair, softly curled at the tips falling naturally over her shoulders. Her delicate heart-shaped face framed a pair of expressive, captivating amber eyes, deep as tranquil lakes, shimmering with both tenderness and unwavering resolve, as if capable of reading the soul. Her nose was elegantly straight, her lips small, full and rosy, perpetually curved in a subtle, beguiling smile that radiated warmth and charm. Tall and graceful, her figure exuded the refined allure of a mature woman. She wore a sleek black shinobi suit adorned with crimson motifs, accentuating her lithe, statuesque form. Beneath it, fishnet mesh hugged her limbs, white bindings wrapped her arms and calves, sensual, poised, magnetic. Qin Feng, you're back. She exclaimed, stepping forward with a radiant smile. Qin Feng stepped closer, gently enfolding her in his arms. Yes, I missed you. Came back just to be with you. Cradling her against him, his heart fluttered, her figure truly exquisite. Yugugo had reached the peak of chi cultivation, only one step remained before foundation establishment. Let me cook something special for you, she said sweetly. Wonderful, but nothing compares to your own sweetness. You rogue. In the kitchen, Yugugo moved with practiced grace while Qin Feng clung to her from behind, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her skin. Don't distract me. She chided, his presence interfering with her rhythm. Impossible, I'll savor you first. With that he swept her up and carried her into the bedroom. The stove still burning. Later that afternoon they sat side by side on stone benches in the garden, sipping fragrant tea Yugugo had brewed herself, sharing quiet moments of their lives. Qin Feng recounted his research in the grass country, carefully omitting its perils and agony, yet Yugugo still glimpsed exhaustion flickering deep within his gaze. She clasped his hand tenderly and whispered, don't push yourself too hard, I only wish for your safety and joy. As dusk approached, Qin Feng walked with Yugugo through the village lanes. Hand in hand they strolled past the lively market, watching children laugh and chase each other along the cobblestones. The golden light of sunset bathed them in warmth, casting a serene, timeless portrait of quiet contentment. After parting from his tender moments with Kushina, Qin Feng turned his thoughts to Konoha's future and decided to seek out Danzō. He arrived at Danzō's secluded residence, fortified and vigilant, with Umbu shinobi flickering like shadows at the periphery. Danzō remained diligently immersed in work. Stacks of classified documents covered his desk, awaiting his signature and decisive judgment. Well, little Danzō, you're working hard. In a flash of golden light, Qin Feng materialized before him. Danzō sat motionless within the chamber, half his face swallowed by darkness, revealing only one obsidian eye, sharp, calculating, radiating quiet intellect. His expression was stern, and unannounced intrusion during office hours irked him deeply. Lifting his gaze toward Qin Feng, his entire face crinkled into a practiced deferential smile. Lord Qin Feng, what an honor. How may I serve you? Qin Feng paced slowly, eyes locked unwaveringly on Danzō. Little Danzō, I ask you plainly, do you wish to become Hokage? At those words Danzō's frame tensed almost imperceptibly, then settled again into calm composure. Must that even be asked? The Hokage's seat has long been my aspiration. A subtle knowing curve lifted Qin Feng's lips. Indeed. Yet Hiruzen is both your longtime rival, and your former comrade. What is your true assessment of him? Danzō's gaze flickered then stilled as he reflected. Hiruzen. He has grown old, discarded by this era. For Konoha to advance it requires bold forward-looking leadership. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. I have a plan, one requiring your cooperation. Success would place you upon the Hokage's throne. What plan? How do you view the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha. A lineage born of inherent malevolence. Danzō inherited the second Hokage's conviction, and with it an innate enmity toward the Uchiha. Would you consider eradicating them entirely? Could they truly be eradicated? The Uchiha held immense sway across the shinobi world, not least within Konoha itself. Qin Feng raised a single index finger. Danzō stared, bewildered. A single finger could annihilate them all. A sharp involuntary inhale escaped him. Only this man dared utter such a claim. We shall spare only those who obey, those who resist will perish. And the Sharingan. It still holds value. In the coming days you must inflame tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha. When the massacre unfolds, the blame must fall squarely upon Hiruzen, so that you may ascend the Hokage's seat unburdened. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Internally Danzō trembled with exhilaration. This was mentorship in seizing power itself. Only Hiruzen would bear the cost. I shall orchestrate the purge. Focus solely on your duties, your reward will be commensurate with success. Yes, sir. Golden light flared, and Qin Feng vanished. Meanwhile in the Hokage's office Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe. Before him a crystal orb shimmered faintly, the crystal ball technique active, not peering into bathhouses but surveying Konoha's streets and borders. Hiruzen, I have a proposal to discuss. Danzō burst through the door. Hiruzen hastily concealed the orb, his brow furrowed in mild reproach. Danzō, knocking first is the barest courtesy. My apologies, I was carried away by urgency. Speak plainly, what is it? Has the Uchiha clan not grown increasingly unruly? They have always been volatile. Granting them the police force only deepened their alienation from the village. Complaints against them now pile higher than scrolls in the archives. The Uchiha are inherently corrupt, their ambitions extend far beyond mere unrest. Then lay out your proposal. Unstable elements must be removed, permanently. Eradicate the Uchiha clan. Precisely. Root will handle it, discreetly and decisively. They are no ordinary target. Their strength is formidable. Root is no less formidable. I sought only your stance, not your involvement. The rest lies within my purview. Very well. I shall assign Ibiki to assist you, he is a blade honed to perfection. As Danzō departed Hiruzen murmured softly, gazing out the window, where leaves flutter, fire burns eternal. Meanwhile Kakashi sat at home absorbed in Ika paradise when a knock sounded at his door. He rose and opened it, to find a black-robed figure wearing a tiger-patterned mask. Obito. Who are you? Kakashi's eyes widened at the stranger. Obito stepped inside. Kakashi, you haven't changed a bit. Still insufferable. Thud. Obito's fist slammed into Kakashi's gut. Bent double. Kakashi gasped, who are you? You can't possibly be him. Humph. You'd prefer I were dead, wouldn't you? Kakashi's eyes snapped wide, shock freezing his breath. Oh gods, impossible. Obito seized Kakashi's collar, voice trembling with fury. You swore to protect Rin, yet you killed her with your own hands, you wretch. Another blow struck Kakashi across the face, sending him sprawling onto the floor. He lay stunned, refusing to accept the truth before him. Our reckoning waits, but today I reclaim what is mine. You want your Sharingan back. Kakashi's voice steadied, clarity returning. It was mine, and left in your keeping it only tarnishes its legacy. Without further word Obito lunged to extract the eye. Kakashi braced himself, no surrender. This masked figure, once a friend, now wore menace-like armor. With intent unclear and stakes unknown, Kakashi would never yield his eye willingly. Give it to him. Just as Kakashi tensed to strike, his body locked rigid, immobile. The door opened and Qin Feng entered. Qin Feng. You traitor. Kakashi roared from the floor, helpless. Qin Feng smiled faintly. No need for outrage, he merely reclaims what belongs to him. A sharp cry escaped Kakashi as Obito wrenched the eye free. Then with chilling ease Obito removed his mask, and slotted the Sharingan seamlessly into his own socket. Kakashi, I bring you a gift, Qin Feng said gently. He guided Kakashi to lie flat, then formed hand seals. A soft luminous aura enveloped him, the gentle pulse of nascent soul rebirth. With meticulous care Qin Feng channeled that energy into Kakashi's ocular region, repairing, restoring, renewing. Warmth spread across Kakashi's eyelids, no pain, only profound serenity. He closed his eyes and waited. Minutes stretched. Sweat beaded on Qin Feng's brow, the technique demanded immense spiritual endurance, yet he pressed on resolute. At last golden light flared once more, and Qin Feng opened his eyes, a quiet satisfaction gracing his features. It is done, Kakashi. Try it now. Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. The crimson Sharingan was gone, replaced by his own clear and whole. He gazed around, awestruck, tearful. I can see again. With my own eyes. Qin Feng clapped Kakashi lightly on the shoulder and smiled. Let's go, though whether this blessing proves boon or burden, remains to be seen. Mikura-e had been hiding in Konohagakure for so many years. Apart from receiving some ninjutsu at the beginning by signing in, he also gained the Nine-Tails chakra. The subsequent sign-ins only granted him more chakra. Mikura-e thought to himself, the night of the Uchiha clan massacre is about to begin. Once I have completed this storyline sign-in, I will explore elsewhere. Konohagakure has been thoroughly drained. System check. Personal panel. Ding. Host Mikura-e. Level Chunin. Chakra 5 cards. Items: Kunai Ninja Sword. Ninjutsu Body Flicker Technique, Fireball Technique, Low-Level Taijutsu. System tasks: none. What is that? On the main street of the village there was a familiar figure dressed in a black robe and mask. Is that Obito? Who is the person walking alongside him? Long hair and long robe exuding an ethereal aura. How does he carry such a celestial vibe? Ding, detecting an important character from the Hokage storyline, Uchiha Obito. System task: check in before Obito and the system will grant a significant reward. Mikura-e couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Feng suddenly turned his head, looking at Mikura-e behind him. A young ninja in his 20s, looking quite ordinary, dressed in Chunin attire. His upper garment was a deep blue tight-fitting suit embroidered with the symbol of Konohagakure, and a white ribbon tied at the collar added a touch of neatness to his overall appearance. He wore a Konohagakure forehead protector, and on his back he carried a long sword. Qin Feng scanned with his divine sense and found him to be just an ordinary Chunin, though it seemed like he had some issues. He wasn't a character from the storyline, probably just some canon fodder. Mikura. Obito turned his head as well, asking in confusion. Mikura-e finally saw Qin Feng's face, appearing to be around 17 or 18, exuding an aura of ethereal detachment. His sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, his brows like ink paintings radiating a sense of coldness and sharpness. His eyes were narrow and deep, resembling cold stars twinkling in the night sky, their brilliance too dazzling to gaze upon. Under a high nose his lips were a pale red, yet resolute, a hint of an elusive smile at the corners of his mouth adding a touch of warmth to his stern countenance. His long black hair was tied up at the top of his head with a plain silk ribbon, with a few strands cascading down the sides of his face, gently swaying in the wind, further emphasizing his carefree demeanor. He wore a loose moon-white long robe embroidered with light blue cloud patterns which seemed to flow like a dream as he moved. The cuffs and collar were adorned with delicate floral embroidery in white silk thread, showcasing an extraordinary taste. Over it he draped a lightweight white gauze garment with a light blue belt cinching his waist adorned with a warm jade pendant that gleamed with light seemingly containing boundless spiritual power. He wore black boots the edges of which were also embroidered with intricate silver lines. As he walked his posture was light and graceful as if treading on clouds appearing extraordinary. Mikura-e couldn't help but marvel inwardly what a refined individual a peerless young master. Such a character is a pity, he is probably just an early cannon fodder as he hasn't appeared in the later storyline. Mikura-e quickly walked over to Obito just as Obito turned around. This should count as facing him right. Check-in. Ding check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system reward Phoenix Flower Fire technique. Cut still so stingy giving such useless ninjutsu. Far away in the cultivation world Emo Shio suddenly opened his eyes and coldly laughed. Humph. Little mouse, I finally found you. Nothing. Let's go. Qin Feng turned around and left with Obito. In Kyuzugakure Orochimaru had retrieved the death god mask and was studying it in the base laboratory, but there were no significant findings. Yo Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to be faster than us. As Qin Feng entered he saw Orochimaru playing with the death god mask. In Kyuzugakure in a secret conference room Qin Feng, Orochimaru, Obito, Miyamoto Musashi and Yakushi Kabuto gathered together. Qin Feng, everyone, we have a big plan to carry out next. I call it the death god plan. Orochimaru, is it finally coming? Exploring the secrets of this world. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses with his finger obediently sitting aside resembling a well-behaved child. Obito, death god plan. Masaka. Qin Feng, that's right, this plan is crucial relating to the resurrection of Rin. Obito, is it finally starting? Finally I won't have to study my eyes anymore. Qin Feng, the eyes still need to be studied but further research isn't very fruitful, just wait until both your eyes adapt. Obito. Orochimaru licked his lips, the power of both eyes, the contrast of the patterns is indeed very valuable for research. Qin Feng, this plan is grand and somewhat vague but I will arrange a detailed plan. The first plan we need to carry out is the White Zetsu capture plan. Orochimaru, what kind of creature is White Zetsu? At this moment Orochimaru had yet to encounter White Zetsu and was a bit confused. Qin Feng, Obito should be familiar with this, right? To save you, guide you into darkness and replace Uchiha Madara to monitor you implementing the Moon Eye plan in the future. Obito, I didn't expect you to know even these secrets. Qin Feng, there are very few things in this world that I don't know. Let's talk about what you know about Zetsu. Obito, I don't know much about Zetsu. Among them Black Zetsu and Vortex White Zetsu are quite special. Black Zetsu is the will of Uchiha Madara manifested resembling a puddle of liquid needing to possess other bodies. Vortex White Zetsu was created by Madara before his death and possesses its own consciousness. There are also other ordinary White Zetsu which are mindless, all created by Uchiha Madara numbering over 100,000 and they mostly obey the commands of Vortex White Zetsu. Qin Feng, do you know their abilities? Obito, I'm not very clear on Black Zetsu's abilities but White Zetsu's abilities are quite unique. Insect technique, merging one's body with the earth and vegetation to achieve high-speed movement, can integrate with the earth and through intervening in the organic network of plants, roots and underground water can move rapidly to any location, cutting off all breath during ninjutsu activation. Disguise technique, different from regular transformation techniques, by absorbing another's chakra it can change into a form with the same chakra, even the most familiar person or perceptive ninja cannot recognize it. Orochimaru, such a miraculous species. It is worth researching. Qin Feng, don't worry Orochimaru, there are more than 100,000, enough for you to study. Alright, the information about Zetsu is roughly as Obito said. Black Zetsu and Vortex White Zetsu have already joined the Akatsuki organization, but this time our target is the ordinary White Zetsu. Let's not worry about them for now. Next I will discuss the detailed arrangements. Miyamoto, go prepare a venue capable of accommodating over 100,000 people underground or in a cave, as Zetsu prefers to dwell in such places. Orochimaru, gather your subordinates. At least 8 ninja of Jonin level are needed. If this time we will employ formations. There are trustworthy individuals in the land of grass who can also join this operation. Obito, you have dealt with white Zetsu before, and before the action you need to locate their nest to obtain information. This operation has 2 points. 1. Secrecy. 2. Not leaving a single one behind. In the grass country within a hidden cave, preparations were underway to imprison Baiju. Qin Feng exhaled, saying, after several days of hard work it's finally complete. Even as a nascent soul, creating such a massive formation to imprison 100,000 people was no easy feat, especially since he was not adept at formations. Orochimaru had been learning by his side, assisting him. Qin Feng asked, Orochimaru, do you want to try going in? Orochimaru replied, it would be my honor. Orochimaru wished to experience the mysteries of this formation, and he confidently stepped inside. Activate. Qin Feng activated the Great Formation, and the space within it was completely isolated from the outside, forming a massive sphere preventing anyone from escaping. Inside the formation, Orochimaru was utterly disoriented, bumping left and right, unable to find his way. This is truly a marvelous formation, very interesting. Orochimaru was not discouraged, instead he was quite excited, thinking that he could set up such a magical and powerful formation in the future. This is the key to the formation. With this you can enter and exit normally. After releasing the disheveled Orochimaru, Qin Feng handed him a jade slip. Thank you. In the grass country at a training ground, 8 ninjas were in training. 8 purple flame formation. The 8 ninjas shouted in unison, and a gigantic square formation emerged among them, with each ninja positioned at the 8 corners, and purple flames flickered across the surfaces of the square. Among these 8 ninjas, 5 were from the original plot, the Sound Ninja 5, whom Orochimaru had accepted. They were Jun Ma Luzwa, Jin Eugene Gui Tong Wan, and Ji Lang Fang. This formation was developed by Qin Feng based on the 4 purple flame formation, designed to trap a massive number of Baiju, making it quite suitable. Obito said, everything is almost ready. When shall we depart? Qin Feng replied, right now. The Flying Thunder God mark has already been set, hasn't it? Obito confirmed, it has been marked. Qin Feng continued, good, everyone relax your minds. I will try my new technique. In the arena were Orochimaru, Obito, Kabuto, Jun Ma Luzwa, Jin Eugene Gui Tong Wan, Ji Lang Fang, and several other ninjas from the grass country. Qin Feng spread his divine sense over the group, marking simple inscriptions on each of them, and shouted, let's go. In a flash of golden light, everyone vanished from their original spots. It was an upgraded version of the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing for group teleportation. Deep within a dark and damp forest in an underground cave lay the dwelling place of Baiju. Qin Feng and the others concealed themselves in the shadows. Qin Feng declared, begin the operation, set up the formation. Everyone responded, yes. 8 purple flame formation. Instantly 4 colossal walls of purple flames shot up from the ground, forming an unbreakable cage that trapped all the Baiju inside. The purple flames blazed fiercely, emitting intense heat. The Baiju were forced to retreat from the flames, unable to break through the wall of fire, and could only struggle wildly within the cage. Inside the 8 purple flame formation, Qin Feng hovered in the air, extending his divine sense to mark the Baiju with the Flying Thunder God mark. Each marking was a race against time. The Baiju sensed Qin Feng's actions and began to attack him with their vine-like arms. However, Qin Feng easily dodged them thanks to the incredible speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Outside, Orochimaru and Obito anxiously watched the 8 purple flame formation. They saw Qin Feng's figure flickering within the fire walls, and with each appearance another Baiju was marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. As more Baiju received the mark, Qin Feng's complexion gradually paled and sweat drenched his clothes. Performing such a large-scale Flying Thunder God technique was a tremendous drain on his physical and mental energy. At this critical moment an unexpected guest arrived, Uchiha Obito, known as Akatsuki's Zetsu. Obito exclaimed, oh. It turned out to be Obito. Clearly we intended to provide everyone with a new home. Obito sneered, you traitor. Orochimaru asked, is this the special Zetsu? Obito replied, yes, he's called Obito. Obito, come with us. Obito retorted, I will not go with you. I inherited Madara's will and I intend to resurrect him in the future. But have you forgotten Madara's redemption? Forgotten Rin's tragic death? Obito, you've fallen. Orochimaru said, let me test his caliber. Orochimaru's figure flickered and instantly vanished, reappearing behind Obito. He formed hand seals and shouted, Shadow Snake Hand. Countless thick pythons emerged from the ground, lunging towards Obito with bared fangs. Obito reacted swiftly, turning his body. The vortex's power sucked the pythons into it, causing them to struggle and twist in agony. Would release hell's chaos. Obito softly chanted as several thorny trees spiraled upwards, attempting to ensnare Orochimaru and strangle him. Orochimaru's flexible body swiftly evaded the range of the technique. His neck elongated like a python and his head lunged toward Obito, biting at his neck. Let's see how this move fares. Orochimaru's head returned and his long tongue licked his lips. Obito stood frozen, covered in a curse mark, but the seal quickly vanished, leaving nothing behind. Obito asked, what was that? Orochimaru replied, It disappeared. How interesting. Would release would clone technique. Obito clapped his hands to the ground, creating a gigantic Buddha statue with countless giant arms controlling them to strike at Orochimaru. Orochimaru exclaimed, you can use this technique too. Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru spat out a sharp sword, feeling a bit nauseated, but gripped it with a smile, saying, just right to test my recent training results. Go. Using his chakra to control the sword, it flew directly toward Obito on the wooden figure. Obito barely avoided it, causing the wooden figure to lose his control and become powerless. The flying sword struck from another angle. Obito manipulated the wooden figure, trying to grab the flying sword with the enormous wooden arm, but the sword was too agile, almost like swatting flies. It couldn't hit him, but it flew around him, becoming quite annoying. Orochimaru thought, indeed, battles with sage techniques are much more interesting, but I'm lacking in chakra and not very skilled at controlling the flying sword. The two were at a standstill and neither could gain the upper hand. Orochimaru was practicing while Obito struggled to deal with the flying sword. Qin Feng interjected, stop. He had already successfully transferred the 100,000 Baiju and had been observing the battle for a while. Orochimaru sheathed the Kusanagi sword and stepped back from the fight. Boom. Obito also withdrew his technique and the wooden figure vanished. Who are you? Obito looked at Qin Feng, sensing a powerful pressure emanating from him. Even Orochimaru obeyed him, and he had never heard of such a character before. Qin Feng replied, who I am is not important, what matters is that our goals align. Obito asked, huh? Qin Feng continued, you want to resurrect Madara and implement the Moon Eye plan, right? Obito looked shocked and angry, glaring at Obito, I can't believe you revealed our secret plan to him. Obito shrugged and said, I never said anything, he already knew. Qin Feng added, see. Our goals align, can we consider ourselves allies? Obito replied, It seems so. Qin Feng continued, you can join us in the grass country or you can stay in the rain country. You should be in the Akatsuki organization now, right? The rain country and grass country have long since formed an alliance. Obito thought to himself, stay in the rain country and observe Nagato. There shouldn't be any surprises on Nagato's side. I must keep an eye on that fool Obito, he shouldn't be misled by this person. I'm quite clever, I need to go to the grass country. Obito laughed, of course I will go to the grass country. Obito and I are very good friends. Qin Feng responded, ha ha ha, welcome. Volume 2, The Death God Plan. In the dimly lit underground laboratory filled with the pungent scent of medicinal liquids, Miyamoto Musashi, Orochimaru, Qin Feng and Obito stood before a massive cultivation tank. Inside the cultivation tank, a white zetsu was connected by countless transparent tubes which transported various strange liquids and chakra. Orochimaru's face was filled with excitement, his eyes fixed on the cultivation tank as if anticipating a miracle to occur. Let's begin, he said, licking his lips, his voice brimming with uncontainable fervor. He quickly formed hand seals, manipulating the apparatus to slowly inject Obito's chakra sample into the white zetsu. As the chakra flowed in, the previously dull eyes of the white zetsu suddenly lit up with an eerie glow and its body began to tremble violently. Qin Feng stood by, observing everything with a grave expression. He understood the significance of this experiment, its success was crucial for the subsequent plans. Obito crossed his arms, a faint smirk on his lips. Humph, let's hope this thing proves useful. As the chakra surged, the white Zetsu began to undergo astonishing changes. Its outline gradually became blurred, the originally white skin appeared to melt, reshaping its form. The skin slowly darkened and the hair grew longer, resembling Obito himself. Before long, a white Zetsu Obito that looked almost identical to Obito appeared before them. It worked! Orochimaru exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with madness. Qin Feng frowned slightly, scrutinizing the white Zetsu Obito. Although it looks the same, I wonder how strong it really is. As if responding to Qin Feng's words, white Zetsu Obito slowly opened its eyes, revealing the same Sharingan as Obito. It suddenly swung its arms, releasing a powerful force that shattered the surrounding instruments. Seeing this, Obito coldly snorted, interesting. White Zetsu Obito let out a low growl and charged at Obito. Its movements were strikingly similar to Obito's with astonishing speed. Obito quickly sidestepped, his Sharingan glowing as he prepared to activate Kemui. Don't attack yet, let's see what it can do. Qin Feng hurriedly shouted. Obito paused his attack, focusing on dodging the strikes from white Zetsu Obito. White Zetsu Obito, seeing its attacks fail, formed hand seals and unleashed a fire-style technique, launching a massive fireball towards Obito. Orochimaru excitedly recorded the data. It not only replicated the appearance but also the chakra nature and can perfectly execute ninjutsu. However, at that moment, white Zetsu Obito's body suddenly trembled and the glow of its Sharingan began to flicker unpredictably. It let out a pained cry, its body began to revert back to its original form. Not good, its body can't withstand such powerful chakra, it's losing control. Orochimaru's face changed dramatically as he rushed to the instruments, trying to regain control of the situation. But white Zetsu Obito became exceptionally violent, breaking free from the confines of the cultivation tank and rampaging through the laboratory, leaving destruction in its wake. Qin Feng lightly waved his hand, slaying the white Zetsu. He thought to himself, it seems that this replication technique is still not perfected, I must find a way to resolve this issue. Qin Feng said, Orochimaru, this experiment still needs refinement, I appreciate your hard work. Orochimaru replied, I'm very glad to be able to conduct such experiments. White Zetsu is quite an interesting experimental material. Qin Feng continued, I have a fascinating idea, I will go and get a few more white Zetsus. In a flash of golden light, 3 white Zetsus appeared. The upgraded Flying Thunder God technique is indeed convenient, wherever my divine sense reaches I can teleport. Both Orochimaru and Obito were astonished by Qin Feng's ability. What kind of technique is this? Summoning technique. Group teleportation technique. Stop. As the 3 white Zetsus attempted to struggle, Qin Feng's divine sense invaded, freezing them in place. The white Zetsus had no self-awareness and were easily controlled. Qin Feng asked, Orochimaru, you can perform Edo Tensei, right? Orochimaru replied, of course. Qin Feng continued, use one of them as a sacrifice and perform it once. Orochimaru said, like this. Let me try. Sealing Jutsu. Edo Tensei. With a clap of his hands, one of the white Zetsus was covered in white paper, gradually transforming into another person. Before them appeared a man dressed in dark blue ninja attire, wearing a Konoha headband with sharp eyes. His dazzling silver hair was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi emitted a calm and powerful aura, holding a specially crafted short sword that glimmered coldly. He looked around, his gaze landing on Orochimaru, and asked in a deep voice, am I not already dead? Orochimaru. Qin Feng exclaimed, it's actually him. Impressive, Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to have this material. Orochimaru replied, Kakashi, I mean no harm. Kakashi examined his hands, is this the legendary forbidden technique? Edo Tensei. Orochimaru confirmed, that's right. What should we do next? Qin Feng replied, next let me handle it. He controlled another white Zetsu to touch Kakashi, sensing his chakra aura. Then it transformed. This white Zetsu twisted its body, slowly changing into Kakashi's appearance. The white Zetsu and Kakashi's form, demeanor and aura were almost indistinguishable. Everyone was amazed that they had just conducted a replication experiment and now it could be applied directly. Qin Feng said, the current challenge is how to transfer Kakashi's soul into this body. Orochimaru exclaimed, Lord Qin Feng, you are a genius. Obito a beat behind then excitedly said, is this the method for resurrecting the dead? Qin Feng smiled and replied, indeed this is one of the methods. However, as you can see, one potential issue is that the white Zetsu clone may not be stable, and the other problem is how to inject the soul into this clone. He continued, even if these two issues are resolved, whether the body and soul will merge properly without any new problems is still uncertain. Obito's eyes brimmed with tears. Thank you, Qin Feng. I always thought you were just brushing me off, but I didn't expect to see hope so soon. If I could resurrect Rin, how wonderful this world would be. Qin Feng said, next I need to understand how the Edo Tensei technique works to summon souls from the Pure Land. This Kakashi clone can move freely. Orochimaru, you need to arrange for someone to meticulously record his data and see if any issues arise later. Edo Tensei Kakashi looked at his clone, feeling complex emotions. Was he brought here to be used as an experimental subject? Orochimaru sensed Kakashi's emotions. Kakashi, don't you want to be resurrected and spend time with your son? Kakashi replied, is it Kakashi? How could he not want to be with his own flesh and blood? Qin Feng, Obito, you need to go on a business trip to Konoha this time. Obito, what for in Konoha again? Qin Feng, we need to implement another plan, the Uchiha extermination plan. Obito, Nani? Qin Feng, don't worry, I definitely won't eliminate you. Obito, why? Qin Feng, you are one of us, this plan must remain confidential and we will need your involvement later on. As for the reasons, first we need more Sharingan material, second we need to weaken Konoha's strength, the Hokage must become our agent. Everyone thought, what kind of shocking case is this? But I like it. Qin Feng, the extermination plan, the third Hokage and Danzō are all in the know. However, the blame for this will ultimately fall on the third Hokage, and Danzō is one of us. I plan to push Danzō into the Hokage position. Now do you understand? Everyone thought, got it. Qin Feng, currently within the Uchiha clan of Konoha some are radicals uncontrollable while others are conservatives. The extermination plan is to eliminate all radicals and directly take the conservatives back to the land of grass. As for White Zetsu, he is the substitute prepared for them. This time you will cooperate with Danzō to mark all the conservatives. When the time comes I will come to transfer and replace. So do you understand the follow-up plan? Obito, understood. Qin Feng, focus on these members of the Uchiha clan, we need to keep them Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Izumi. Let me give you a hint, our ultimate goal is to bring peace to the entire world. Obito, world peace. This has always been Obito's dream, this dirty world has too much pain. Qin Feng, Obito, this task might be a bit cruel for you. Can you handle it? Obito, for world peace there is nothing I cannot do. Indeed, this guy could even take action against his own master and mistress back then. Qin Feng, alright, take Akatsuki with you. Obito left with mixed feelings, perhaps this was the best fate for the Uchiha clan. In the laboratory only Qin Feng and Orochimaru remained studying the impure world reincarnation technique. In this pure land, in what form does the soul exist? How does impure world reincarnation summon it back to the world? Qin Feng muttered to himself while jotting down his thoughts on paper. In Naruto, when people die they reach the pure land. The impure world reincarnation technique can summon specific souls from the pure land back to the living world. As long as the material of the experimental subject's body is correct, they can all be summoned back, indicating that souls in the pure land do not reincarnate. Qin Feng had observed Orochimaru performing the impure world reincarnation technique, sensing where the soul comes from and where this pure land is, but he had no clues, his divine sense could not perceive it. What does a pear taste like? One has to taste it firsthand. After several days of research, Qin Feng gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the principles behind the impure world reincarnation technique. He knew that impure world reincarnation requires the DNA of the deceased as a medium, and through specific seals and powerful chakra it opens a passage connecting the pure land and the living world, summoning the soul of the deceased and binding it within a specially crafted body. He slowly raised his hands, began to form seals and murmured, Si Wei Shanhai Wu Yin. As the seals changed, the surrounding chakra began to fluctuate violently and a huge circular array gradually emerged on the ground, its lines complex, emitting a mysterious glow. Qin Feng placed the prepared DNA of the deceased into the array, then increased the output of chakra. The array shone brightly and a powerful suction emanated from it as if trying to draw in everything around it. Qin Feng gathered his divine sense, attempting to explore the location connected by this array through his technique. Dong, his divine sense was bounced back. It seemed this world did not allow for divine sense probing. Let's try with the primordial spirit. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Qin Feng began to cast a spell, splitting a part of his primordial spirit. This operation was something he learned from mastering the shadow clone technique. A Qin Feng the size of a finger split off in a semi-transparent soul state. Qin Feng once again performed the impure world reincarnation technique, his technique connecting to the pure land world. The primordial spirit figure forcefully entered the pure land. Success. Upon stepping into the pure land of the Naruto world, the first thing that caught the eye was a sky as clear as a mirror without a single cloud to disturb it. That pure azure was like a deep boundless lake, quiet and mysterious. Soft light evenly spread, not as dazzling as worldly sunlight, yet carrying a warm touch as if it could soothe all the waves deep within the soul. The ground beneath was a stretch of pristine fine sand, delicate and soft, with each grain of sand twinkling faintly, resembling countless tiny stars gathered here. On this sandy ground a few peculiar flowers occasionally grew. They were not accompanied by green leaves, only full and ethereal petals emitting a faint fluorescence, gently swaying as if whispering the stories of the past. In the pure land a winding river flowed, its water clear and transparent, allowing one to see to the bottom. The water flowing in the river was not ordinary water but a kind of spiritual liquid that emitted a soft blue light. As the liquid flowed it made a pleasant sound akin to an ancient and melodious song. Not far from the river stood an ancient stone pavilion. The pavilion was made of a special stone that emitted soft light, intricately carved with various mysterious runes and patterns recording the passage of time and ancient legends. Inside the pavilion were stone tables and stone benches where souls often rested. Their soft whispers echoed within, seemingly infusing new life into the stone pavilion. Walking deeper into the pure land one would discover a tranquil forest. The trees within were tall and slender, their trunks exhibiting a semi-transparent texture with light flowing within. Crystal clear fruits hung from the branches, resembling dazzling gemstones. Occasionally a few pure white spirit birds would perch on the branches, their feathers shimmering with a soft glow, producing crisp and melodious chirps, adding a touch of vibrant beauty to the forest. In every corner of this pure land countless souls of the deceased drifted. Most appeared semi-transparent, surrounded by a faint glow. These souls often floated in small groups, quietly conversing, or stood alone in one spot gazing into the distance, seemingly reminiscing about their past experiences. Their expressions were peaceful, free from the troubles and pain of the mortal world, as if everything had been resolved. In the distance a vaguely visible high mountain glowed with golden light as if composed of pure energy. The outline of the mountain appeared somewhat blurred in the glow, creating a dreamlike ambience. It is said that the mountain is the core of the pure land, containing the ultimate mysteries of life and death, attracting countless souls to explore, yet its inscrutable nature causes many souls to hesitate. At the foot of the mountain there is a lake shimmering with multicolored light. When the water ripples the colorful halos intertwine, creating a dreamlike illusion. Legend has it that this lake possesses the power to purify souls, allowing them to achieve a deeper sense of peace and liberation within. No wonder so many people are reluctant to be reincarnated through impure world reincarnation. Living here is so much better. Peace, comfort, no war, no pain. Bang! Qin Feng's nascent soul shattered. This world would not tolerate such an entity. Like a bubble in water it was forcibly squeezed out. What a wondrous world this is! Qin Feng murmured softly. Orochimaru, have you reached the pure land? Qin Feng, indeed. It truly is a splendid place. Orochimaru, so killing others is ultimately for their own sake. If it's such a fine place, why do none wish to go, and why do all cling so fiercely to life? Qin Feng, ha ha ha. So from now on will murder carry no moral burden? Orochimaru, what is a moral burden? Several days later Qin Feng ceased his explorations of the Pure Land and resumed his research on soul infusion. Inside a secret laboratory crammed with experimental apparatuses and ancient scrolls, Qin Feng stood deep in concentration, his brow furrowed as he stared intently at the replica of Madogai's father, Hatake Sakumo, crafted by White Zetsu. The replica lay motionless within a specially designed cultivation tank, its appearance indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human, eyes closed, skin shimmering faintly as though poised to awaken at any moment. This body held no soul, no consciousness. Qin Feng, Orochimaru, how are the physiological metrics holding up? Orochimaru, all readings are optimal, the body remains remarkably stable. Qin Feng, then let us proceed with soul infusion. Based on our studies of the Pure Land, a unique resonance exists between soul and flesh. If we can identify its pivotal nexus, successful soul infusion may yet be achieved. Muttering to himself, Qin Feng scribbled swiftly across his research log. His gaze burned with unwavering resolve. He had not slept for days, consumed entirely by this endeavor. First, Qin Feng carefully channeled his chakra into the replica, probing its internal structure and energy pathways. As the chakra flowed in, the replica's body trembled faintly, a subtle reaction that ignited a fragile spark of hope within Qin Feng. Yet when he attempted to bind a sliver of soul force to that chakra and guide it inward, he met with fierce resistance. The replica's body instantly tensed, limbs that had quivered moments before now locked rigid, as though instinctively repelling the foreign soul. It appears far more complex than anticipated. This replica functions like a sealed vessel, innately hostile to soul intrusion. Qin Feng frowned, lost in contemplation. He recalled fragmented texts from his Pure Land research mentioning soul-flesh compatibility. Perhaps therein lay the crux of the problem. At that moment the laboratory door slid open silently. Orochimaru entered with languid elegant strides, his signature eerie smile playing upon his lips, a newly analyzed scroll held delicately in hand. Qin Feng, I believe I've uncovered key insights that may advance your research, Orochimaru said, his voice low, resonant and magnetic. Qin Feng lifted his head, his eyes flashing with sudden bright anticipation. Oh. Tell me at once. Orochimaru approached the workbench and gently stroked the replica's arm. In my deep cellular analysis I discovered that soul-flesh attunement hinges largely upon the cell's receptivity to soul energy. Perhaps we should begin by modifying the replica's cellular architecture. As he spoke he handed the scroll to Qin Feng. Qin Feng accepted the scroll and skimmed its contents rapidly, his gaze growing ever sharper, ever brighter. Fascinating. Combined with my prior research on soul imprints, this line of inquiry may well reveal the breakthrough we seek. Instantly they sprang into action. Qin Feng prepared a series of elixirs, each infused with distinct energies and elemental essences, hoping to alter the replica's constitution and thereby reduce its innate soul rejection. Meanwhile Orochimaru focused on minutely adjusting the replica's cellular architecture using his masterful ninjutsu techniques. His hands flew through rapid hand seals, a soft emerald chakra glow enveloped the replica as he meticulously sensed and refined each infinitesimal cellular shift. Qin Feng slowly administered the prepared elixir into the replica, then tried again to channel soul force inward. This time the resistance lessened slightly, but still barred full soul integration. Still no success. Where then does the flaw lie? Qin Feng paced restlessly across the lab, weariness shadowing his eyes, but stronger still burned his refusal to yield. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, pausing in thought. Perhaps our method of energy delivery requires refinement. Soul force is too potent, direct infusion triggers violent rejection from the replica. We might instead attempt a gentler approach, allowing soul force to permeate gradually. After proposing this adjustment, Qin Feng's brow tightened further, sinking deeper into silent reflection. Moments later he shook his head slowly, his gaze locking onto Orochimaru with unshakable conviction. Your suggestion holds merit, Orochimaru, but based on my understanding of soul nature and the immutable laws of the Pure Land, gradual permeation cannot forge true fusion between soul and replica. To anchor a soul within flesh demands a decisive, forceful impact, one that shatters the replica's intrinsic defensive barriers and forges an enduring bond. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed further, gleaming with intrigued fascination. Oh. It seems you've already conceived your own solution. Qin Feng offered no reply. He strode directly to the center of the laboratory and began weaving hand seals with swift precise motions. The air thickened instantly. From the floor rose a vast circular formation, its serpentine lines pulsing with an eerie viridian luminescence. As Qin Feng altered his seals, the formation blazed brighter, its surrounding chakra churned violently. Edo Tensei, arise. With a thunderous shout, Qin Feng slammed both palms onto the ground. A torrent of white mist erupted from the formation, billowing skyward, swallowing all vision. From the mist emerged Hotake Sakumo, short blade in hand, eyes clouded with confusion as he surveyed the chamber, before finally settling his gaze upon Qin Feng. You have summoned me once again. What purpose brings me here this time? Qin Feng stepped forward, expression earnest and respectful. Master Hotake, I require your aid. I am conducting a study on perfect soul replica integration, and I humbly ask to test this theory using your soul force. Hotake Sakumo's brow furrowed faintly. Soul replica fusion. That is no simple feat. Still, if you have summoned me, there must be reason enough. Qin Feng nodded, then wove another sequence of seals, gently levitating the replica toward Hotake Sakumo. Guiding the Edo Tensei's power, he sought to extract Hotake Sakumo's soul from its bound state and infuse it into the replica. Ah! The Edo Tensei Hotake Sakumo cried out in agony, a pain that tore from the soul itself. Under Qin Feng's sustained effort, Hotake Sakumo's soul began to glow faintly, detaching slowly from its Edo Tensei vessel, drifting steadily toward the replica. Yet just as the soul neared contact, the replica convulsed violently, once again unleashing overwhelming repulsive force. Bang! The Edo Tensei body shattered, its soul vanished, returning to the Pure Land. Orochimaru, this method clearly fails. Qin Feng smiled faintly. I have devised a new approach. He summoned another white Zetsu, offering it as a sacrificial vessel. Edo Tensei technique. Qin Feng clapped his hands together and roared. White paper shrouded the sacrifice. Sensing Hotake Sakumo's soul descending from the Pure Land, Qin Feng immediately guided it, directly into the replica's body. The sacrifice dissolved. The replica, Hotake Sakumo, opened his eyes. Qin Feng, it is done. Orochimaru, did it succeed? The clone of Hotake Sakumo felt his own body, looking at his hands, realizing that he was truly alive, not experiencing the sensation of being reanimated through impure reincarnation. Hotake Sakumo, am I really resurrected? Qin Feng, ha ha ha, how does it feel? Hotake Sakumo, I feel pretty good. Orochimaru, so in the future can we resurrect anyone we want? Qin Feng, Orochimaru, your idea is quite good. However, this experiment is not yet complete, we still need to observe if there are any subsequent drawbacks. This world is incomplete. A complete world has a cycle of reincarnation, but in this world all the deceased have reached the Pure Land. Will the mass resurrection from the Pure Land cause other problems? Orochimaru, Qin Jun, thank you. Without you we wouldn't have come this far, and I wouldn't have witnessed the truth of this world. Qin Feng, ha ha ha, Orochimaru, you are too polite, we are collaborators. The Death God project has just begun. Orochimaru, I look forward to seeing Kakashi's expression when he sees his resurrected father. In the village of Konoha, within the solemn and austere conference hall of the Uchiha clan, the atmosphere was as tense as the calm before a storm. The walls of the hall were adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem, emanating a mysterious and authoritative aura under the flickering candlelight. Representatives of the radical and conservative factions of the Uchiha clan gathered here, engaging in heated discussions around the sensitive and significant topic of whether to overthrow the Hokage regime. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, sat in the main seat, his brow furrowed, quietly listening to the speeches of the crowd. Beside him, Uchiha Mikoto showed concern in her eyes, frequently glancing at Fugaku, seemingly seeking some comfort. The representative of the radical faction Uchiha Ryo stood up, his face flushed and emotionally stated, the Hokage regime has always been suspicious of our Uchiha clan, constantly suppressing our power. We possess great strength, why should we live in hiding under their oppression? It is time to act to overthrow the Hokage regime and let our Uchiha clan become the true rulers of Konoha. His voice echoed in the hall, filled with incitement. The representative of the conservative faction Uchiha Tsuru slowly stood and shook his head, speaking calmly yet firmly, "Ryu, do not be impulsive. Although the Hokage regime is wary of us, Konoha is still our shared home. Once a rebellion is initiated, it will inevitably lead to a brutal civil war resulting in countless deaths. We should seek a peaceful resolution, striving for our rightful interests through dialogue and negotiation." Uchiha Ryu scoffed dismissively. "Dialogue? Negotiation? Do you think they will listen to us? Over the years, has any of our appeals been met with a response? If we do not act now, should we wait for them to completely eliminate us?" Uchiha Tsuru frowned slightly. "Even so, initiating a rebellion is not a wise course of action. Our strength, though formidable, cannot underestimate the abilities of other ninjas in Konoha. Once war breaks out, the outcome is uncertain. Moreover, even if we successfully overthrow the Hokage regime, what then? We will become the target of everyone's ire, and the entire ninja world will rise against us." At this moment Uchiha Fugaku finally spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "Everyone, let us calm down for a moment. Ryu, your idea is brave, but Tsuru has a point. Initiating a rebellion is indeed a risky move, and we must consider it carefully." Uchiha Ryu looked at Fugaku with some urgency. "Leader, you cannot be swayed by their words. Our Uchiha clan possesses the power of the Sharingan. As long as we unite, we can surely overcome those decaying forces of the Hokage regime." Uchiha Mikoto could not help but interject. "Ryu, you only see the power yet neglect the consequences. War brings only destruction. Our clansmen and the citizens of Konoha will all suffer because of it. Can you bear to see all of this happen?" The hall fell into a brief silence as everyone pondered the pros and cons of this debate. The radical and conservative factions held firm to their positions, refusing to yield, while the future of the Uchiha clan became increasingly murky amidst this intense debate. In the tranquil and deep woods of Konoha, the moonlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows. The figures of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were hidden among the interlacing shadows. The atmosphere was heavy to the point of suffocation. Uchiha Shisui frowned slightly, his gaze deep and worried. "Breaking the silence first, Itachi, the ambitions of our Uchiha clan are increasingly inflated, and the contradictions with the village have reached an irreconcilable point. We must take action, otherwise Konoha will fall into great peril." Unlike the original plot, due to Qin Feng's influence, Shisui was still alive at this moment. Shisui was a staunch supporter of the Hokage faction, backing the Hokage regime. In the original plot, Uchiha Itachi would massacre his own clan, likely influenced by Shisui. Itachi was originally gentle and kind, a good child to his parents, a good brother to his younger sibling, and an exemplary student at school. A person who has contemplated life since childhood cannot possibly be oblivious to the conspiracy behind the massacre, nor can he overlook the future of his clansmen. He was merely under the influence of Shizui's Koto Amatsukami, affecting his will. Uchiha Itachi bit his lip tightly, his eyes filled with pain and struggle. "Shisui, I understand. But they are still my clansmen. How can I bring myself to? How can you bring yourself to?" His voice trembled slightly, the torment in his heart evident. Shisui stepped forward, gently patting Itachi's shoulder, comforting him. "I understand your feelings, Itachi. But as ninjas of Konoha, protecting the village is our mission. This is to protect the lives of many others and to maintain the peace of Konoha." Itachi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I know, but the cost is just too great. Shisui, do you really think there is no other way?" Shisui shook his head helplessly. "At present, to completely stop the Uchiha clan's rebellion, this might be the only path. We can try to minimize casualties and only target the core rebels." Itachi fell silent for a moment and asked, "How should we implement the specific plan?" "The power of our clansmen should not be underestimated. Any misstep could ignite a brutal civil war." Shizui's eyes flashed with determination as he said, "We can first use my Koto Amatsukami to control some key figures, weakening their resistance. Then you can take action to swiftly eliminate the remaining hardliners. The operation must be fast, ending the battle in the shortest time possible." Itachi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. "All right, since it is so, I will take on this responsibility. But afterward, how will I face myself, and how will I face others in the village?" Shisui looked at Itachi and said seriously, "Itachi, you are making a sacrifice for the sake of Konoha. I will share this pain with you. Once everything is over, you should leave Konoha as a rogue ninja, letting everyone believe you betrayed the village in pursuit of power. Perhaps this will lessen your pain. Itachi lifted his head, his eyes filled with resolve. All right, for Konoha, for peace, I am willing to bear this infamy. Itachi did not know that he had already fallen into Shizui's illusion. Under the moonlight the figures of the two appeared somewhat desolate. They knew that the imminent action would change their lives and the fate of the Uchiha clan. As the heated debate within the Uchiha clan raged on, Kakashi found himself alone in the tranquil cemetery of Konoha, holding a bouquet of white wildflowers as he slowly approached the grave of his father Tsukumo Hatake. A gentle breeze swept by, stirring Kakashi's hair as he stood silently gazing at his father's name on the tombstone, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Father." Kakashi murmured softly, his voice ringing particularly clear in the stillness of the cemetery. "You are gone and all my comrades are dead, even Minato-sensei has perished. It feels as though I am the only one left in this world. But one of my comrades has actually come back to life. I have my own eyes now, yet this world seems increasingly incomprehensible. Now the Uchiha clan is facing a significant decision. The radicals want to overthrow the Hokage's regime while the conservatives advocate for peaceful negotiations. I do not know how to view all of this." He sighed softly, crouching down to place the flowers before the tombstone. "I wonder where the Uchiha clan and the village will ultimately end up." At that moment a gentle breeze passed by, as if carrying his father's response. Kakashi seemed to sense something and continued, "The Uchiha clan possesses immense power, and if used in the right direction it could have brought prosperity to Konoha. But now they find themselves in such a predicament. I have been pondering how you maintained your convictions when faced with such difficult choices back then." Kakashi reminisced about the moments shared with his father, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "You sacrificed your mission to protect your comrades, yet were misunderstood by many. But you never regretted it. You always said that comrades are more important than anything else. Now if the Uchiha clan were to revolt, Konoha would surely be engulfed in war and countless comrades would suffer. What should I do to prevent such a tragedy from occurring?" The wind continued to blow gently, rustling the fallen leaves on the ground. Kakashi seemed to hear his father whispering in his ear, "Kakashi, the future of Konoha needs your protection. The issues of the Uchiha clan cannot be resolved simply with force. You must believe that as long as you hold on to justice you will find a way to balance the interests of all parties. Do not let hatred and impulse cloud your vision. Prioritize the greater good and safeguard the peace and tranquility of Konoha." Kakashi slowly stood up, the confusion in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a determined gaze. "I understand now, father. I will do everything I can to prevent this potential disaster. No matter the difficulties ahead, I will uphold my beliefs, protect Konoha and safeguard my comrades." After saying this, Kakashi deeply bowed to his father's tombstone, then turned and left the cemetery with resolute steps. "Yo, Kakashi." Qin Feng suddenly appeared, calling out to Kakashi from behind. "Qin Feng." Kakashi turned his head, noticing this genin from the village who seemed to never take on missions or strive for advancement, aimlessly wandering day by day. Looking confused, he asked, "What are you doing here? Is there something you need?" Qin Feng replied, "Hey, I just saw you here," reminiscing sadly. "Is that your dad?" Kakashi, get to the point. Qin Feng, do you miss your dad? Kakashi. Miss you my ass, I just want to hit someone. Is there? Qin Feng, you really seem to miss your dad, do you want him back? Kakashi thought, screw you, I can't take it anymore, even without the Sharingan I have to teach this guy a lesson. Although maybe probably definitely can't win. Raikiri. Kakashi's right hand crackled with white lightning as he dashed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng crossed his arms, showing no defense, allowing Kakashi to charge at him. Smack. Suddenly a figure appeared and grabbed Kakashi's wrist. Kakashi, long time no see. The person was none other than Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, the legendary White Fang of Konoha. Otosan. Kakashi stood frozen, staring at the figure before him. With silver-white hair and sharp yet gentle eyes, he resembled a serene lake in a tranquil forest. Wearing the Konoha headband and dressed in the standard green jounin attire. He carried a short sword on his back. Who else could it be but his father? Is it really you, father? Tsukumo Hatake, yes, I remember when you were 5 years old you wet the bed once. At that time. Kakashi. Don't say it. It was confirmed this was indeed his biological father. Qin Feng, I'll take my leave now, you two catch up properly. Tsukumo Hatake, thank you Qin. After saying this Tsukumo bowed deeply to Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand indifferent and swiftly left. Kakashi, Qin Feng. Thank you. Kakashi, how have you been all these years? In the hidden dim chamber of my village, Qin Feng and Tuanzong were engaged in a meticulous discussion about the plan to annihilate the Ujibo clan. An oppressive atmosphere filled the chamber, the flickering candlelight on the walls cast severe shadows across their faces. My lord, regarding the executor for this operation, I believe Ujibo Dai Tu is a suitable candidate. Tuanzong bowed slightly, his tone respectful yet sinister. He is formidable and his grievance against the Ujibo clan will ensure his wholehearted commitment. Moreover, he excels at concealment and ambush, able to deliver a fatal strike at the decisive moment. Qin Feng nodded slightly, a cold glint passing through his eyes. Dai Tu is indeed employable. What of Ujibo Jishui and Ujibo Yu? A calculating gleam crossed Tuanzang's eyes. Jishui is utterly loyal to Mai and wields an immensely powerful ocular technique Btianshen. We can exploit his ability to control certain key figures at critical moments, thereby weakening the Ujibo clan's capacity for resistance. As for Yu, his talent and strength are exceptional. As a member of the Ujibo, he knows the clan's positions and the caliber of its people intimately. With him cooperating with Dai Tu, the result will be doubly efficient. The arrangements seem acceptable. Qin Feng folded his arms and after a moment's thought said, but both of them still feel affection for their kin. How can we ensure they will steel themselves to carry out the task? Tuanzang's lips curled into a cold smile. My lord, we can make the stakes clear to them. The radicals of the Ujibo clan now intend to overthrow the Huaing regime. If this is treason. If you and Jishui can put principle above blood, they will not only preserve their own lives and those of their families but will also earn great merit in Mai. Moreover, we can promise them concessions such as covert protection for those they care about. Qin Feng frowned slightly and then asked, what of the Genbu contingent? Tuanzong hastened to reply, the Genbu operatives are well-trained, adept at concealment and assassination. During the operation they will provide perimeter cover to prevent any escapees. Afterward Genbu will clean the scene, erase all traces and ensure this matter leaves no leverage behind. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Very well, do as you have outlined. Notify Jishui and Yu at once. Commence the operation tonight under your unified command. Afterwards have them declared traitors and sent to the Rain country to join Shao as undercover agents. I will arrange for Dai Tu to cooperate with your operation. Ensure the Xiaoluan Yen are collected in secret and that this hat is placed upon the third Huiying's head. This matter is of utmost gravity, there must be no mistake. Execute it cleanly and decisively, leaving no lingering consequences. Tuanzong bowed to accept the order. Yes, my lord. I will arrange it now. With that he turned and strode out of the chamber, his figure swallowed by the darkness. Qin Feng stood alone in the center of the room, his gaze ice-cold as if he could already see the fate that awaited the Ujibo clan. Ripples spread through the void as Dai Tu's silhouette appeared. Qin Feng asked, are all the marks in place? Dai Tu replied, everything has been arranged according to your instructions. Qin Feng said, I have good news, Chimu Shuamao has truly been resurrected and reunited with Kakashi. Dai Tu replied, is that so? And Lin? Waves of emotion surged within Dai Tu, he longed to resurrect Lin yet was consumed by fear. He felt like a traveler returning after years away, heart pounding with the timid anxiety of nearing home. He feared it might all be a fragile beautiful bubble that would burst the instant he reached out to touch it. Qin Feng said, do not fear, what I promised you I will fulfill. Dai Tu answered, very well. Qin Feng continued, the experiment succeeded, but we must continue observing the subject to ensure no subsequent anomalies appear. The operation begins tonight, assist Tuanzong in the field this evening. I must return to Chaoji country to arrange the transfer. Qin Feng patted Dai Tu's shoulder, a flash of golden light, and he vanished. Dai Tu murmured, Ka Zai's father. I have not seen him in so long. At Ka Zai's home, Chi Mu Shua Mao was cooking in the kitchen, and She leaned against the doorframe feeling a warm contentment. A firm knock sounded. Coming. She opened the door. Standing outside was Dai Tu, still wearing his dark robe but without his mask. Omito. She was taken aback. His feelings toward Dai Tu were tangled, classmate, comrade, fellow soldier, and also the enemy who had killed their teacher. Dai Tu said, She, I heard your father returned. I came to see him. Chi Mu Shua Mao replied cheerfully, Ah. It's Dai Tu, I did not expect you to have grown so much. Come in and sit. Dai Tu stared at the man, Zai's father Chi Mu Shua Mao, who looked just as he had in former days. If Lin were resurrected, would she be as she once was? Would she be as vibrant? Such thoughts rose unbidden and tears blurred his vision. Chi Mu Shua Mao looked bewildered. He was Zai's father, and yet Dai Tu's reaction made him wonder why he seemed to see his own parent in him. Chi Mu Shua Mao said warmly, Come in quickly and sit. Uncle has prepared a meal, let us eat together. Dai Tu replied, Thank you, uncle. I will not be a burden. He entered and furtively wiped away a tear. The three ate together. Shi and Dai Tu were somewhat silent while Chi Mu Shua Mao cheerfully served them and recounted past memories, speaking optimistically of the future. Dai Tu's tears fell into his rice bowl. If Lin were revived, might she sit happily beside him at a meal like this? Meanwhile Tuanzang sat at the head of the table, his face dark and his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Yujibo Ji Shui and Yujibo Yu stood before him side by side, their expressions divergent. Ji Shu's brow was slightly furrowed, his eyes reflecting puzzlement. Yu's face was stern, his gaze heavy with deep worry. I have summoned you today to entrust you with an exceedingly important and confidential mission. Tuanzang spoke, his voice low and hoarse, echoing in the silent room. The radicals within the Yujibo clan intend to overthrow the Huaying regime. Such conduct cannot be condoned. You too, as the elite of the Yujibo clan, bear the duty of preserving Mui's peace. I order you to execute the plan to eliminate the clan. On hearing this, Yu's body jolted. He stared at Tuanzang in disbelief. Tuanzang, my lord, these are our clansmen. How could we? Tuanzang raised a hand to interrupt him, his gaze frigid. You from youth have taken it upon yourself to protect my. Now that my face is such peril, would you forsake duty for personal sentiment? The Yujibo radicals are determined to launch a rebellion. If not stopped promptly, my will suffer immense carnage. This operation is a direct order from the Third Huaying, and you have been specifically chosen to carry it out. Yu bit his lower lip, his hands trembling slightly. He understood the gravity of Tuanzang's words, but to be commanded to lay hands on his own people was a pain like 1,000 arrows through the chest. Seeing this, Tuanzang softened his tone. You are exceptionally gifted and the son of the clan leader. You know the clan's strength and dispositions better than anyone. In this operation you will be the main force, with Ji Shui assisting. Make it clean and decisive, leaving no lingering problems. You pleaded, at least let Sua Zhu remain. He is still so young and knows nothing. Tuanzang replied, Sua Zhu may be spared and remain in the village as an orphan of the Yujibo clan. I will ensure he is cared for. You must carry out this mission faithfully. You fell silent for a moment, then nodded with difficulty. I will do my utmost. Ji Shui, though still racked with inner struggle, thought of Mui's future and could only grit his teeth in agreement. Yes, Tuanzang. Tuanzang said, the Zhenbu will participate in this operation. He nodded with satisfaction and continued, once this is finished, you two must infiltrate the Shao organization as undercover agents. Shao has been increasingly active in the ninja world in recent years, its power growing and its aims unclear. I need you to gather intelligence from within and to monitor their movements to prevent any harm to the village. Ji Shui frowned and asked, but Shao is heavily guarded, how can we infiltrate and earn their trust? Tuanzang sneered, that will depend on you. You may join under the guise of a rogue shinobi, claiming resentment over Mui's treatment of the Yujibo. With your ability you will surely draw Shao's attention. Moreover you possess a special identity, your strength and the Xieluan Yen are extremely enticing to Xiao. Yu slightly inclined his head. I understand Tuan Zong. This matter is of grave consequence and cannot fail. Remember every move you make concerns Mui's safety. Tuan Zhang's gaze swept over them laden with warning. Ji Shui and Yu exchanged a glance seeing heaviness and resignation reflected in one another's eyes. The full moon hung high in the sky while crows cried mournfully. Under the cover of night in Konohagakure an ominous aura shrouded the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi moved like phantoms in the dark, stealthily infiltrating. Obito exuded a chilling murderous intent, his Sharingan flickering with a sinister red light in the darkness. Shizui's brow was furrowed, his eyes filled with pain and conflict. Itachi's pale complexion betrayed his internal torment, leaving him almost numb. The three split into three paths commencing this brutal operation. Leveraging the power of Kamui, Obito swiftly dispatched the unsuspecting members of the extremist faction, blood splattering wherever he went. Meanwhile Shisui utilized the abilities of Koto Amatsukami, silently controlling several key figures, rendering them powerless to resist. In an instant the Uchiha clan's territory was ablaze, filled with screams of despair. In the land of grass Qin Feng stood within a hidden base manipulating white Zetsu. The white Zetsu swiftly transformed, replacing the conservative Uchiha clansman. Itachi slowly walked toward his home. Pushing the door open, the warm light inside greeted him, revealing his parents seated at the table, their faces showing signs of fatigue. Seeing Itachi return, Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. Itachi, why are you here at this time? Before he could finish he sensed something was amiss. Tears filled Itachi's eyes as his voice trembled. Father, mother. I'm sorry. As he spoke the kunai in his hand was tightly gripped. Uchiha Mikoto looked at her son in terror. Itachi, what are you planning to do? Fugaku instantly understood everything. A flash of sorrow crossed his gaze, yet it was accompanied by a hint of relief. Itachi, is this an order from above? Itachi gritted his teeth, nodding slowly. Father, I have no choice. For Konoha 4. You have always been an excellent ninja bearing significant responsibilities. Do it, do not prolong your own suffering. Mikoto burst into tears, rushing in front of Fugaku. No, Fugaku, how could our son? Itachi's hand trembled, his heart waging a fierce internal battle. Before him stood his beloved parents, the ones who had given him life and love. Yet the mission and responsibility weighed heavily upon him, suffocating him. Finally he closed his eyes and the kunai stabbed forth fiercely. Blood sprayed out as Fugaku and Mikoto slowly collapsed. Itachi opened his eyes, staring at his parents lying in a pool of blood, tears streaming down his face. He howled to the heavens, a sound filled with pain and despair. Meanwhile Uchiha Sasuke awakened from his sleep, opened the door to his parents' bedroom, and the sight before him left him frozen in shock. There stood Itachi, bloodied kunai in hand, amidst a sea of blood with his parents' corpses in the room. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother. Why is this happening? Hearing Sasuke's voice, Itachi's body jolted. He slowly turned to face Sasuke, his lips trembling, unsure of how to explain. Sasuke's tears flowed freely. Brother, why did you do this? They are our family. Itachi lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Sasuke, this is for Konoha 4. Itachi steeled himself. What had to be done was done, and there was no point in hesitating further. He pulled Sasuke close, his blood-red Sharingan locking onto Sasuke's eyes, and he coldly declared, you foolish little brother, wait until you have eyes like mine before asking this question. Sasuke couldn't process his words. He charged at Itachi in anger. I don't care about Konoha, you are a traitor, you killed our family. Itachi did not dodge, allowing Sasuke to beat on him. A glare sent Sasuke into unconsciousness. Let him sleep well. Wiping the blood from his face he continued the slaughter. The Uchiha clan faced a one-sided massacre. Many who attempted to flee met ambushes from the route and perished on the spot. Danzō arranged for his subordinates to continuously collect Sharingan. At the Hinata clan's residence, Hyuga Hayashi squinted, his eyes veins bulging, gazing in the direction of the Uchiha clan, faintly able to see the bloody massacre unfolding there. From his perspective he could see through the underlying logic, understand the hidden hand behind it, and comprehend such actions. Yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sorrow, for the death of one rabbit brings grief to the fox. Another noble clan in Konoha had been wiped out. Ding, important plot detected, Uchiha clan extermination. Please head to the Uchiha residence to clock in. Successful clock-in will yield generous rewards. Kimuya, I was sleeping soundly when the system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Reluctantly he opened his eyes. Is it the night of extermination at this time? Kimuya, I quickly got dressed and rushed toward the Uchiha clan, praying for a good reward. If he could obtain a Sharingan it would be even better. Sign in. After sneaking in with great difficulty he immediately signed in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in, successfully receiving 1 Sharingan. Would you like to use it? Isn't this Sharingan very chakra consuming? And can it not be turned off? Ding, the Sharingan rewarded by the system can be opened and closed actively and it won't consume too much chakra. As expected, products from the system are of high quality. Use it. Kimuya is left eye flashed with red light, transforming into a Sharingan. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, his pupils now bearing 3 tomo. Izumi Uchiha Itachi had already reached Uchiha Izumi's side. A sharp pain pierced his heart. Izumi was someone he had grown up with, a childhood friend. But now, for the sake of the mission to prevent more secrets from leaking, he must. Izumi looked at Itachi in terror, her body covered in the blood of their kin trembling as she faced him. He was a butcher. Itachi slowly raised his hand, the kunai in his grasp glimmering coldly. Izumi's eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Itachi, her lips trembling. Itachi. Brother, why? Itachi's hand halted in midair, his heart undergoing a final struggle. Killing Izumi was more painful for him than killing anyone else. But the shackles of duty prevented him from breaking free. Finally he gritted his teeth, the kunai thrusting toward Izumi. Izumi's body slowly collapsed. Itachi shuddered, unable to stop crying. What had he done? In the secret stronghold of the Land of Grass, a group of Uchiha clan members looked bewildered. Were they not just amidst a massacre? How did they suddenly end up here? Could this be the legendary Pure Land? Or perhaps hell? Just as the crowd was in confusion, Qin Feng stepped forward, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Qin Feng, everyone, I am Qin Feng and this is the Land of Grass. What? How did we suddenly end up here? Yes, just a moment ago I saw the dragon being killed back at the clan ground. Yes, I was just with my wife. Cough cough. It hurts. Instantly a chaotic noise erupted. Qin Feng, everyone, I was the one who saved you. All of your clan members are here. As for the others, they have already been killed. Ah. Why? How could our clan be killed when we are so powerful? Who could be so ruthless towards us? Qin Feng, as for who did it, I believe you all have the answer in your hearts. The third Hokage has been dissatisfied with you for a long time. Uchiha Fugaku stepped out from the crowd, incredulously asking, was this done by the third Hokage? Qin Feng, doesn't your heart already have the answer? Fugaku, are these all that remain of our clan? Qin Feng, yes, I'm sorry that my abilities are limited. There were only a few hundred people present. Had he known it would be like this, he might as well have fought with all his might. Qin Feng, Konoha cannot accommodate your Uchiha clan, but the Land of Grass can. If you wish to live here in the future, you may stay. If you want to seek revenge later, I can also find opportunities for you. Fugaku, thank you Qin Feng for saving my clan in our time of crisis and for providing a place for the Uchiha clan to settle. We will coexist with the Land of Grass from now on. We have contributed so much to Konoha, yet now we face the annihilation of our clan. We must avenge this grudge. Yes, we must avenge this grudge. A crowd of people echoed, shouting. Qin Feng, in that case you can settle here for now, if this entire area can be used as your clan's residence. Fugaku, such great kindness, I cannot express my gratitude. If you need our Uchiha clan in the future, we will not hesitate to give our lives. With this Sharingan my strength will surely increase significantly. However, within Konoha there are many experts. If I reveal it carelessly, I will attract unnecessary trouble. Mikazuki murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. He was well aware of Konoha's emphasis on the Sharingan and their vigilance towards the remnants of the Uchiha clan. If the higher-ups of the village were to learn that he possessed a Sharingan, he might be regarded as a potential threat or even be required to surrender the Sharingan, becoming an object of surveillance. Mikazuki was filled with unwillingness. He longed to pursue greater power through this Sharingan rather than being bound by the rules of Konoha. Although Konoha is good, it is not a stage where I can fully express myself. After surviving for so many years, I have gained nothing worthwhile. Mikazuki let out a long sigh, his gaze gradually firming. He recalled the rumors circulating in the ninja world about the Akatsuki organization, a mysterious group formed by rogue ninjas from various countries. They were powerful, not bound by any nation, scheming in the shadows about matters unknown to the public. Perhaps the Akatsuki organization is where I should go. There, with the system, I can gain more opportunities to enhance my strength and free myself from the constraints of Konoha. Fortune favors the bold, let's do it. Mikazuki thought of the land of rain, the mysterious country perpetually shrouded in rain, where it was said the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization was hidden. It was far from Konoha, filled with the unknown and danger, yet it also held infinite possibilities. Land of rain, Akatsuki, here I come. Mikazuki clenched his fist, began packing his belongings and prepared to embark on the journey to the land of rain. After completing that heavy and cruel task, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were exhausted both physically and mentally, yet they had no choice but to embark on a new journey for the future of Konoha, joining the Akatsuki organization. The two disguised themselves and left Konoha, heading in the direction of the land of rain. Along the way both remained silent, each lost in their complex thoughts. Itachi's eyes reflected deep exhaustion and helplessness. He had slaughtered his own clan, a pain that felt like a heavy shackled burden constantly binding his soul. As for Shisui, although he felt much reluctance and struggle for the peace of Konoha, he chose to silently endure. At last they arrived at the land of rain. The sky of the land of rain was always gloomy, with fine raindrops falling like cowhair, soaking their clothes. Under the cover of the rain they began to search for traces of the Akatsuki organization. After some inquiries and covert investigations, they learned the location of a secret stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. In the dead of night the two quietly infiltrated the stronghold. The stronghold was heavily guarded with sentries everywhere, but with their strength they easily evaded all surveillance. When they entered the stronghold, a powerful chakra wave hit them. They saw a man dressed in a black robe with red clouds sitting in the main seat. This man was one of the members of the Akatsuki organization, Sasori. Sasori's gaze was icy as he looked at the two who suddenly intruded, coldly asking, "Who are you? Why did you come here?" Itachi stepped forward, his expression calm as he said, "We are survivors of the Uchiha clan. Having heard that the Akatsuki organization welcomes talented individuals, we have come to seek refuge." As he spoke he slowly opened his eyes, revealing the brilliance of the Sharingan. Sasori raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with interest. "The Uchiha clan? Interesting. However, joining the Akatsuki organization is not so easy. You must first prove your strength." Shisui stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Itachi. "We are willing to accept any test." At that moment several people entered the stronghold, one of whom was Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Pain's gaze was deep as he scrutinized Itachi and Shisui. "Why do members of the Uchiha clan suddenly wish to join our Akatsuki organization?" Itachi took a deep breath and said, "Konoha can no longer accommodate us. Our clan members are seen as threats and brutally slaughtered. We seek power and revenge, and the Akatsuki organization might offer us this opportunity." Pain nodded slightly. "If your strength can be recognized, the Akatsuki organization welcomes your joining. But remember, once you join you cannot betray us." Pain turned to Sasori and said, "Sasori, let you test their strength." "All right." Sasori's voice was hoarse, cold yet tinged with excitement. In the dimly lit and oppressive hideout of the Akatsuki organization, a crucial battle that would determine whether Uchiha Itachi could join was about to commence. Sasori of the Red Sand stood in the center of the arena, his modified body glimmering with a cold metallic sheen under the dim lights, emanating a chilling aura. Uchiha Itachi calmly walked to the opposite side of the arena, his gaze radiating determination. He understood that this battle was pivotal to his infiltration of the Akatsuki and the execution of a crucial undercover mission concerning Konoha. As the battle was about to erupt, Sasori took the initiative. He swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Puppet Jutsu 100 machine manipulation." In an instant dozens of uniquely shaped puppets surged forth from behind him, moving with agility like a tidal wave toward Itachi. Each puppet was equipped with sharp weapons glimmering ominously, and the air was thick with a palpable killing intent. Itachi remained unfazed. He quickly altered his hand seals and unleashed the fire-style Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth like a burning meteor hurtling straight toward the swarm of puppets. The fireball collided with the puppets, producing a violent explosion with flames scattering everywhere and waves of heat rushing forth. Several puppets were instantly engulfed by the flames, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. However, Sasori did not relent. He chuckled coldly and manipulated the remaining puppets to disperse and encircle Itachi from various directions. The attack patterns of these puppets were extremely peculiar. Some burrowed up from underground while others swooped down from above, making them unpredictable. Itachi, utilizing the powerful insight of his Sharingan, swiftly tracked each puppet's movements. In a flash he darted like a bolt of black lightning, evading several deadly attacks from the puppets while his kunai glinted as he precisely severed the control strings of a few puppets. Seeing this, Sasori's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Itachi could dismantle his attacks so easily. He then formed hand seals again and a colossal humanoid puppet appeared before him. This puppet had a unique design covered in dense mechanisms. Sasori controlled the puppet to charge at Itachi, and weapons in the puppet's hands rained down on Itachi like a storm. As Itachi dodged, he observed the puppet's flaws. He noticed that while the puppet's attacks were fierce, its movements were slightly stiff, indicating a certain pattern. Just as the puppet launched another attack, Itachi seized the moment and performed the shadow clone technique. Several shadow clones instantaneously appeared beside him, acting in unison with his main body. They coordinated cleverly, confusing the puppet's attacks. Taking advantage of a brief opening in the puppet's assault, Itachi quickly formed hand seals and executed Tsukimi. A blood-red light flashed and both the puppet and Sasori were instantly drawn into the illusionary realm of Tsukimi. In this space the rules of time and space were warped. Sasori found himself in a desolate desert surrounded by howling winds and swirling sands. Countless sharp blades erupted from the ground, assaulting him and the puppet. Sasori attempted to manipulate the puppet to defend, but under the overwhelming power of Tsukuyomi's illusion the puppet's movement slowed and the blades easily pierced through its body. Sasori himself was also affected by the illusion, enduring immense psychological torment. However, as an elite member of the Akatsuki, he quickly recovered from Tsukuyomi's influence. He gritted his teeth against the mental anguish and exited the realm of Tsukuyomi. Upon returning to reality, he realized Itachi's strength and resolved to unleash his trump card. He formed hand seals, merging himself with the puppet. Its strength surged instantly and its movements became far more agile. Itachi sensed the powerful aura emanating from the puppet and understood that the battle had entered a heated phase. He focused his mind, the Sharingan blazing, preparing to meet Sasori's strongest strike. Pain enough, stop. Welcome to the team. After Yuan Jishui had joined, another figure arrived, Mu Cune. What to do? Let him join as well, one more will not hurt. Thus the members of the Shao organization were essentially assembled: Chang Men Shao Nan Yuji Bo Yu Yuji Ji Shui Gan Gui Jiao Xie Di De La Jiao Du Fei Duan Ju Mu Cune Pai Pa Zhang and Hei Chu Leia. Some time had passed since the night of the clan's annihilation. Having amassed a trove of Sharingan, Qin Feng and Dashiwan embarked on a frenzied period of research. One day, in a hidden underground stronghold, the lights were dim and an oppressive atmosphere hung heavy in the air. Qin Feng and Dashiwan sat facing each other, surrounded by an array of experimental instruments and arcane scrolls. At that moment they were plotting a conspiracy powerful enough to shake Mu Yi to its foundations. Now that the Yuji Bo clan has been annihilated and Mu Yi wears a veil of serenity while its roots tremble, this is the perfect moment to set our plan for Mu Yi's collapse into motion. Dashiwan licked his lips, that emblematic uncanny smile curling his features as he broke the silence. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze austere. Indeed. Mu Yi now stands beset by both internal and external peril, yet to utterly topple it we alone will not suffice. I propose we ally with the Shao organization. Dashiwan's eyes flickered with interest. Oh. The Shao organization. Those rogue shinobi are each formidable, particularly their lust for the tailed beasts. If we can exploit that hunger we might bend them to our will. Qin Feng folded his arms and pondered a moment before saying, they have long coveted collecting the tailed beasts and Mu Yi possesses the 9 tails. We can use that as bait, promising to help them seize the 9 tails amidst the chaos in Mu Yi. Such an offer will surely prove irresistible to them. They ought to contribute their strength as well, did they not long to let the world taste suffering? De Shiwan lightly applauded, admiration playing across his face, brilliant, simply brilliant. That will tempt them beyond doubt. As for killing the third Hokage, what is your specific plan? The third Hokage is seasoned and powerful, to remove him easily will not be simple. Qin Feng frowned, analyzing with care. There are many masters within the Shao organization such as Pei Yan and Yuji Boyu, their might must not be underestimated. We can negotiate with the Shao organization to have them dispatch elite members to pin down the third Hokage as our plan unfolds, thereby creating an opening for your direct confrontation. A cold, sinister smile creased De Shiwan's lips. A direct confrontation. Exactly to my liking. After so many years, I am curious whether the third Hokage remains as formidable as he once was. Moreover, I possess the ultimate gambit, the Hui Tu Zhuan Xing in pure world reincarnation, which at the crucial moment will astonish him. Qin Feng added, it would be ideal to force the third to use the dead demon sealing technique, allowing us a close study of the death god. De Shiwan's eyes brightened. I understand now, so that is your thought. However, in allying with the Shao organization we must remain on our guard, Qin Feng cautioned. Each of them harbors ulterior motives. Once their aims are achieved they might well turn on us, Qin Feng warned. De Shiwan snorted with disdain. I understand perfectly well. De Shiwan scoffed, while we use them we must also prepare countermeasures. They were in the council chamber of the Yujigua. Chang Men and Shao Nan sat at the council table, a cluster of underlings standing behind them. Opposite sat Qin Feng and De Shiwan. Qin Feng was not surprised to see Yu and Ji Shui, but he was startled to find Mu Cune present. Wasn't this man supposed to be expendable? This deviation warranted attention. A character had appeared who did not fit the original course of events. Mu Cune saw Qin Feng as well and was equally astonished. This person still had not been silenced. Pei Enmi Yen said, "De Shiwan, explain your plan in detail." De Shiwan replied, "Do you not wish to let them taste the savor of pain?" Pei Enmi Yen answered, "Of course. When the great powers ignite wars it is we small nations who suffer. Only by making them feel pain will they comprehend pain." De Shiwan fell silent. Qin Feng's spiritual sense slipped directly into Mu Cune's mind and discovered another consciousness entrenched there. Qin Feng's mind spoke in command, "Say nothing. Do not move." Mu Cune's inner voice, "Who are you exactly?" Qin Feng's reply within his mind, "You do not need to know my name, you only need to know that I am likely the one who can save you." Mu Cune's consciousness retorted, "Why should I trust you?" Qin Feng's mental voice was ruthless, "You have no choice, either trust me or I will kill you this instant." No one noticed the private exchange between Qin Feng and Mu Cune. De Shiwan and Chang Men concluded their discussion and settled the details of Mu Ye's collapse. De Shiwan said, "Then we take our leave." Pei Enmi Yen replied, "May our cooperation be pleasant." Qin Feng declared, "I intend to take someone with me." Pei Enmi Yen asked, "Oh. Whom do you wish to take?" Qin Feng answered, "Him." He pointed at Mu Cune. Everyone present was astonished. Pei Enmi Yen shrugged, "If you wish to take him, so long as he is willing. Such a minor figure, whether he goes or not matters little." In a secret chamber of the country of grass Qin Feng set up a barrier. Mu Chuan-yi asked, "Who exactly are you?" Qin Feng replied, "I am Qin Feng." "And you?" Mu Chuan-yi responded, "I am Mu Chuan-yi." Internally he thought, "I am so scared, this person's aura is so powerful. System, call the system." However, there was no response from the system. Qin Feng said, "That's not your real name, is it? I've blocked the thoughts in your mind, they are not good things." Mu Chuan-yi exclaimed, "Who are you really? You can't possibly be from this world, how could you be so powerful?" Qin Feng replied, "Oh. So you indeed are not from this world. Be honest, who are you? Don't force me to use unconventional methods, I estimate you wouldn't want to taste the flavor of soul-searching technique." Mu Chuan-yi asked, "Soul-searching technique? You are a cultivator." Qin Feng was surprised, "You even know about cultivators?" Mu Chuanyi replied, well, I didn't expect that even cultivators would come out. I am indeed not from the Naruto world, I come from Blue Star. My original name was Wang Huan, just a small-time streamer. I don't know if I died suddenly or fainted, I just arrived in the Naruto world. However, I am a good person, before coming to the Naruto world I had never killed even a chicken. At this moment Qin Feng's eyes widened. Blue Star. Is it the Blue Star I want to return to? Qin Feng asked, which country are you from on Blue Star? Huagua. Mu Chuanyi replied. Qin Feng asked, what year did you come over? Mu Chuanyi answered, March 2025. Qin Feng thought to himself, what? I crossed into the cultivation world in October 2024, so that year hasn't even passed yet. Qin Feng asked, Imperial Jade liquid wine. 180 per cup. Mu Chuanyi exclaimed. Qin Feng repeated, Imperial Jade liquid wine. Mu Chuanyi continued, 180 per cup. Qin Feng asked, big hammer 80, small hammer. Mu Chuanyi responded, 40. Qin Feng added, odd changes even don't change. Mu Chuanyi queried, symbols look at quadrants. Wow, are we really from the same hometown? Qin Feng said, alright, it seems we really come from the same world. Mu Chuanyi asked, big shot, you are also from Blue Star. Hometown folks. Big shot. Let me follow you from now on. Qin Feng replied, let's see how you perform later. What's in your mind? Mu Chuanyi asked. You mean the system? Qin Feng said, a system. It seems more like a trace of consciousness from the cultivation world. Mu Chuanyi asked, what do you mean by that? Qin Feng replied, you have been treated as a tool by someone. Mu Chuanyi exclaimed, ah. No wonder this dog-like system has never produced anything good. Big shot, I won't be eliminated, right? Qin Feng assured, you are still useful, of course I won't eliminate you. If you become useless later you probably will be eliminated. Mu Chuanyi pleaded, big shot. You must save me. I want to return to Blue Star. Qin Feng had a good idea, he summoned a white absolute. The white absolute transformed into Mu Chuanyi's appearance and Qin Feng transferred the system in Mu Chuanyi's mind over. Qin Feng declared, alright. From now on you will stay safely in the country of grass, let him handle the rest. Mu Chuanyi thank you, big shot. Big shot, are you going back to Blue Star? Qin Feng replied, of course. But I haven't found the way back yet. However, if someone could bring you over from Blue Star then they should be able to take you back from here. Mu Chuanyi insisted, big shot, you must take me with you. This is Konohagakure. Let them feel pain. I didn't expect them to arrive so early, they are quite proactive. A bag of rice to endure the pain, a bag of rice to contemplate the pain, a bag of rice to accept the pain, a bag of rice for understanding the pain. Each grain is muddied, who gives you a bag of rice? Enough with the spice, let the world feel the pain. Qin Feng entered the village and saw this classic scene. Kakashi, stay back. You say not to interfere. Now that we're targeting the third Hokage, why are you jumping in? Let's go to my house for dinner. They have already started fighting, we can't just stand by, let's go. Orochimaru and Obito joined the battle while Qin Feng watched from the sidelines. Orochimaru, you have indeed fallen. The decaying Konoha needs to be cleared away to welcome rebirth. The sky over Konoha was shrouded in dark clouds, a suffocating atmosphere permeated every inch of air. In the training grounds of Konoha, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood face to face with Orochimaru. The third Hokage's gaze was piercing, filled with complex emotions towards his former proud disciple. Orochimaru, you have betrayed Konoha and today I will not spare you. The third Hokage's voice was deep and resolute, the Rui Jingu bang in his hand slightly shaking as if issuing a final warning to Orochimaru. The times have changed. Konoha's rules are too outdated, only by breaking everything can true change come. Today marks the end of Konoha. The coffin slowly opened, revealing the figures of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. The third Hokage's expression changed, he knew well the terror of the Edo Tensei. A massive earth wall rose up blocking the way between him and the two resurrected Hokages. The first Hokage formed hand seals unleashing a powerful wood-release technique. The third Hokage remained calm wielding his Rui Jingu Bang to sever the approaching vines. A gigantic water dragon rushed towards the third Hokage carving deep trenches in the ground. The massive fire arrow collided with the water dragon creating a violent explosion. The battle intensified as the third Hokage knew he could no longer afford to be on the defensive. He summoned the Shinigami's phantom which exuded an immense swallowing power. He controlled the first and second Hokage to attack overwhelming the third Hokage. He dodged their attacks while maintaining the sealing jutsu. Finally at the critical moment he successfully sealed the souls of the first and second Hokage. But he was exhausted. Here it comes. The third Hokage has fallen. A few days after the attack on Konoha, Danzō successfully became the Hokage. Qin Feng brought Sasuke and Naruto to the land of grass preparing to study the tailed beasts. In the land of grass Sasuke saw his parents and cried like a dog. Naruto enviously felt like a dog beside him. He thought everyone was an orphan but little did he know some had complete families including an elder brother wandering outside. While one's own failures are indeed frightening, the success of companions is even more heart-wrenching. The fruit of the divine tree still holds some allure for Qin Feng and he must begin preparing to collect the tailed beasts. In the dark and mysterious base of the land of rain the atmosphere was heavy, almost tangible. Qin Feng sat opposite Nagato surrounded by an eerie aura. Nagato's cold face appeared even more profound under the dim light as he slightly squinted quietly waiting for Qin Feng to speak. Nagato, the ninja world seems calm now but in reality currents are surging beneath the surface. The tailed beasts as symbols of immense power have become the focus of contention among various factions. I believe that if we are to reshape the order of the ninja world, controlling the tailed beasts is crucial. Qin Feng leaned slightly forward, his gaze resolute. Nagato nodded gently, his voice deep. I understand the importance of the tailed beasts but collecting them is no easy task. Each nation is bound to guard their tailed beasts closely. Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile exuding confidence. That is why we must plan meticulously. I suggest we start with the land of earth. Although Iwagakure in the land of earth has considerable strength, recent internal conflicts have caused their protective power over the tailed beasts to become scattered. Moreover, the land of earth is situated at a crucial geographical node. If we can successfully seize their tailed beast, we can weaken Iwagakure's power and impose a deterrent effect on neighboring countries, laying a foundation for future operations to collect the tailed beasts. Nagato frowned slightly, lost in thought. Starting with the land of earth is indeed a feasible idea. However, the ninjas of Iwagakure are by no means ordinary, especially their earth release techniques which possess great power. How should we respond? Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight. I have already considered this thoroughly. Members of the Akatsuki each have their strengths. We can send those skilled in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering to ascertain Iwagakure's protective layout for the tailed beasts and the movements of their ninjas. During the operation we will use members adept at long-range attacks to restrain the main forces of Iwagakure while arranging those with special abilities to seize the tailed beast. For instance, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan Genjutsu can disrupt the enemy at critical moments, creating opportunities for us. Nagato slowly shook his head. Even so, once the action is exposed, the ensuing chain reaction will be hard to control. The land of earth will undoubtedly seek assistance from other nations and we will face a siege from multiple countries. Qin Feng's gaze was deep, his expression calm. That is why we must act swiftly. Before the operation we should spread some false information to confuse the other nations, making it difficult for them to discern our true intentions. At the same time we must prepare strategies to deal with the reinforcements from various countries. We can set up ambushes around the land of earth utilizing the advantages of the terrain to strike a blow against the reinforcements. Moreover, after seizing the tailed beast we must withdraw quickly and find a hidden place to seal the tailed beast, making the other nations hesitant to act. Nagato remained silent for a moment, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. All right, since you have considered this so thoroughly, let us proceed as you suggest. But remember, if this plan fails the Akatsuki will fall into an irretrievable situation. Qin Feng stood up slightly bowing. Rest assured Nagato. I will give it my all. Let us start from the land of earth and gradually gain control over the tailed beasts, instilling fear throughout the entire ninja world. The two exchanged glances as if they had already seen the impending storm set to sweep through the ninja world. A fierce contest over the tailed beasts was about to unfold. The land of rain and the land of grass jointly issued a statement expressing that each tailed beast poses a significant threat to the ninja world. They hope that all major ninja villages will cooperate by surrendering their respective tailed beasts, allowing the land of grass and the land of rain to safeguard them together, achieving a world free of tailed beasts and realizing true peace. The land of fire was the first to respond and stated that they had already sent their tailed beasts and Jinchuriki to the land of grass. The other major nations, however, were not so accommodating and completely disregarded their request. The land of grass and the land of rain convened again. Qin Feng remarked, "It seems these major nations are not cooperating at all." Nagato replied, "They have never felt pain nor understood it, they have always looked down on others." Qin Feng said, "Indeed. Then our next target is the land of earth, let them experience some pain too." Nagato responded, I hope that with the precedent set by the land of fire and the land of earth the other major nations will comply obediently. In a few days the land of earth experienced violent explosions and brutal battles. How much can one bag of rice endure? Feel the pain. How much can one bag of rice endure? At the second floor contemplate the pain. The third Tsuchikage Inoki was killed in battle, and the Four Tails Son Goku along with the Jinchuriki Old Purple and the Five Tails Mu Wang were captured and taken to the land of grass. This time the entire ninja world was shaken. No one expected the small lands of rain and grass to be serious and declare war. Moreover, they emerged victorious. The neighboring land of water understood the situation well and sent over the Seven Tails. Under the coordination of Qin Da and Qin Air, the land of sand and the land of water also surrendered their tailed beasts. 9 tailed beasts remained, with only the 8 tails Gyuki from the land of lightning left. The remaining 8 tails were handed over to the Akatsuki for capture, while Qin Feng and Orochimaru began their research on the tailed beasts. It is well known that separating a tailed beast from its Jinchuriki will result in the death of the Jinchuriki. Qin Feng and Orochimaru commenced new research on a technique for pain-free and injury-free extraction of tailed beasts. In a concealed underground chamber filled with a strange aura, Qin Feng and Orochimaru were wholly focused on preparing a frenzied research project regarding the fate of tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. They had their sights set on Old Purple, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, with a pile of intelligence and data regarding Old Purple and the Four Tails spread across the enormous experimental table. Old Purple, such an impressive name, let's start with him, Qin Feng joked. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, a frenzied glint shining in his eyes as if he was about to face a challenging feast. Humph, the Four Tails, how interesting. As the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Old Purple sealed away the powerful tailed beast chakra within him. If they could successfully extract it, it would represent a significant breakthrough in their control over the power of tailed beasts. Old Purple was secured in the experimental apparatus, struggling relentlessly. Chaotic refinement technique. Qin Feng began to cast the technique, directly absorbing the power of the tailed beast. A massive surge of energy erupted from Old Purple and flowed into Qin Feng's body, unexpectedly confirming that this tailed beast power could indeed be refined. Old Purple let out a pained roar, and as the tailed beast energy was continuously extracted, his body began to deteriorate. Qin Feng pulled out a jade bottle and tossed it to Orochimaru, saying, "Give him a pill." The blood-replenishing pill dissolved instantly upon ingestion, restoring Old Purple's deteriorating body. The refinement of the tailed beast was complete, and within Qin Feng's dantian lay a mini version of the Four Tails. Old Purple lay limp in the experimental apparatus, appearing as if he had perished. Qin Feng once again took out a spirit-gathering pill and administered it to Old Purple. It was visibly evident that Old Purple had regained vitality and opened his eyes. Qin Feng said, "Let's observe for a while. If everything is fine, we will begin refining the other tailed beasts." Meanwhile, the land of lightning underwent a great battle, with the entire village suffering a devastating blow from the Akatsuki. Ultimately, the Raikage was killed and the 2 tails Yujito along with the 8 tails Gyuki were captured. At this point, all 9 major tailed beasts in the ninja world had been gathered. Days later, Old Purple was still lively and well, there should be no issues with his life. Qin Feng began the extraction of the other tailed beasts and everything proceeded smoothly. 8-tailed beasts resided in his dantian, leaving only 9 tails remaining. The Jinchuriki were safely returned to their respective villages, and the villages that had been beaten were filled with regret. In the land of grass, Qin Feng looked at the small boy before him with golden hair and a few whiskers on his face, wearing a jade slip that Qin Feng had given to the Fourth Hokage. This is the original protagonist who asked, "Naruto, do you miss your mom and dad?" Naruto replied, "I don't even know who they are, so why would I miss them?" Qin Feng said, "Oh, is that so? Would you like to know who they are?" Naruto replied, "I don't want to." Then Naruto asked, "Who are they?" Qin Feng responded, "They are quite remarkable individuals, you will meet them in the future. Begin the extraction of the 9 tails." Qin Feng, "I didn't expect to see you again." The couple wave wind water gate were brought back to life by Qin Feng. "How does it feel to be resurrected?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. Wave wind water gate, "It feels like waking from a dream, but being alive is quite nice." Qin Feng, "Live well, you wouldn't want Naruto to be an orphan forever, would you?" Naruto stood nearby, tears welling in his eyes. Qin Feng, "Orochimaru, let's go see Madara's prowess together." Orochimaru smirked and followed Qin Feng. At the Valley of the End, Qin Feng and his companions along with all members of the Akatsuki organization gathered together with the leaders and guards from various villages. "Hey, it's been a long time." Orochimaru clapped his hands on the ground and a coffin appeared. The coffin lid opened and a foot stretched out. "Madara, have I been resurrected?" "Nagato, well done." Uchiha Madara emerged from the coffin, feeling the gaze of everyone around him as if they were fools, and looked at his own hands. "Reanimation, is it? It seems something unexpected has occurred." Qin Feng, "Orochimaru, Nagato, you can begin now." Nagato summoned the outer path golem and Orochimaru licked his lips, preparing to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Qin Feng, "Madara, it's time for your performance." Qin Feng threw the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts into the outer path golem, and it was now up to Uchiha Madara. "Madara, what?" Madara looked around at the people, feeling like a clown despite being resurrected. Qin Feng, "Infinite Tsukimi. Isn't this your plan? The 10 tails is ready for you." Madara, "Humph. You little brat, this appearance of yours is really irritating." Madara still felt that serious matters were at hand, transforming directly into the 10 tails Jinchuriki and summoning the God Tree. The God Tree grew rapidly, shooting up into the sky within minutes. Qin Feng, "So this is the God Tree, it's quite beautiful." Qin Feng sensed the tree with his divine sense, it was absorbing souls, and the souls of the Pure Land were its nourishment. The moon in the sky had also turned blood-red. Qin Feng shouted at Black Zetsu, "Hey Blackie, aren't you going to summon your mother yet?" Black Zetsu looked astonished, understanding that this was the best opportunity, and jumped onto Madara. Madara swelled up like a puffed dough. He never knew until his death that he was merely a pawn. The pale Otsutsuki Kagaya finally descended, looking coldly at the entire scene. "Kagaya, you all must die and become nourishment for the God Tree." Smack. Qin Feng jumped over and delivered a powerful slap, leaving Kagaya dazed. Qin Feng blew on his palm, "They'll give you a chance to reorganize your words." Kagaya, filled with rage, "You're seeking death." Smack. Another powerful slap. Kagaya, "You." Smack. Another slap. Kagaya. Smack. 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 One slap after another until Kagaya could no longer make a sound. No matter how she dodged or defended, she could not escape Qin Feng's palm. From being a fierce and terrifying figure at the start, she ended up looking pitiful, her cheeks flushed and tears welling up. "Qin Feng, now can we talk properly?" Kagaya bit her lip and nodded, "Woo." Qin Feng. He felt like he was bullying a little girl, but she truly was a little girl. Qin Feng, "Call me brother." Kagaya, "Bro." Bro. Smack. Another powerful slap. Qin Feng, louder. Kagaya, "Brother." Qin Feng, "That's right. A girl should stop with the fighting and killing all the time." Black Zetsu's eyes widened from within his mother's sleeve. If this mother was not quite right. And so the ninja world war ended in a playful manner. Qin Feng and Orochimaru directly initiated a resurrection conference at the scene, bringing back the deceased who were missed by others. Shinju Fourth Hokage Third Hokage Scorpion's parents Tsunade's lover Dan. They all took a group photo to commemorate and signed a peace treaty, hoping for true peace in the world from now on. Having experienced the brutality of war, they understood the difficulty of peace. Qin Feng split the star stone he had obtained earlier and began to set up a formation in the ninja world. When the god tree appeared earlier, he sensed the fissures in this world and found a way to leave. Once the formation was set up, the ninja world could become a small world he carried with him. He established the reincarnation hall in the ninja world, where souls that died could be cleansed for reincarnation and evil spirits would be directly fed to the god tree. The master of the reincarnation hall was Otsutsuki Kagaya. With everything prepared, Qin Feng found Kurenai Yuhi and Mukai. Qin Feng, let's go, it's time to leave. Mukai, great. We can finally go back. Kurenai Yuhi, Feng, can I really go with you to your world? Qin Feng, of course. With a thought, Qin Feng unleashed his spiritual power. On this day the entire ninja world trembled as a dazzling golden light descended from the heavens, and the man who promoted peace throughout the ninja world ascended. Qin Feng held Kurenai Yuhi's hand, looking at the tall buildings around him and the bustling streets. At this time he truly returned. Qin Feng and Kurenai Yuhi exchanged smiles. The cultivation world was in turmoil. How can there be such a huge loophole in this world? It drives me mad. The end of the book.